Chapter 1: Breakup and Activation of the Copy System. Brain Repository. Please remember to claim after reading. Blue Star, year 2016, Yan Huang Nation, State City. In a rented room in a village within the city. After a tiring day of work, Qin Hao was about to lie down on the bed to rest when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see that it was his girlfriend, Tang Xiaolin, who he had been dating for 3 years. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hao quickly answered and said, "Hey, Lin, didn't you say you were going shopping with your friends? Why are you calling me? Are you missing me again?" There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then Tang Xiaolin's guilty voice came through. "Qin Hao, let's break up." Hearing those words, Qin Hao felt as if he had been struck by lightning, momentarily stunned. "Why?" His voice was a bit hoarse, with a barely noticeable tremor. "There's no reason. We're just not suitable for each other." Tang Xiaolin's voice was unusually calm, but her words struck Qin Hao like a dull knife, cutting into his heart. "My mom doesn't agree. She says you can't give me the future I want. She introduced me to someone else from a well-off family with a house, a car, and a high salary. Future? Is it just because I don't have money, no house, no car?" Qin Hao's voice involuntarily rose, filled with suppressed anger and deep helplessness. He knew Tang Xiaolin's mother had always looked down on him, the poor kid from the orphanage. "Qin Hao, please don't be like this. Can you be a bit more realistic?" Tang Xiaolin sighed. "I don't want to live this hopeless life anymore. Every time I go out with you, I have to consider whether this is too expensive or whether I can buy that. I'm tired, really tired." Qin Hao opened his mouth, wanting to argue, to say that he'd been trying hard, to say that he could provide her with a better life, but the words stuck in his throat. What did he guarantee? Just based on his few thousand yuan salary from tightening screws each month? Or this rented room of only a few dozen square meters? "I understand." Qin Hao's voice sank, carrying a resigned hoarseness. "Xiaolin, I wish you happiness." After hanging up, Qin Hao felt as if all his strength had been drained, lying down on the bed in despair, his eyes vacant. He slowly recalled the bits and pieces of their 3 years together. Alas, in the end, I lost to reality. After a long time, Qin Hao self-mockingly said to himself, and he finally understood, then gathered himself up again. Looking at his phone, which had little battery left, he picked up the charger to charge it. But he found the socket was a bit loose. So he reached out to adjust the socket, noticing that the poor quality socket had already aged with some edges damaged. Just as his finger touched the exposed copper piece inside the socket and the metal edge of the charging phone, a strong electric current suddenly surged through his entire body. Qin Hao felt an intense numbness and pain all over, stars flashing before his eyes, his body uncontrollably convulsing. The strong current made it impossible for him to even scream for help, and his consciousness gradually faded, eventually slipping into a coma. At this moment, Qin Hao felt as if he was floating in an endless dark space. He did not know how long it had been, when a gentle white light abruptly appeared in the depths of his consciousness. Immediately after, a series of cold and mechanical prompt tones echoed in his mind. Universal Copy System is starting. System activation successful. Binding host. Qin Hao. Copy function has been activated. Please check specific information by yourself. Qin Hao suddenly opened his eyes, gasping heavily, cold sweat covering his forehead. He was still in the position of having been electrocuted, his body somewhat numb from the prolonged stiffness. "I remember I was electrocuted, but I survived? And what about those voices just now? What's going on?" Shaking his still somewhat dazed head, Qin Hao tried to recall everything that happened before he fainted. The pain from the electric shock still lingered in his body, and the series of mechanical sounds in his mind felt too real to be a hallucination. He struggled to get up, immediately feeling soreness throughout his body, especially in his right hand that had been shocked, which was still slightly trembling. He looked around. The rented room was still the same. Nothing had changed. Could it be that he was electrocuted and became delusional? Qin Hao chuckled to himself. Perhaps he had been reading too many web novels lately, leading to such dreams. He rubbed his temples, and his gaze inadvertently fell on his wallet placed on the bed. Suddenly, an absurd thought sprang up from his heart. Wait, what if that system is real? Once this thought emerged, it grew uncontrollably like wild grass. Qin Hao's heart raced uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. Then, mimicking the scenarios in novels, he called out in his heart, "Hey, copy system, are you there?" In the next moment, a virtual panel appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Universal Copy System host. Qin Hao, age 21. Basic copy function description. Can scan any non-living object that comes into contact, then copy if the copy is identical to the original. Each copy requires energy points, depending on complexity and value. Remaining energy reserve, 1 point. Tip: energy points can be replenished by contacting a power source. When energy accumulates to 10 billion points, the next stage function will be unlocked. Details will be known after unlocking. So, this isn't a hallucination. I really have a universal copy system. Looking at everything on the system panel, Qin Hao was instantly overjoyed. He quickly took out a 50 yuan bill from his wallet and, according to the system's instructions, began to scan it. Soon, the system provided a prompt. Target item, 50 yuan renminbi. Copying will consume 1 energy point. Qin Hao did not hesitate and directly ordered the copy. In the next moment, he felt something extra in his hand. Looking down, his pupils suddenly constricted and his breath caught, because in his palm, besides the original 50 yuan, there was suddenly another identical 50 yuan bill. No matter the size, pattern, color, or even where marks, there was no difference at all. This. Qin Hao's lips trembled, shocked into silence. He picked up the newly appeared bill, carefully examining it, the real tactile sensation confirming that this was definitely not an illusion. He really copied a 50 yuan renminbi. The universal copy system really did it. A huge surprise swept through his heart like a tsunami, dissipating the sadness from his recent breakup. Qin Hao pinched his thigh hard. The clear pain told him that this was not a dream. I'm going to get rich. I'm going to get rich? Qin Hao whispered, suppressing the ecstasy within him. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the bill in his hand, as if he saw countless amounts of money beckoning to him. He could copy endless money, buy a big house, buy luxury cars, and live a life he had only dared to dream of before. However, just as he was lost in this beautiful fantasy, he suddenly noticed a detail. He picked up both bills and carefully compared the serial numbers on them. The serial numbers. They're exactly the same. Qin Hao's smile instantly froze. The 2 banknotes, the most critical minting numbers, were completely identical. What does this mean? It means that the money he copied cannot circulate normally. If he used too much, it would easily be discovered by the bank or others with ulterior motives. By then, what awaited him would be cold iron bars, not wealth and glory. This discovery was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the excitement he had just ignited from head to toe. Qin Hao sat despondently on the edge of the bed, staring at the 2 identical bills in his hand, filled with helplessness. With such an extraordinary ability, yet unable to use it to copy money, it was simply the biggest joke in the world. Chapter 2. Online Loans. Could it be that this system is just a waste? He thought unwillingly that if he could only copy some worthless trinkets, what would be the point of this system? Wait a minute. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Qin Hao. The system description said it could copy any non-living object it comes into contact with, without specifying that it had to be paper money. Paper money has serial numbers and is difficult to circulate, but what about gold? Jewelry? Those precious metals have high intrinsic value and do not require specific serial numbers to prove their authenticity. They only need to be assessed for purity and weight. With this thought, Qin Hao's heart began to race again. If he could copy gold, that would be true wealth. 1 gram of gold is currently worth over $400 if he could copy 1 kilogram, or even 10 kilograms. Just thinking about it made Qin Hao's breathing grow heavier. He gripped the 2 bills tightly, and the flame of hope reignited in his eyes. However, copying items requires energy, specifically electrical energy. The little energy he had just used was already depleted, and to continue copying, he needed to absorb electrical energy. But would touching the power source again risk him being electrocuted or even endanger his life? Qin Hao hesitated. Although he yearned to change his destiny, he also valued his life. His experience in the orphanage made him more acutely aware of the fragility and preciousness of life than his peers. But if he didn't try, would he just watch this extraordinary system fall silent due to energy depletion? He'll go for it. Qin Hao gritted his teeth. Great fortunes are often found in peril. If he didn't dare to take this small risk, how could he talk about changing his fate? He cautiously approached the wall, took a deep breath, extended his right index finger, and slowly reached for the metal prong of the socket. At the same time, his heart raced with anxiety and fear. When his finger made contact with the socket, the expected strong current did not appear. He felt nothing. However, the number in the energy reserve section of the system interface began to change. 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. Is it starting to charge? This is really amazing, but the speed is a bit slow. Qin Hao felt a surge of joy indeed. The system could replenish energy by touching the power source. But the speed was a bit slow. So, Qin Hao maintained his fingers' contact with the power source, quietly observing the changes in the energy reserve. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the energy reserve rose to 100 points. Phew! Qin Hao finally released his finger and let out a long sigh of relief. Although the charging speed was slow, it at least proved that this path was feasible. Moreover, this method of active charging seemed to pose no harm to him. It was merely absorbing electrical energy. This reassured him completely. However, another question arose. How much electricity had he consumed during that time? Thinking of this, Qin Hao quickly looked at the electric meter installed by the door, made a note, and began experimenting. He ultimately confirmed that for every energy point stored, 1 kilowatt of electricity was consumed. This meant that the charging he had done in just a few minutes had used up 1 kilowatt of electricity. Would using so much electricity in a short time raise suspicion? Qin Hao worried internally. But now was not the time to dwell on that issue, as he still needed to continue exploring the system's functions. Soon, he found a ballpoint pen to scan and discovered that copying it required 0.01 energy points. He then disassembled it into several parts: the pen barrel, ink cartridge, spring, cap, etc. Then he scanned each part one by one. The conclusion was that all the components added up to exactly 0.01 energy points. Qin Hao understood it seemed the system hadn't deceived him. The complexity and value of an item indeed affected energy consumption. Moreover, the system could not only copy entire objects but also decompose and replicate, which undoubtedly increased operational flexibility significantly. Having confirmed the authenticity of the system and its basic operational method, Qin Hao felt much calmer, but more questions followed. Where did this system come from? Why had it chosen him? And could even be upgraded? These questions could not be answered for now. What he could do was to explore the specific limits and potential of the basic copying function. He turned his attention back to the 2 identical bills. Although the path of copying currency was blocked, it at least proved that the items copied by the system were physically identical to the originals. The question arose: how to use the copying system to make money. Gold. Qin Hao immediately thought of gold. If he could copy gold, even just a small piece, it could greatly improve his current situation. But where could he get gold? He had spent all his previous money on his girlfriend, and now he had only $1,000 or $2,000 on him, enough to buy a few grams of jewelry at most. Qin Hao paced back and forth in the room, needing to come up with a quick way to make money. After a few seconds, an idea suddenly popped into his mind: borrowing money. Specifically, those various online loans. Although he had always kept his distance from such things, viewing them as a poison that quenches thirst, now, to verify the system's true abilities and change his fate, he decided to take the risk. Qin Hao sat on the edge of the bed, the light from his phone screen illuminating his changing face. He was browsing various online loan app interfaces. Those enticing slogans and seemingly low daily interest rates were, in his eyes, the first pot of gold to wealth. High limits, instant approval, interest as low as XX. Qin Hao's fingertips scrolled across the screen, filled with inner turmoil. He was inherently a cautious person. His experience in the orphanage made him understand that every penny was hard-earned and made him more aware of the pressure of debt. In the past, he had scoffed at online loans, thinking they were traps that exploited young people, the fangs of capital. But now, for that 1 in 10,000 possibility, for the universal copy system that could change everything, he had to bow to something he once despised. Damn it, I'm in. He gritted his teeth, chose a relatively well-known platform with seemingly proper terms, and began filling out his information: ID, photo, facial recognition, contact information. Each step made him feel uneasy, as if he were exposing his privacy nakedly before others. The waiting process for approval was torturous. Every second felt like a century. Qin Hao refreshed the app from time to time, his palms slightly sweating from anxiety. Various thoughts swirled in his mind. What if copying gold failed? Wouldn't that loan suffocate him? Chapter 3. Copying and selling the gold bracelet. Ding dong. A crisp notification sound broke the silence of the room. Qin Hao jolted and quickly picked up his phone. Your loan application has been approved, and the amount of 20,000 yuan has been successfully credited to your linked account. Please check. It worked. Qin Hao let out a long sigh of relief, a mix of excitement and anxiety swelling in his heart. He immediately checked his bank account balance, and sure enough, there was an extra 20,000 yuan. This amount was undoubtedly a fortune for him, but it was also a double-edged sword. After a silent night, the next morning, Qin Hao took a day off from work and headed straight to the largest gold and jewelry trading market in the state city with a hefty sum. He chose this place because the gold prices were slightly cheaper here, and there were various styles to choose from. Walking into a resplendent jewelry store, the dazzling gold ornaments glimmered under the spotlight, making Qin Hao feel a bit dizzy. He tried to appear calm and composed, not wanting anyone to notice his nervousness. "Hello, sir. What would you like to see?" A well-made-up sales associate greeted him with a smile. "I'd like to see some bracelets," Qin Hao replied calmly, scanning the display cases to choose one at a reasonable price. Ultimately, he selected a simple design gold bracelet, weighing about 40 grams, priced at 450 yuan per gram. The total came to over 18,000 yuan. This weight and price were well within his budget. "I'll take this one." Qin Hao pointed to the bracelet and said. Afterward came the payment, invoicing, and packaging. The entire process was completed in less than 2 minutes. As he walked out of the jewelry store with the beautifully packaged jewelry box, the sunlight felt a bit dazzling. Suppressing his excitement, he took a cab and left the area. Back in his familiar rented room, Qin Hao locked the door and drew the curtains to ensure no one would disturb him. Then he carefully opened the jewelry box. The golden bracelet lay quietly on the red velvet, emitting an enticing glow. Controlling his excitement, Qin Hao picked it up to scan it. System: target gold bracelet requires 380 energy points to copy this target item. It seems the energy is insufficient. Frowning, Qin Hao had no choice but to recharge. This time, he directly charged it to 400 points. 400 energy points were finally enough. Qin Hao felt a rush of excitement and quickly picked up the gold bracelet again. It felt a bit heavy in his hand, and the cool touch invigorated him. He silently urged the system, "Copy for me." In the next moment, his once empty left hand now held an identical gold bracelet. The two bracelets, in terms of color, weight, size, and even the subtle marks on them, were indistinguishable. There was no way to tell which was the original and which was the copy. I did it. This is amazing." Qin Hao could no longer contain his overwhelming joy. He picked up both bracelets and examined them repeatedly, his face glowing with disbelief and excitement. This feeling was entirely different from copying banknotes. Banknotes have serial numbers and are considered waste. But this gold bracelet had no such concept. This meant that the copy in his hand was genuine gold. Real gold that could be taken to a gold shop in exchange for cash. He immediately checked the system interface. There were still 20 energy points left, just enough to use the 380 points. Qin Hao clicked his tongue in amazement. It seemed that copying different items consumed energy in vastly different amounts. However, this was no longer important. What mattered was that he had succeeded. He possessed an incredible ability to continuously copy gold. After the shock came immense joy. He envisioned himself reaching the pinnacle of life. Those once unreachable dreams, luxury cars, mansions, financial freedom, seemed to suddenly become within reach. Calm down, calm down." Qin Hao forced himself to settle down. Now that he held the key to change his fate, he needed to be cautious, especially at this moment. He couldn't get carried away or let anyone know this secret. Carefully storing the two bracelets, he placed one back in its original jewelry box while wrapping the other in a cloth to hide it. Next, he needed to consider how to cash in on these copied gold pieces. Should he directly take them to the store where he bought the bracelet? That wouldn't work. It would raise too many suspicions. He needed to find another place to sell them. After confirming his plan, Qin Hao immediately went out to find a jewelry store that was relatively far from him, ready to sell the copied bracelet. Zhang Liufu Jewelry Store. "Boss, do you buy this bracelet?" Qin Hao asked straightforwardly as he entered, simultaneously taking out the copied bracelet to hand over. "Yes, but I need to verify its authenticity first." The jewelry store owner, a shrewd middle-aged man, took the bracelet, pulled out professional tools for careful examination, and weighed it. It's pure gold, just over 40 grams. Today's buyback price is 415 yuan per gram, totaling 16,600 yuan. The owner quoted a price. Qin Hao calculated in his mind. Although it was a bit less than what he paid, it was reasonable. He nodded. All right, that price works. However, at that moment, the store owner asked Qin Hao, by the way, do you have the invoice from when you purchased it? Having anticipated such a situation, Qin Hao casually made up a reason. He said he didn't know where he had misplaced the invoice and could no longer find it. The owner smiled slightly upon hearing this. Oh, if that's the case, the price might. He didn't finish his sentence, but gave a knowing look. Qin Hao understood. He knew the rules. Just give me a price, and I'll consider it. How about 400 per gram? After all, I have to take the risk since there's no invoice. The owner said, continuously observing Qin Hao's reaction. Of course, Qin Hao knew that this was a deliberate attempt to lower the price. With just a few dozen grams of gold, the owner wouldn't be under any pressure at all. After all, it wasn't dozens of kilograms. All right, I'll take that price, but I want cash. Qin Hao pretended to frown and think for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. In truth, he was incredibly happy. A few hundred energy points were just a few hundred units of electricity, a trivial cost. Yet, it translated into over 10,000 yuan. This kind of profit would make any capitalist weep. After receiving the money, Qin Hao returned home. He then began to seriously contemplate how to utilize this system to make money. If he copied gold every day, consuming hundreds to thousands of units of electricity, wouldn't the power company think he was running a mine? They'd be at his door checking the electric meter in no time. There was no way to cover that up, and selling gold was also a hassle. Qin Hao sighed. Selling one bracelet this time went relatively smoothly. But if he frequently sold gold items, and each time just happened to lack an invoice, even a fool would be suspicious. The jewelry store owners are all sharp individuals. If they caught on and reported him, it would be a big problem. He couldn't just sell to one store, and he still needed to solve these two issues. Qin Hao kept thinking. The first issue to resolve was the energy problem. He couldn't do it in his rented room, so he needed to find a place with high electricity consumption that wouldn't easily attract attention. Chapter 4, Absorbing Lightning Energy. Qin Hao opened his phone and began searching online. His goal was clear. He needed a relatively independent place with free electricity that was not easily disturbed by outsiders. Small warehouse for rent, factory space for sublease, abandoned courtyard in the suburbs. Information flashed before his eyes, but after sifting through for a long time, he found nothing that met his requirements. Just as he was deep in thought, a thunderous clap of thunder erupted outside the window, causing the glass to buzz. Qin Hao jumped in surprise, instinctively shrank his neck, and hurried to the window to look outside. He saw that the originally clear sky had become overcast, dark clouds looming ominously as if the apocalypse had arrived. A fierce wind howled, stirring up dust and paper scraps from the ground. Jagged lightning occasionally split the dim sky, darting between the clouds, accompanied by deafening thunder. Damn, the weather changes so suddenly. Qin Hao clicked his tongue, watching the scene of flashes and thunder outside. It was obvious that it was going to rain. Suddenly, a particularly thick bolt of lightning, like a dancing silver snake, illuminated half the sky. Qin Hao's gaze sharpened, as if a bolt of lightning struck his mind. Lightning. Isn't that the purest and largest form of electrical energy? A crazy thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. The system had mentioned that energy points could be replenished through contact with a power source. Does lightning count as a supersized power source? Once this thought emerged, it ignited all of Qin Hao's ideas like a prairie wildfire. He had seen some popular science articles online before. The energy contained in an ordinary lightning bolt could reach hundreds of millions or even billions of joules. Converted into electrical energy, that amounted to thousands to tens of thousands of kilowatt hours. If he could attract that energy, wouldn't he take off? Moreover, this thing was free. He wouldn't even have to worry about checking the electric meter. I'm going for it. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. He immediately rummaged through his cramped rental room and soon found a slightly rusty iron rod, about a meter long, but the landlord had left behind. He also dismantled a section of an old power strip with a plug. He stripped the copper wire from one end of the power cord, tightly wrapping it around the top of the iron rod, while cutting off the plug on the other end to expose the copper wire as well. I hope this works. Qin Hao looked at the makeshift lightning rod with some trepidation. It seemed unreliable no matter how he looked at it. He took a deep breath, put on a raincoat, held the iron rod in one hand and the other end of the wire in the other, and cautiously opened the door. Seeing no one around, he immediately headed to the rooftop. The buildings in the urban village were generally not tall, and the one he lived in was only 6 stories high. The rooftop platform had only a few iron frames, typically used for drying clothes. At this moment, heavy rain began to pour down, and the fierce wind whipped the rain into Qin Hao's face, almost blinding him. He wiped the rainwater off his face, chose a relatively open spot, and raised the iron rod, hoping to attract lightning. Looking at the exposed wire in his hand, Qin Hao's heart raced, and his palms were sweaty. He knew this was dangerous. One wrong move could turn him into charcoal, but he had no other choice. Damn, for the energy, for the future. I'm going to take a big gamble today. If I die, so be it. It's better than spending my life tightening screws. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and wrapped the copper core of the wire around his trembling right hand. He was betting that the system could absorb all the energy from the lightning. Time ticked by, each second feeling as long as a century. The dark clouds descended lower, and an oppressive feeling filled the air. Crack! Boom! Another bolt of lightning exploded nearby, the blinding white light stinging Qin Hao's eyes. He nervously swallowed, his palms sweaty and sticky from the rain. Just as he was about to give up and retreat, boom! A blinding, glaring flash of lightning, like the wrath of a deity, tore through the sky, striking the raised iron rod with devastating precision. I'm done for. Qin Hao had only time to think this before instinctively closing his eyes. The anticipated pain and paralysis did not come. Instead, he heard the system's alert sound crackling in his mind. Warning: detected ultra-high intensity energy influx. System automatically activating high-power absorption mode. Energy conversion in progress. Energy conversion in progress. Qin Hao felt an indescribable pulling force from the wire in his hand, as if the iron rod was connected not to the sky, but to an endless black hole, frantically devouring the power of the lightning. The energy surged through the wire into his body, but was instantly directed toward an unknown dimension by a stranger force, causing him no harm. The entire process lasted only a brief 2 seconds. When everything calmed down, Qin Hao trembled and opened his eyes. He was still alive. He looked down at his hands, unharmed, just a bit pale from the tension. Looking back at the iron rod, its tip was slightly charred from the electricity. I'm really fine. Qin Hao panted, rainwater streaming down his cheeks, making it hard to distinguish rain from sweat. He quickly called out to the system in his mind. The virtual panel popped up instantly. Ignoring the other information, he looked directly at the energy section. Remaining energy reserves, 3,452 points, 3,452 points. When he saw this number, Qin Hao's breath quickened, his eyes widening. Previously, after painstakingly jamming his finger into the outlet for 5 or 6 minutes, he had only charged 100 points. Yet that bolt of lightning just now had surged him over 3,000 points in mere seconds. 380 points of energy was enough for him to replicate 1 gold bracelet, and this over 3,000 points was enough for him to replicate nearly 9. Ha! I did it. I succeeded. Qin Hao could no longer contain his ecstatic joy, his face filled with relief and excitement. The energy from lightning was indeed terrifying, and the system that could absorb this energy was incredibly powerful. This was far more efficient than laboriously stealing electricity from an outlet, by millions of times, and he wouldn't have to worry about the electric bill or someone checking the meter. Heaven, bring me more lightning. Strike me again. Thus, Qin Hao quietly called out to the sky. He had to admit, his luck was quite good, until the heavy rain gradually stopped and the sky no longer flashed. He had been struck 3 times in total, accumulating a total of 26,500 energy points. This made him extremely happy. Back in his rental room, looking at the system panel displaying over 26,000 energy reserves, his heart still raced uncontrollably. 26,500 points of energy. With each bracelet costing 380 points, that was enough for him to replicate. Nearly 70. Chapter 5 bulk sale, he roughly calculated and was startled by the number. 70 gold bracelets, how much would that be? No, he couldn't sell too many of the same item at once. It could easily lead to problems. Qin Hao quickly calmed down. He understood the principle of steady progress. He decided to first replicate 10 bracelets to test the waters. With the experience from last time, he was now quite familiar with the process. He placed the gold bracelet he had bought for nearly 20,000 yuan in his hand. System: replicate 10 of these. Replication target: gold bracelet. Quantity: 10. Energy consumption: 3,800 points. Confirm? Confirm. Almost the moment the thought crossed his mind, Qin Hao felt a weight in his hand, followed by a few clinking sounds. 10 shiny gold bracelets appeared on the table out of nowhere, making a total of 11 when placed together with the original. From their appearance, they all looked like they were made from the same mold. Beautiful. Qin Hao picked up one of the replicas, weighed it in his hand, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Next was the monetization. He deliberately changed into a clean and tidy outfit, slung on a plain backpack, wrapped each of the 10 bracelets in soft cloth, and carefully placed them into the bag. To avoid raising suspicion, Qin Hao planned his route. He chose not to go to large chain jewelry stores, but instead focused on medium-sized or smaller jewelry and gold recycling shops in various areas of the city. Moreover, he decided to sell only one bracelet at each store, moving from one place to another. Soon, he successfully sold a bracelet at the first store for 16,450 yuan. Walking out of the store with the money, Qin Hao felt a bit lightheaded. The cost of over 300 degrees of electricity had instantly turned into more than 16,000 yuan. The speed of making money was simply faster than a money-printing machine. Suppressing his excitement, he continued on to the next store. In this way, Qin Hao busily traversed the streets and alleys of the city. Some shop owners were straightforward, while others tried to haggle a bit. Qin Hao didn't linger too much. As long as the price wasn't too outrageous, he sold them. By the time he came out of the 10th store, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. His backpack was completely empty of bracelets, replaced instead with a bulging amount of cash. Finding a secluded public restroom stall, Qin Hao eagerly began to count. 16,000. 15,800. 16,002. The 10 bracelets sold for a total of 158,600 yuan. Over 150,000. Qin Hao clenched the thick bundle of cash, his fingers trembling slightly. This was a number he had never even dared to imagine before. After leaving the orphanage, he had worked hard for several years, barely saving up a little bit of money, most of which had been spent on his ex-girlfriend. And now, in just a little over one morning, he had made over 150,000. After a brief moment of excitement, Qin Hao quickly calmed down. He glanced at the system panel. He still had 22,700 energy points left. Relying solely on bracelets wouldn't work. The target was too singular. Moreover, without invoices, it would eventually attract attention. Qin Hao decided to change his strategy. He would use the money he had to purchase a wider variety of gold jewelry, such as rings, necklaces, and pendants, and then replicate and sell them. This way, he could not only diversify the risk, but also make his inventory appear more legitimate. Having made up his mind, Qin Hao first found a bank to deposit most of the cash into his card, leaving only 30,000 yuan as working capital. Then, he headed straight for the highest-end jewelry malls in the city. This time, Qin Hao felt much more confident. "Hello, sir, welcome. What would you like to choose?" The salesgirl greeted him with a sweet smile. "Let me take a look at the rings, and also the necklaces and pendants." Qin Hao casually scanned the counter. Before long, he had selected several men's gold rings in various styles, some smooth and some with simple patterns, along with 2 rugged and grand-looking gold necklaces, and a few uniquely shaped pendants, including a dragon pendant, a guangong pendant, and a pichio. All these items cost nearly 100,000 yuan in total. "Sir, you have great taste. These are all our store's best-selling styles." The salesgirl quickly prepared the invoice and packaged the items while complimenting him. Qin Hao just smiled and paid with his card. As he walked out of the jewelry store, carrying several exquisite jewelry boxes, he felt as if he had accomplished something significant. By the time he returned to his rented room, it was already evening. He didn't even bother to eat. He immediately laid out the newly purchased gold jewelry one by one. Target: dragon pattern gold ring, energy consumption, 120 points. Target: hollow gold necklace, energy consumption, 350 points. Target: pichio gold pendant, energy consumption, 280 points. Qin Hao scanned all the newly bought gold jewelry, and he had a rough idea of the costs. Then he began a new round of creation. With each command issued, the system's energy points rapidly dwindled, and various styles of gold rings, necklaces, and pendants began to multiply on the table in front of him. The entire replication process lasted just over a minute. By the time the last batch of replicas was completed, Qin Hao's system energy points had been mostly used up, leaving him with just over 1,000 points, which he reserved as emergency capital. The table, which he hadn't had time to clean up, and the bed nearby were already piled high with shiny golden jewelry. At least 50 or 60 pieces. Phew! Qin Hao let out a sigh of relief. Although he was still mentally excited, a sense of physical fatigue washed over him. He looked out the window. It was completely dark outside. That's it for today. He would sell them tomorrow. So the next morning, Qin Hao started a new round of sales. This time he chose even more dispersed shops, even venturing into nearby counties. With different styles of gold jewelry, his explanations were also more varied. Sometimes he said they were debts owed by friends. Sometimes he said they were left behind by elderly family members. And sometimes he simply said he needed money urgently. Because there were many styles and varying values, it wasn't as eye-catching. For larger transactions where the other party suggested a bank transfer, Qin Hao readily agreed, which conveniently saved him the trouble of carrying large amounts of cash. When he dragged his exhausted body back to his rented room again, the balance in his bank card, combined with the cash in his hand, had quietly surpassed 1 million yuan. He was too lazy to count the exact amount, only knowing that within 2 days, he had transformed from a broke person with pockets emptier than his face into a millionaire. This feeling was surreal. Inside the rented room, Qin Hao neatly stacked the cash beside his pillow, a smile on his face. Reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, it was more thrilling than all his experiences in the previous 21 years combined. The replication system had truly changed his fate. Chapter 6. Sudden wealth and national pride. Feeling the large amount of cash, Qin Hao unknowingly fell asleep, experiencing the most peaceful sleep of his life. The next day, he woke up leisurely when the sun was already high in the sky. Looking at the celebratory red at his bedside, he couldn't help but smile. First, he decided to quit his job. Qin Hao stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. Going to work used to feel like visiting a grave, but now he could finally say goodbye to that dull and tedious job. After finishing his morning routine, Qin Hao casually put on a t-shirt and jeans and went out. In the factory office, the supervisor was focused on the computer screen, preparing reports. "Supervisor Tang, I don't want to work anymore. Here's my resignation letter," Qin Hao said as he walked up to the desk and handed over the document. The supervisor looked up, glanced at the resignation letter, and said, "Oh, it's you? Xiao Qin, what's up? Found a better job?" "Sort of. I'm tired of factory life and don't want to waste my youth here," Qin Hao replied casually. "That's true. Young people should explore more. It's a good thing. Your salary will be settled today," Supervisor Tang said, looking at Qin Hao with a calm tone, as if he had seen employees come and go many times before. After all, factories nowadays were never short of workers. Qin Hao nodded and didn't say much more. The procedures were completed quickly, and after receiving his salary for the month, he left the place where he had spent several years sweating, without looking back. He felt light and free. In the following days, Qin Hao began looking for houses around the state city. The prices in the city center were too high, often reaching millions, which he couldn't afford for now. Ultimately, he found a second-hand small villa in the suburbs of the state city, near a newly developed area, which came with a small yard and garage, priced at over 700,000. Although the house was a bit old, it was quiet and the surrounding facilities were fairly complete. The previous owner had gone bankrupt in business and urgently needed money, which is why it was so cheap. After making the payment and completing the transfer procedures, when he received the property certificate, Qin Hao felt an indescribable sense of security. Having come from an orphanage, he longed for a home that truly belonged to him more than anyone else. After a simple cleaning and buying some basic furniture and appliances, Qin Hao officially settled in. The new home was peaceful, and he no longer had to worry about eavesdropping through the walls or crowding in a tiny rental room. Late at night, sitting on his newly bought sofa, Qin Hao began to ponder about energy points. Although absorbing lightning was efficient, it wasn't a long-term solution. What if someone discovered it? He would be treated as an anomaly and could be reported at any moment. As he was deep in thought, The evening news, playing on the living room TV, caught his attention. On May 24, 2016, led by the Eagle Sauce country, several Western countries announced a new round of export controls on dozens of high-tech products and technologies from our country under the pretext of national security, attempting to curb our technological development and industrial upgrading. This action seriously violates international trade rules and destabilizes the global industrial chain and supply chain. Our country expresses strong condemnation and firm opposition. As the news anchor spoke with righteous indignation, the scrolling text below listed a long series of restricted technologies and equipment names, most of which were related to chip manufacturing, aerospace, and precision instruments. Qin Hao frowned deeply. In recent years, due to the increasing influence of the Yan Huang country in the world, some countries could no longer sit still and began to suppress it through various means, causing significant losses to the Yan Huang country. After the news finished, Qin Hao immediately opened major domestic forum websites on his phone, where countless citizens expressed their anger. These robbers, they've hit a bottleneck in their own development and can't stand to see others do well. Damn, Eagle Sauce is really too bullying. The Yan Huang country should stand firm. Sigh. It's easy for the brother upstairs to say, but the key technologies are still in their hands. There's nothing we can do but swallow our anger and work hard to catch up. The comments were generally one-sided, condemning the hegemonic actions of the Eagle Sauce country, filled with frustration and helplessness. Qin Hao felt equally upset as he read these comments. He lit a cigarette and smoked silently, his expression growing complex amidst the swirling smoke. As a patriotic youth raised under the red flag and born in the spring breeze, Qin Hao inherently harbored a deep sense of national pride. Although he was just an ordinary person struggling for a living, the concepts of national honor and the rise and fall of the nation were not distant from him. In the past, he felt powerless, only able to vent his frustrations online like most people. But now, he had the Universal Copy System. The system could copy gold and anything he could scan. Therefore, those high-tech devices that were blocked and the advanced chips that the Yan Huang country couldn't produce yet could also be copied. If it were possible, Qin Hao's heart raced. He thought of the conditions for upgrading the system. Perhaps the basic copying function had many limitations. What about the next stage? Did it mean more functions? And the upgrade conditions were something he couldn't complete alone. Where could he find 100 billion degrees of electricity? In an instant, Qin Hao's thoughts spiraled. Then he considered another aspect. As an ordinary orphan, it was this country and society that raised him, provided him with educational opportunities, and allowed him to live securely. The system was indeed miraculous, capable of bringing him endless wealth and a comfortable life. But without a strong country as support, could he truly keep that wealth? If he could help the Yan Huang country stand tall internationally, no longer being bullied. This thought took root in his heart like a seed, rapidly growing. What if he handed the system over to the country? The moment this idea popped up, even Qin Hao was taken aback. That was the Universal Copy System. It was his greatest reliance to change his fate and reach the pinnacle of life. Could he just hand it over? Would he be willing? But what if he didn't? If he secretly copied some gold to live a wealthy life, only to watch the country be strangled by others and key technologies? Qin Hao's inner turmoil escalated. He wasn't a saint. He had his own selfish desires, and he too longed for a good life. Yet some things were more important than personal enjoyment. Damn it, as the saying goes, if you're behind, you'll be beaten. I'm at least a descendant of Yan Huang. Qin Hao abruptly extinguished his cigarette, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. A common man is innocent, but possessing treasures brings guilt. This system was too heaven-defying. With his personal abilities, he might not be able to keep it safe. Once exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. In that case, he should use this system to contribute to the country, breaking those technological barriers and making the Yan Huang country truly strong. He could also consider it as doing his part for the nation and the people. Moreover, he believed that the country would not treat him poorly at that time. They would provide him with money, luxury villas, cars, and even a wife. Thinking of this, Qin Hao felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. This matter was too significant. It couldn't be decided impulsively. How could he safely and effectively inform the country's higher-ups about this astonishing secret and gain their trust? After all, Who would believe someone claiming to have a universal copy system? He might be directly treated as a lunatic and locked up. It seemed he needed to plan carefully. Chapter 7: Important Intelligence for National Security. Qin Hao sat on the sofa, his fingers quickly swiping across his phone screen. He was searching for keywords on how to safely contact the National Security Department to report significant clues. The information that popped up on the screen was varied. Most of the links to official websites led to standardized form downloads and lengthy notes, making the process look cumbersome. Moreover, could he really explain this matter clearly through an email or a phone call? He feared he might be treated as a nuisance or a delusional person. No, this approach didn't seem reliable. Speaking over the internet would likely make them think he was crazy. Qin Hao rubbed his temples. What he needed was a face-to-face opportunity, a chance to demonstrate his miraculous findings. After thinking it over, he decided to take the most direct and possibly the most risky approach. He would personally visit the National Security Branch located in the state city. He organized his thoughts in his mind. Comrades, I have major intelligence that could impact the country's technological development, and I need to report it in person. That should be enough to draw attention without being too exaggerated. After making up his mind, Qin Hao changed into inconspicuous casual clothes the next morning, checked himself over, and then left the house. The office location of the National Security Branch in the state city was not particularly secretive. It was a seemingly ordinary office building with a discreet sign that read National Security 5th Branch, with 2 tall guards standing nearby. Qin Hao walked up to the entrance, where one of the guards stopped him. "Hello, comrade. May I ask what you need?" The guard's gaze was sharp as he looked him up and down. "Hello, comrade." Qin Hao tried to make his voice sound steady. "I have extremely important intelligence regarding the future development of the country, and I need to report it to your leaders in person." The guard's face showed little expression, but there was a flicker in his eyes that suggested he thought Qin Hao might be crazy. He had heard this kind of talk before, mostly from people who were either chasing shadows or mentally unstable. However, this young man appeared serious, and his eyes were clear, making him seem less like a fool. Even so, he followed the protocol and reported the situation via the intercom, as it was part of his job. Moments later, a young staff member in casual clothes, around 30 years old, walked out of the building. Zhou Wei glanced at Qin Hao, his eyes filled with a mix of scrutiny and a touch of routine indifference. "Follow me." Qin Hao followed Zhou Wei into the office building and arrived at a small reception room. The room was simply furnished with a table and a few chairs. "Go ahead, what intelligence do you have?" Zhou Wei sat down first and gestured for Qin Hao to sit, his tone slightly bland. Qin Hao did not directly mention the existence of the system. That would be too shocking. He organized his words. "The intelligence I have, or rather, what I can demonstrate, is extremely important. I need an absolutely confidential environment, and I need you to provide me with a pen and a piece of white paper." He paused and added, "When I demonstrate, there shouldn't be too many people in the room. It's best if it's just you." Zhou Wei raised his eyebrows slightly, and the scrutiny in his eyes deepened. This request sounded a bit strange. However, he still managed to contain his curiosity and stepped out for a moment. Soon, he returned with an unopened, ordinary black water-based pen and a few sheets of A4 paper, placing them on the table. "All right, can we talk now?" Looking at Qin Hao, Zhou Wei seemed a bit impatient, clearly thinking that Qin Hao might be trying to be mysterious. Qin Hao nodded, picked up the brand-new pen, and weighed it in his hand. He ignored the piece of white paper, simply holding the pen in his right hand, and said to Zhou Wei, "Please pay close attention to my left hand." Under Zhou Wei's curious and perplexed gaze, Qin Hao silently chanted in his heart, "System, copy." Almost at the moment the thought settled, an identical black water-based pen suddenly appeared in Qin Hao's previously empty left hand. This scene made Zhou Wei's pupils shrink dramatically. The air in the reception room seemed to freeze. Almost springing up, Zhou Wei quickly walked to the table, staring in disbelief at the pens in Qin Hao's hands. He first picked up the original pen from Qin Hao's right hand, then grabbed the one from his left hand, comparing them repeatedly under the light. The weight, the subtle brand engraving on the pen cap, and even the unique sheen of the metal part of the pen tip, all identical. He even lightly scraped the plastic of the pen with his fingernail. The texture was indistinguishable. This, Zhou Wei gasped, feeling a bit numb at the scalp. What was happening before his eyes had completely surpassed his understanding. He knew this wasn't magic. In such close proximity, and under these circumstances, it couldn't be an illusion. You, do it again. Zhou Wei's voice was a bit hoarse as he pointed to the pen on the table. Qin Hao complied, placing one of the pens on the table and copying another. When the third identical pen appeared in his hand, Zhou Wei suddenly took a step back, his eyes filled with disbelief. He no longer had any doubts and immediately took out his phone to dial a number, his fingers trembling with excitement. Director Chung, urgent situation. I have discovered a significant anomaly that may involve national core security. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. It is not false. Requesting instructions. His tone was very urgent. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Wei said to Qin Hao, the higher-ups want us to change locations for our discussion. Please follow me. Thus, Qin Hao was politely invited to another, more secure, and more concealed internal room to wait. There were only the two of them in the room. But Qin Hao knew that the person in charge would be coming over soon. During the waiting period, Qin Hao maintained a calm exterior. But inside he was also feeling anxious, his palms slightly sweaty. He knew that from the moment he demonstrated his copying ability, the situation had completely exceeded his personal control. Before long, the door opened. A middle-aged man, around 50, of average build, with a steady demeanor and sharp hawk-like eyes walked in. He was dressed in dark casual clothes, exuding an unapproachable presence. Two assistants followed behind him, their expressions equally serious. The middle-aged man walked straight to the chair opposite Qin Hao and sat down, his piercing gaze scrutinizing him as if trying to see through him. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned serious. Hello, comrade. I am Chung Haidang, the person in charge here. May I ask how to address you? The middle-aged man spoke first. My name is Qin Hao. Then I'll call you Xiao Qin. I've heard from my subordinate that you have significant intelligence that could impact the country's technological development. Now, you can elaborate in detail. Remember, every word you say from now on will carry corresponding legal responsibilities. Chung Haitong's tone carried a hint of warning. Qin Hao's expression was equally serious as he tried to steady his heartbeat. The real test was about to begin. He met the other man's sharp gaze and spoke word by word. I have a copying system. It can copy any material, provided there is enough energy. Chapter 8 Submission System. High importance, Chung Haidang and the others' expressions remained almost unchanged, but deep in their eyes, waves of shock surged. They had dealt with all kinds of unbelievable cases and heard countless bizarre statements, but hearing something like a system, which only existed in novels, being so solemnly spoken by a young man, still gave them an unprecedented impact. An assistant silently reached into his pocket and pressed a switch on a device. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Chung Haitong's expression was serious, and his voice steady. Comrade Xiao Qin, what exactly is this universal copy system you mentioned? Where does the energy come from? He did not directly question, but chose to delve deeper. Theoretically, as long as I can come into contact with and scan an object, I can replicate it. As for the energy, Qin Hao paused. I currently only know that it can absorb electrical energy. Word are not enough. Chung Haitong's gaze remained fixed on Qin Hao. You need to prove it to us. He pulled out a metal lighter from his jacket pocket and casually tossed it onto the table. The lighter looked somewhat old, made of stainless steel with several clear scratches, one of which was particularly deep, as if it had been scraped by a key. Can you replicate this? Qin Hao picked up the lighter, feeling its weight. The coldness of the metal was very clear. He held it in his right hand and opened his left hand. Under the almost breathless gaze of Chung Haidang and the two assistants, Qin Hao silently commanded in his heart. System, copy. There was no light, no sound. Just for that brief moment, a perfectly identical metal lighter appeared out of nowhere in the palm of his left hand. Swish! Chung Haidang leaned slightly forward, his eyes flashing with brilliance. One of the assistants nearly dropped the pen he was holding, while the other instinctively adjusted his glasses, as if trying to see more clearly. Chung Haidang almost simultaneously reached out both hands and took both lighters. He first weighed them, and then placed them side by side for a careful comparison. The scratches. Those unique scratches, regardless of their position, length, depth, and even the finest burrs on the edges, were identical. He gently scraped his fingernail across the deepest scratch, and the tactile sensation was completely the same. He then picked up one, pressed the lighter switch, and with a click, a blue flame shot up. He tried the other one, and the same flame appeared. The two assistants also moved closer, one picking one up and examining it back and forth. The luster of the metal, the wear on the edges, the tactile feedback of the button. Everything indicated that these were two completely identical objects, as if carved from the same mold. How? How is this possible? One of the assistants muttered, his voice trembling with disbelief. He looked at Qin Hao, then at the lighter in his hand, as if his worldview had been shaken. Qin Hao lightly tapped the two lighters together, producing a crisp metallic sound. He raised his head, his expression becoming extremely serious, staring intently at Qin Hao. Can you explain this to me? Qin Hao organized his thoughts. This is the ability of the system to replicate different objects with varying energy consumption. For instance, this lighter consumes very little energy, but when I replicated gold, it consumed more. He candidly admitted, my understanding of this system is actually limited. It just appeared in my mind all of a sudden. Currently, I know that the charging methods are either through contact with a power source or lightning. When the word lightning left Qin Hao's lips, Qin Haitong's pupils subtly constricted. Using lightning as a power source? That exceeds the capabilities of current technology. Qin Haitong fell silent for a few seconds, then spoke to one of his assistants. Shao Li, go to the technical department and bring me an unopened A7 model high-precision thin-film resistor from the lab. Shao Li complied and quickly left. Soon, he returned, holding a sealed anti-static bag containing a precision resistor the size of a fingernail. Qin Haitong personally opened the packaging and handed the resistor to Qin Hao. Can you replicate this? Qin Hao took it and silently commanded again. Moments later, a second identical resistor appeared in his hand. Qin Haitong immediately instructed his assistant to fetch a portable precision testing instrument. After connecting and taking readings, Shao Li looked up, his voice slightly dry with excitement. Director, the parameters. The parameters are completely identical. The error is within the instrument's acceptable range and can be considered as no difference. This result was even more shocking than replicating the lighter. While the lighter could perhaps be described as a work of exquisite craftsmanship, the core of precision electronic components lies in their physical parameters, which are the crystallization of modern industrial technology. A slight deviation could lead to significant errors. To perfectly replicate its parameters means something that everyone present understood. The room fell into a brief silence, only the faint sound of electrical current from the instruments. Qin Haitong looked at Qin Hao, his gaze complex. He took a deep breath and slowly asked, Comrade Shao Qin, you possess such extraordinary abilities. Why choose to report to the state voluntarily? What do you want? This question was the core. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao instead calmed down. He met Qin Haitong's gaze, his tone sincere. Director Qin, to be honest, at first I did think about getting rich and living a good life with this. I actually did replicate some gold and made some money. He paused, his eyes revealing a different emotion. However, a few days ago, I saw the news about the use blocking us in the high-tech field, and I felt particularly suffocated. Why should our Yan Huang nation endure this? As an ordinary person, I used to have no ability and could only complain online. But now that I have this system, Qin Hao clenched his fist. I think it might be able to do something for the country. Those block technologies, those cutting-edge devices we can't currently produce, if they can be replicated, it would bring enormous value to the country. He added, moreover, this system can also be upgraded, but it requires a staggering 10 billion degrees of electricity. This number is something I could never accomplish on my own, even if I could secretly absorb it. It would create a huge disturbance that couldn't be hidden. Qin Hao revealed a bitter smile. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. This system is too important and too dangerous. I can't protect it or fully utilize its true value with my personal abilities. Only in the hands of the state can it receive the best protection and play its greatest role, and only then can it be truly safe. My only request. Qin Hao looked at Qin Haitong, his eyes incredibly clear. If the country can truly benefit from this, I hope you won't forget this small guide. Of course, I believe the state will not mistreat any meritorious person. His words were sincere, clear, and logically sound. There were no excessive, grandiose statements, but they were filled with the most simple patriotism and a clear self-awareness. Qin Haitong listened quietly, the sharpness in his eyes gradually replaced by a deep emotion. He looked at the young man before him, feeling a strong sense of recognition. He had encountered all kinds of people, from heroes who sacrificed themselves for righteousness to scoundrels blinded by greed. But someone like Qin Hao, who held such a miraculous opportunity yet could maintain this clarity and sense of choice, was likely one of a kind. The saying that a common man is innocent but possessing a treasure is a crime, and that this system can only realize its maximum value and be truly safe in the hands of the state, deeply touched Qin Hao. Chapter 9. Heading to the Canlong Military District, Comrade Xiao Qin. Your decision today is of great significance, and I sincerely thank you for your trust in the country. Qin Hao looked at Qin Hao and expressed his gratitude in a serious tone. He then turned to Zhou Wei and two assistants, his expression stern. From now on, everything regarding Comrade Qin Hao and what he has demonstrated will be classified as top secret. Zhou Wei, Xiao Li, Xiao Zhang, the three of you including me, must sign a confidentiality agreement. Any word or image that occurs here today must not be disclosed to the outside world, including to your families. If there is a leak, it will be treated as treason. Do you understand? Understood. Zhou Wei and the others replied in unison, their expressions solemn. They clearly understood the seriousness of the situation. What they witnessed today, if leaked, would cause a stir in the world. Oh, by the way, the surveillance videos and equipment here must be physically destroyed to ensure that there are no mistakes. Qin Hao added, after a moment's thought. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number. Once the call was connected, he did not directly explain the situation, but said in a deep voice, "Old leader, this is Qin Hao from the State Security Bureau in the state capital. A special incident has occurred here, and its importance relates to the future fate of the country. I suggest we immediately initiate a special response plan." There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, clearly indicating that the term special response plan held significant weight. Soon, a robust voice came through the phone. "Haidang, do you know what initiating the special plan means? If the situation is not as critical as you say, the consequences are beyond what you and I can bear." Qin Hao naturally understood what the special plan meant. It could only be activated in matters concerning the survival of the entire nation. Rest assured, old leader, I can guarantee the authenticity of this matter with my party loyalty and my life. Qin Hao replied firmly. Due to the special circumstances, it is not appropriate to explain the details over the phone for safety reasons. I suggest sending someone as soon as possible to escort the target to the capital. This matter needs to be witnessed by the highest leader. Good. Since you say so, I will trust you. The voice on the other end was decisive, and then instructed, at the Canlong Military District in the western suburbs of the state capital, you should first take the target and those in the know there. I will immediately notify the military district to ensure absolute safety. The personnel to meet you will arrive by noon at the latest. Yes, I will ensure the mission is completed. Qin Hao hung up the phone and turned to look at Qin Hao, his eyes filled with anticipation. From this moment on, Qin Hao's fate, along with the system he possessed, will be closely linked to the fate of this country. Xiao Qin, as you just heard, I want to elaborate on the importance of this matter. Qin Hao tried to keep his tone light. The headquarters has already approved it, and we will set off immediately to take you to the Canlong Military District, which is relatively safer. The journey may be a bit bumpy, so please bear with it. Qin Hao nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. From the anxiety of copying gold in the rental apartment, to the joy of buying a villa, to the frustration upon seeing the news, and finally the determination to make a decision. Everything now felt surreal as it all settled down. He glanced at Qin Hao. The decisiveness he showed during the phone call was much more compelling than any character in a movie. Director Qin, I don't have anything to prepare, do I? Qin Hao rubbed his nose. He was now alone, with only the newly bought villa and a little money in his account. Qin Haitong's lips twitched slightly. This kid was surprisingly calm at a critical moment, though the question was a bit naive. He waved his hand, saying, "Call me Lao Chung from now on. Just bring yourself. The rest will be managed by the country. You are now our most important national treasure." This remark caused jealousy among the three bystanders. Only those who had a good relationship with the director would call him that. However, Qin Hao indeed had that qualification. After all, he had the system. National treasure? Qin Hao blinked. The title made him a bit giddy. Back at the orphanage, he envied the carefully cared-for pandas in the zoo the most. never expecting that one day he would also enjoy the treatment of a national treasure. As for calling him Lao Cheng, it was merely an attempt to build rapport, which Qin Hao understood and did not mind. Before long, the confidentiality agreement was signed. Cheng Haidang personally took Qin Hao, escorted by Zhou Wei, Xiao Li, and Xiao Wang, out of the State Security Bureau. No sirens, no fanfare. A plain-looking black SUV quietly drove out and merged into the flow of traffic. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat heavy. Qin Hao looked out at the rapidly retreating street scenery, his mind racing with thoughts. His life had completely changed from the moment he stepped out of the rental apartment and into the State Security Bureau. What the future holds, he could not predict, but at least he had contributed everything he could for this country. Director Cheng. Qin Hao suddenly spoke up. My system upgrade requires 10 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity. Does the country have a solution for this? He was still a bit worried. If the country invested heavily and the system did not perform, he would become a historical sinner. Hearing this, Cheng Haidang turned to look at him, a hint of a smile on his face. Xiao Qin, you can rest assured. 10 billion kilowatt-hours is nothing for the current Yan Huang nation. We will definitely meet your energy needs. After a pause, Cheng Haidang added with some anticipation. Actually, I'm more curious about what new functions will be updated after your system upgrade. I don't know either. The system hasn't given any hints. We'll find out when the time comes. Qin Hao shook his head and replied helplessly. Well then, it's still early to talk about this. Cheng Haidang did not ask further. The vehicle traveled westward, gradually leaving the bustling urban area, with fewer and fewer buildings around, replaced by rolling hills and dense forests. Before long, barbed wire and warning signs for military management areas began to appear on both sides of the road. The SUV stopped in front of a heavily guarded gate, where several armed sentries came forward to inspect. Cheng Haidang presented his credentials and spoke quietly with the officer in charge. Soon, the heavy electric iron gate slowly opened, and the vehicle entered a military district. Qin Hao looked through the window and saw rows of neat barracks, wide training fields, and the outlines of armored vehicles faintly visible in the distance. The air seemed to be filled with a sense of iron and blood. Here is the Songlong military district in the western suburbs of the state capital. It is also one of the 9 military districts of the Yan Huang nation, with approximately 200,000 troops stationed here. The military district is headed by Lu Jijun, who holds the rank of general. This information is semi-public and can be found online. Chapter 10 confirmation. Again, the off-road vehicle drove for about 10 minutes inside the Songlong military district and finally stopped in front of a 3-story office building. There were 2 armed sentries at the door, their expressions vigilant. Cheng Haidang was the first to get out of the car, and a soldier with the rank of officer quickly approached, saluting with a standard military gesture. You must be Director Cheng of the 5th Bureau of National Security. Commander Lu has been waiting for you in the office. That's me. Cheng Haidang nodded, then gestured slightly to the side. This is Comrade Qin Hao. Zheng Kai's gaze lingered on Qin Hao for a moment, curiosity flashing in his eyes, but he quickly returned to a professional demeanor and nodded slightly. Comrade Qin Hao, please. Qin Hao followed Cheng Haidang, while Zhou Wei and the others hung back slightly. The group was led to an office on the 2nd floor, marked with a sign indicating it was the commander's office. Zheng Kai gently knocked on the door. Come in. A deep and steady voice came from inside. Zheng Kai pushed the door open and made a gesture for them to enter. Qin Hao and the others walked into the office in order. The office was spacious but simply decorated, featuring a large desk, a bright red national flag behind it, and a military flag standing beside it. Sitting behind the desk was an elderly man dressed in dark green uniform, with golden stars on his shoulders shining brightly. He was around 60 years old, his hair slightly graying but meticulously groomed, with a resolute face that exuded authority even without anger, and sharp eyes. He was none other than General Lu Jijun, the highest commander of the Songlong military district. Director Cheng, you finally made it. Lu Jijun stood up, a hint of a smile on his face as he extended his hand. Commander Lu, I apologize for the intrusion. Cheng Haidang shook hands with him, indicating that they were familiar with each other. Lu Jijun's gaze then shifted to Qin Hao, his sharp eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe, attempting to see through this young man. Qin Hao felt an invisible pressure wash over him. the natural aura exuded by someone who had experienced many battles and held great power. He involuntarily straightened his back, trying to appear less awkward. I suppose this is Comrade Qin Hao? Lu Jijun's tone was calm. Hello, Commander. Qin Hao responded quickly, feeling a bit nervous. Don't be so tense, relax a bit. Think of it as being at home, Lu Jijun said, noticing Qin Hao's discomfort, smiling. He then turned to his subordinate and said, You go ahead and do your work. Yes, Zheng Kai replied and left. The meeting room door was closed. Let's sit down and talk. Lu Jijun casually pulled out a chair and sat down, gesturing for Cheng Haidang and Qin Hao to take a seat as well. Before you arrived, Old Yang called me and said you had something very important to discuss concerning the future of the country. Now you can tell me the specifics, right? Lu Jijun was the first to speak, looking at Qin Hao. The Old Yang he mentioned was the head of the National Security Bureau. Qin Hao steadied himself and succinctly repeated what he had previously told Cheng Haidang, emphasizing the ability to replicate materials and the currently known method of energy charging. Lu Jijun listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table, his gaze deep. After Qin Hao finished, he remained silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. So, theoretically, as long as there is enough energy, you can replicate anything you touch. From a grain of sand to an aircraft carrier? That's the theory. Qin Hao nodded. But I don't know how much energy it would take to replicate an aircraft carrier. Also, I need to touch the physical object. Lu Jijun nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the table until it landed on a cup of water. He picked it up and handed it to Qin Hao. Then, could you show me, Comrade Qin, if this cup can be replicated? Although Cheng Haidang and Zhou Wei had seen this before, they held their breath at this moment, knowing that the upcoming demonstration would directly determine the general's attitude and the subsequent investment from the country. Qin Hao took the cup, held it in his right hand, and spread his left palm face up, silently repeating replicate in his mind. The meeting room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Almost at the moment the thought settled, under the incredulous gaze of Lu Jijun and Cheng Haidang, a perfect replica of the cup appeared in Qin Hao's left palm. Lu Jijun sat up straight, his pupils contracting sharply. He almost lunged forward, taking both cups from Qin Hao and placing them side by side on the conference table. Under the lights, the two cups were indistinguishable in color, texture, and size. Lu Jijun began to examine them closely. Even Lu Jijun, who had seen countless storms in his life, couldn't help but gasp, his voice filled with disbelief and hoarseness. He turned to Cheng Haidang, his eyes filled with shock. Cheng Haidang had seen it before, but witnessing it again still stirred his emotions, and he nodded heavily. Commander Lu, it's absolutely true. Zhou Wei and the others also showed excited expressions, knowing that this general of the Yan Huang country had been completely stunned. Lu Jijun set down the cup, slightly leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes as if trying to calm the turbulent waves within him. After a full minute and a half, he slowly opened his eyes, and a fierce light burst forth from them. Comrade Qin, how much energy did it take to replicate this cup? He spoke again, his tone much more serious than before. If we want to replicate something, well, for example, the blades of an aircraft engine that our current technology cannot fully conquer, or a certain special alloy, as long as you can provide a sample and have enough energy, it can be perfectly replicated, right? Yes, Commander Lu. The energy used to replicate the cup just now was 3 units. It's not valuable, so the energy consumption is low. Qin Hao confirmed. As long as the system can scan and there is sufficient energy, the replicated item will be identical to the original in all physical and chemical properties. Good, 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 Lu Jijun repeatedly exclaimed, slamming the table and standing up, pacing excitedly around the conference room, his excitement evident on his face. He stopped and looked intently at Qin Hao. I heard you say that the system can be upgraded and requires 10 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity, right? Comrade Qin, don't worry. Even if it takes 1 trillion kilowatt-hours, as long as it can upgrade your system to play a greater role, the country will go to great lengths to gather it. At this moment, the general was no longer the calm figure he usually was, his face filled with excitement. Countless thoughts surged in his mind. If those core technologies, tightly blocked by Western countries, those cutting-edge devices that had been long sought after could all be replicated, The long-standing problem of aircraft engines that had troubled the Yan Huang nation for years would be easily solved. As long as they could get a piece of the most advanced blade, countless pieces could be replicated. And those photolithography machines that limited their high-end chip manufacturing, if they could just get one, even just a sample of the core components. Not to mention various new materials, precision instruments, special equipment. This was simply a super cheat tailored for the Yan Huang nation. What technical barriers, what patent blockades, before the Universal Replication System, they would all become jokes. The Yan Huang nation would completely break free from being constrained in many high-tech fields and achieve real technological leap. Thinking of this, Liu Jijun felt a rush of blood and could hardly wait to report this news to the highest authorities. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement, and looked back at Qin Hao, his eyes filled with gratitude. Comrade Qin, you have made tremendous contributions to the country and the nation. Liu Jijun said sincerely. Rest assured, the country will never neglect any meritorious person, especially heroes like you who selflessly contribute such important resources to the nation. Qin Hao felt a bit flushed hearing such high praise from a general. He scratched his head and said, Commander Liu, you flatter me. I'm also a descendant of Yan and Huang. Only when the country is strong can we common people stand tall and not be bullied. I'm just doing what I should do. Well said. Well said indeed. Liu Jijun clapped Qin Hao's shoulder heavily and said, with young people like you, how can I worry about the prosperity of Yan and Huang? He turned to Cheng Haidang and said, Director Cheng, you handled this matter very promptly and very well. You and Comrade Qin Hao are both great contributors. Cheng Haidang smiled slightly and replied, Commander Liu, this is what we should do. Liu Jijun nodded, his expression becoming extremely serious. From now on, Comrade Qin Hao's safety will be elevated to the highest level. Additionally, regarding the system, apart from the few present here and a very small number of core senior officials, no one else must know. This matter concerns the fate of the nation and must not be compromised. Yes, Cheng Haitang and Zhou Wei replied in unison. Qin Hao looked at the imposing general before him, and the slight anxiety he felt from handing over the system had now completely dissipated. Chapter 11 Arrival at the Capital. High-level shock at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. On the vast helipad of the Songlong Military District, a low-key painted transport plane landed here. This was not an ordinary military transport plane. Its body lines were smoother, clearly specially modified to provide the highest level of security for air transfer. The cabin door slowly opened, and several men dressed in plain clothes with competent demeanor were the first to descend the stairs. Upon seeing this, General Liu Jijun personally led Qin Hao, Cheng Haidang, and Zhou Wei to greet them. Hello, I am Liu Jijun, the head of the Songlong Military District. Liu took a step forward and actively shook hands with the leading man. Commander Liu, it's an honor. I am Wang Ming, the leader of the special operations team responsible for the transport. The other party saluted in a standard military manner, speaking concisely. Without much small talk, after a brief handover, Qin Hao boarded the plane accompanied by Liu Jijun and Cheng Haidang. Zhou Wei, Xiao Li, and Xiao Zhang temporarily stayed at the military district, waiting for further instructions. The subsequent matters were beyond their level of involvement, illustrating the strictness of confidentiality and hierarchical management. The interior of the cabin was comfortably arranged, yet the atmosphere remained solemn. Qin Hao sat by the window, watching the ground scenery shrink rapidly, a surge of indescribable, complex emotions welling up in his heart. His life trajectory had undergone a tremendous change in just one day. From an ordinary youth struggling for a living to now boarding a private plane to the capital to meet the highest leader of the country. All of this felt surreal, as if it were a dream. The plane flew steadily for several hours, and by evening, they arrived at the capital. The airport was also military exclusive, heavily guarded, and at the end of the runway, several black sedans could be seen waiting. Upon disembarking, the biting night wind, mixed with the unique heaviness of the capital, hit them. Security personnel followed closely, protecting them tightly. They were taken directly to a manor where the environment was tranquil, with towering pines and cypress trees, but the level of vigilance was extreme, with guards every 3 steps and sentinels every 5. The sedan finally stopped in front of an ancient-looking house. Led by several guards dressed in black suits with sharp demeanor, Qin Hao and the others followed inside. They were then directed to a spacious and minimalist hall. Several extraordinary elderly men were already seated inside. They were either dressed in sharp military uniforms or plain clothes. But without exception, their eyes were deep and their presence powerful, a momentum formed from years of holding high positions and strategizing. At the foremost position sat an elderly man with graying hair, a kind face yet not lacking in authority. He was Luo Ruixiang, the #1 leader of the Yan Huang nation. Qin Hao recognized the others as well. His heart raced uncontrollably, as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. The figures he had seen in the news and on television since childhood were now just a few meters away from him. This was far more shocking than duplicating any amount of gold or even precision components. Leader Lu Jijun and Cheng Haitang stepped forward first, respectfully saluting in a standard military manner. Commander Lu, Comrade Haitang, you have worked hard. Luo Ruixiang smiled and nodded, his gaze carrying gentle approval. His attention then turned to Qin Hao. This must be Comrade Qin Hao, right? Come, sit down quickly. Qin Hao quickly nodded. Hello, Leader Luo. At Cheng Haitang's gesture, he sat down on a sofa close to her, his body involuntarily straightening, and his palms slightly damp. Commander Lu has already briefed me on the situation. However, seeing it with my own eyes is the most reliable. Luo Ruixiang spoke in a calm tone. As his words fell, all eyes turned to Qin Hao. Under the scrutiny of so many high-level figures, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel nervous. Nonetheless, he began to demonstrate. After everything was completed, the room fell silent, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. Everyone present was a high-ranking individual, well-experienced, having weathered countless storms, remaining composed even in the face of adversity. Yet the scene before them still left them deeply shocked. Luo Ruixiang's gaze was profound, leaning slightly back in his chair, remaining silent for a long time. Silence spread throughout the room, with each second feeling exceptionally long. Qin Hao felt his palms begin to sweat again, even hearing the pounding of his own heart. Finally, Luo Ruixiang slowly spoke. Our Yan Huang nation has endured for decades, persevering and striving for self-improvement, seeking peace and strength. Today, heaven blesses our Yan Huang people. Each word struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts, stirring resonance. The other elders' eyes glistened with moisture. They recalled how difficult it had been since the founding of the Yan Huang nation, how many hardships they had endured to reach the current situation. Given Comrade Qin Hao's system capabilities, which concern the nation's core security and future development plans, Luo Ruixiang's gaze swept over everyone present. I announced the immediate establishment of a special leadership group codenamed Xingyu, which I will personally lead, fully responsible for everything regarding Comrade Qin Hao and his system. The group members will include the highest officials from various fields, such as the military, research, and intelligence. Commander Lu and Comrade Haitang, you will temporarily join the group to assist in the work. Yes. Lu Jijun and Cheng Haitang responded in unison, their expressions solemn. Well then, let's proceed like this for now. Comrade Qin, you have also worked hard all the way and should rest well tonight. We will discuss other matters tomorrow. Luo Ruixiang said to Qin Hao, then instructed someone to arrange accommodation and other matters. After Qin Hao left, the elderly men still sat there, their gazes either deep or contemplative. Luo Ruixiang did not rush to speak. He picked up a teacup beside him and took a sip, his gaze sweeping over each face present. After a moment, he set down the teacup, breaking the silence. Let us talk. Vice Leader Zhang Yunfeng, why don't you share your thoughts first? Zhang Yunfeng nodded, cleared his throat. Leader, and everyone. After learning about this matter, I immediately reviewed all of Qin Hao's personal data, from his birth, to his entry into an orphanage, to his employment experiences after graduation, and even his recent financial and living situations. A detailed investigation was conducted. He paused for a moment before continuing. It can be said that Comrade Qin Hao's file is remarkably simple. He is an ordinary orphan, excelling in both academics and character since childhood. After entering the workforce, he has no negative records. Initially, he used his system capabilities to improve his life, duplicating gold to exchange for money, which was expected and aligns with normal human reactions. However, upon seeing news reports about foreign technology blockades, he resolutely chose to report to the state, demonstrating a clear understanding of the system's subsequent upgrades and concerns for personal safety. Zhang Yunfeng spoke with evident appreciation in his tone through our earlier interaction and his performance. I personally believe that Comrade Qin Hao has a pure heart and possesses the most basic sense of national sentiment. He understands how closely personal destiny is tied to the nation's future, and this awareness is truly commendable. Chapter 12, Treatment as a National Treasure. Sitting on the other side, an elderly man dressed in ordinary clothing also spoke up. He was the old Yang mentioned by General Liu Jijun, the head of the National Security Bureau, Yang Jinghua. The deputy leader was right. From our perspective at the National Security Bureau, Comrade Qin Hao's performance is entirely trustworthy. He took the initiative to report not only because he saw the immense value of the system, but also because he has a high level of trust in the country. This trust is more precious than any money or promises. Yang Jinghua's voice was deep and powerful. If he had any selfish motives and chose to conceal the system, we would probably have difficulty discovering it for a while. And once he chose to use it for himself, even if it was just to develop underground forces, it would pose a huge risk to national security, but he did not. He not only handed over the system, but also made a single request. He hoped that after the country becomes strong, it would not forget him as the guide. This kid is indeed interesting. The corners of Yang Jinghua's mouth lifted slightly, clearly amused by Qin Hao's description of himself as a guide. The several elders present also showed a hint of approving smiles upon hearing this. Luo Ruixiang listened quietly, a look of satisfaction on his face. He then said softly, yes. He sees the bigger picture and also recognizes his personal limits. This clarity and awareness in the face of such immense temptation is indeed rare. Old Liu, how did you feel about your first encounter with him in the state capital with Comrade Haidang? General Liu Jijun took over the conversation in response to the leader. When I first met Comrade Qin Hao, he seemed a bit nervous, but his eyes were clear, showing no signs of evasion. Especially when he candidly admitted to having copied gold to make money. There was no concealment. This openness made him feel authentic. When he mentioned the eagle's sauce choking us, the frustration and unwillingness in his gaze were not something he could fake. Cheng Haidang added, yes, leader. Comrade Qin is a very good young man. His saying, a commoner is innocent, but bearing treasures is a crime deeply moved me. He is very clear that with his individual strength, he cannot maintain such a miraculous ability. Only in the hands of the country can it achieve its maximum value and truly be safe. This awareness surpasses his age. Luo Ruixiang nodded, his gaze profound, therefore, we need not doubt his character. Such a young man is a fortune for the country. He looked around at everyone. The establishment of the Xingyu Group is not only for researching and utilizing the system, but more importantly, to ensure Comrade Qin Hao's personal safety and rights. He will be the core of the core, the national treasure among national treasures. We must give him the utmost trust and the best arrangements. In terms of material treatment, we must not shortchange him even a bit. He should live without worries about food and clothing, without concerns. Spiritually, we must also provide sufficient respect and care, allowing him to feel the warmth of home. Of course, necessary protection and supervision measures will also be properly arranged. This is for his own good and for the national interest. But the core principle is people-oriented, with trust as the foundation. Zhang Yunfeng also said solemnly, the protection for Comrade Qin Hao is not only at the physical level, but also needs to focus on psychological and spiritual aspects. His life trajectory has undergone a significant change. How to help him adapt to his new identity and environment is also an important task for our Xingyu Group. Another leader in casual clothing, Minister Wang Ming, who is in charge of scientific research, had excitement glimmering in his eyes. Leader, having just witnessed Comrade Qin Hao's abilities, I have only one thought in my mind. Those technical barriers that have troubled us for many years, those cutting-edge technologies that the international community strictly guards against, even some rare materials. If this system can truly replicate, then our country will undergo a revolutionary change in the field of technology. Minister Wang Ming's voice trembled with excitement. As for the 100 billion degrees of electricity needed for system upgrades, it is not a problem for us now. Compared to the strategic significance that the replication system might bring, it's negligible. We are fully capable of meeting this requirement. Even more, yes, technological advancement is just around the corner, Yang Jingwu sighed. This time, let us see who dares to choke us again. Therefore, tomorrow morning, we must immediately hold an expanded meeting to detail the responsibilities of the Xingyu group and formulate the next work plan. At the same time, we will address the energy issues required for the system upgrade and screen the first batch of strategic materials to be replicated. It must be fast, steady, and secretive. Luo Ruixiang first confirmed what needed to be done next. He then added a few more requirements. First, at all costs, ensure Comrade Qin Hao's absolute safety and mental health. His safety is the safety of the country. We must provide the best living guarantees and equip the most professional medical and psychological teams to ensure he can live in a comfortable, secure, and worry-free environment. Second, we must fully cooperate with the system's needs and tap into its maximum potential, no matter the difficulties, as long as they are reasonable and within our capabilities. We must prioritize meeting them, green-lighting, and handling special cases. Third, all results achieved through system replication or research must be prioritized for use in the country's most urgent strategic fields, such as aerospace, chip manufacturing, new materials, military technology, etc. There must be no waste, and we must maximize their utility to achieve a complete countermeasure against the Western blockade. After speaking, Luo Ruixiang's gaze swept over each person. The others expressed their support one after another. All right, everyone, let's disperse. Today's events will be recorded in history, Luo Ruixiang said in conclusion. Qin Hao's file would be redefined as a top national secret, with a security level even exceeding that of the national leaders. At the same time, he was officially granted a brand new special identity as the chief technical advisor of the Xingyu plan, directly responsible to the highest leader. This meant he had extremely high authority and status, able to directly access and influence decisions at the national strategic level. The next morning, when Cheng Haidang conveyed these decisions to Qin Hao, he was a bit dazed, feeling as if he were dreaming. He thought that, by handing over the system, he would get a proper arrangement, living comfortably, or perhaps a reward of tens of millions at most. Little Cheng Haidang looked at him, a rare sincere smile breaking through her usually stern face. The contributions you have made for the country will never be forgotten, and the country will never let heroes bleed and weep. These are just preliminary returns. In the future, there will be increases based on your contributions. She paused, her tone light and tinged with a hint of envy, lowering her voice a bit. The country has prepared a courtyard house for you in the capital. With a serene environment, excellent geographical location, convenient transportation, and complete surrounding facilities. You can move in any time with your bags. Additionally, there's a bomb-proof and bulletproof Hongqi car, the type that only leaders can use, with superior performance and safety, which is now allocated to you, and the country will arrange a dedicated driver and security personnel. Cheng Haidang then raised a finger. As for the monetary aspect, the country has prepared a reward of 1 billion RMB for you, which has already been fully deposited into the card under your name. Furthermore, you will receive an annual living subsidy of 100 million as recognition for your selfless dedication. Qin Hao's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, his head buzzing. 1 billion in rewards. 100 million every year, plus the courtyard house and the Hongqi car. He felt as if his breath was about to stop. This was not just a preliminary return. It was like a pie falling from the sky and made of gold. No less. He suppressed his overwhelming joy, his face flushed red, fearing that he might accidentally laugh out loud. Old Cheng, please thank the country for me. Qin Hao said sincerely, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you for what? This is what you deserve. Compared to the value brought by the system, this money is trivial. And now we are a team, all serving the country. Cheng Haidang patted him on the shoulder, her tone becoming much more intimate. By the way, from now on, I am appointed as your exclusive liaison and life advisor, responsible for coordinating all your affairs. This includes your food, clothing, housing, transportation, and all communication with the outside world. If you need anything, just let me know. Qin Hao nodded, feeling much more at ease. Chapter 13, The Scientist's Shock. After chatting about some trivial matters, Cheng Haidang finally explained her purpose. Xiao Qin, I've been sent to take you to a place. I don't know if you're available right now. The leader and others are waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao immediately responded that it was no problem. He had already guessed what was coming next. "Of course. I'm free. I don't have anything else to do." "Well, then let's go," Cheng Haidang said. Meanwhile, in a conference room at a secret military base in the capital, dozens of scientists from various fields in Yan Huang country had gathered. Among them were elderly men with white hair and energetic spirits, as well as young men in their prime with sharp eyes. These individuals were all highly regarded leaders in the fields of physics, biology, energy, and even philosophy in Yan Huang country. Normally, they conducted their research separately, and it was nearly impossible to gather them all in one place. However, they had all received an urgent summons from the highest authorities. "Old Qian, what do you think is so important that they called us old folks from different fields together?" A well-dressed biologist with thick glasses quietly asked a spirited physicist with graying temples beside him. The physicist, known as Old Qian, was academician Qian Bowen from the Academy of Sciences of Yan Huang country. He shook his head, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "I don't know either. The notice only said it was a directive from the highest level, concerning the fate of the nation. I was wondering, could it be aliens have finally contacted us?" He said this half-jokingly, but it drew smiles from those around him. Indeed, the importance of gathering so many big names from different fields was evident. "Let's not guess blindly. We'll find out soon enough." A female scientist specializing in materials science spoke straightforwardly. The crowd murmured among themselves, speculating various possibilities, ranging from sudden changes in international situations to breakthroughs in disruptive technologies, and everything in between, until leader Luo Ruixiang entered the conference room. Surrounded by bodyguards, the discussions abruptly ceased. Everyone's gaze turned towards him, their expressions solemn. Luo Ruixiang walked to the main seat, smiling as he scanned each scientist present, and slowly began to speak. "Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Today, I have gathered you all to announce a matter of utmost importance regarding the fate of our nation and the future of our people. This matter is classified as the highest secret of Yan Huang country. From this moment on, each of you must strictly adhere to confidentiality regulations. You must not disclose a single word of the relevant content to anyone outside the conference, including your families. Any leaks will be treated as treason." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room became extremely tense. They were all intelligent people and immediately realized that this matter was serious. At the same time, they became even more curious about what it could be. Luo Ruixiang no longer kept them in suspense and directly revealed the answer. "Next, a comrade will introduce the specific details." Then, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Cheng Haidang entered the room with a young man, none other than Qin Hao. General Liu Jijun followed behind them, looking serious. The scientists present were surprised to see how young Qin Hao was. When Luo Ruixiang signaled Cheng Haidang to explain, she succinctly introduced Qin Hao's universal copying system, its basic functions, charging methods, and the verified instances of copying items like water cups and gold. As soon as Cheng Haidang finished speaking, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. You could hear a pin drop. After what felt like an eternity, the suffocating silence was finally broken. Clatter. An esteemed physicist with white hair dropped his pen on the hard mahogany table, producing a sharp sound. He seemed oblivious, his eyes wide and mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't produce any sound. "This, Director Cheng." Another scientist rubbed his eyes vigorously and asked in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Are you sure that every word you just said isn't a joke or some science fiction idea?" "You heard correctly. This is absolutely true." Cheng Haidang replied affirmatively. Then she turned to Qin Hao and said, "Xiao Qin, it's your turn to perform." Without hesitation, Qin Hao began to demonstrate in front of everyone. A few minutes later, "This should be energy converting into matter? How is this even possible?" Another scientist, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, suddenly stood up, his tone filled with disbelief. "How much energy would this consume? What is the efficiency of the mass energy conversion? The reading, storage, and reconstruction of information. This must be a massive and precise operation." "It's actually real." The physicist who had dropped his pen, academician Qian Bowen, exclaimed excitedly. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed intensely on Qin Hao as if trying to see through him. "Is this a copying system?" It must follow some deeper physical rules that we have yet to discover. It might involve macroscopic applications of quantum entanglement or some form of direct extraction and conversion of vacuum zero-point energy, or even projection technology from higher dimensions. What I'm more concerned about is the precision of the copying. Academician Lee, a material scientist, also became excited. If it can perfectly replicate atomic structures, that means we can bypass all the complex processes and directly obtain the purest, most perfect materials. Those special alloys, single crystal materials, superconductors that have troubled us for decades, will no longer be an issue. Our materials science in Yan Huang country will reach new heights. In the biological field, a refined biologist, unable to maintain his composure, exclaimed with a quivering voice, "If even the most basic organic molecules can be accurately copied, it would be a revolutionary breakthrough for drug development, genetic engineering, and even artificial organ research." Of course, I'm referring to the copying of non-living organic matter. Living tissue copying probably involves too much information entropy or ethical barriers. 100 billion degrees of electricity for the upgrade requirements. An energy expert murmured to himself. That sounds like a lot, but if it can truly achieve a significant leap in functionality, this energy investment is trivial compared to its strategic value. We are fully capable of ensuring it. This is simply miraculous. A relatively young scientist couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with fervor. Every scientist looked at Qin Hao with intense enthusiasm, causing him to feel a bit anxious. Old Cheng, they wouldn't want to slice me up for research, would they? Qin Hao said worriedly to Cheng Haidang. Cheng Haidang, speechless, patiently replied, "Cough, you young lad have read too many novels. With today's technology, there's no need to slice you up. If they really wanted to study you, just some hair and tissue would suffice. Besides, a system like this isn't something humanity can currently research. You can rest assured." Hearing this, Qin Hao finally understood. Indeed, he had been overthinking it. Chapter 14 Urgent Matters. At this moment, a philosopher named Zhang Zhixing, who had been sitting silently in the corner, raised a question. "Everyone, shouldn't we first discuss where this system comes from? Does it have consciousness? What impact will its emergence have on human civilization? This is far more profound than merely discussing energy conservation and material structure." His words instantly elevated the scientists, who had been focused on technical details, to another level of thinking. The conference room fell silent for a moment, and soon after, discussions erupted. Yes, its origin. This is crucial. Could it be created by an alien civilization? Or perhaps a product of a prehistoric civilization? It can replicate everything. What are its limits? What is the maximum limit of replication? What impact does it have on the operator, Comrade Qin Hao? Various professional terms, bold speculations, sharp questions, excited murmurs, and curiosity about the unknown intertwined, forming an unprecedented academic storm in the conference room. These leaders in their respective fields were debating passionately, their eyes shining with excitement. Qin Hao looked at this group of national treasure-level scientists, all over 60 years old, and felt immense respect for them. What they displayed at this moment was a desire for exploration and knowledge about the unknown, and their dedication and enthusiasm were truly moving. Luo Ruixiang observed the somewhat uncontrollable scene before him, with a deep smile in his eyes. He did not interrupt immediately, allowing these pillars of the nation to express their thoughts freely and collide intellectually. Only when the discussions began to subside did he gently clear his throat. Ahem. The conference room gradually quieted, and everyone's gaze refocused on Luo Ruixiang. "I fully understand your questions and excitement, precisely because of its incredibility and the infinite possibilities it contains. We need your wisdom and collective discussion. Next, we will conduct comprehensive research and application surrounding this system. The specific organizational structure, research directions, resource allocation, and the specific division of labor among comrades will be further detailed by a specialized group we will establish. Today, I just want everyone to know that our Yan Huang nation has welcomed an unprecedented historical opportunity." Luo Ruixiang's words stirred the scientists present. The previously subdued discussion in the conference room erupted once again. "Leader." At this moment, academician Qian Bowen stood up first adjusting his glasses with excitement. If that's the case, can we ask Comrade Xiaoqin to cooperate with us for a more comprehensive test of the system? For example, replicating some superconducting material samples that are currently difficult for us to synthesize? This is crucial for our research on its replication precision and scope. Yes, yes, yes. Academician Li from Material Science immediately agreed, his voice trembling slightly. What Academician Qian said makes perfect sense. Or perhaps some high-purity single-crystal silicon, or even catalysts of specific crystal forms. If we could replicate them directly, it would mean a leap forward for our chip industry and chemical industry. The elegant biologist could no longer contain himself either. And some extremely complex natural drug molecules or rare enzyme preparations. If we can replicate them accurately, our new drug development cycle will be greatly shortened, and many rare diseases could have cures. Exactly, and special high-temperature resistant alloys for aerospace engines. High-precision optical lens groups. For a moment, the conference room was filled with voices, various rare materials and cutting-edge components, which they usually only brought out when necessary, became the objects of urgent desire for replication among the scientists. Their gazes towards Qin Hao were like hungry wolves eyeing tender meat, making Qin Hao feel a bit overwhelmed. He instinctively shifted closer to Cheng Haitang, feeling like he had become the delicacy they were discussing, at risk of being divided among these scientific enthusiasts. Luo Ruixiang raised his hand to signal for quiet. His gentle yet commanding voice rang out again. I fully understand your enthusiasm and desire for scientific research. These needs are indeed critical for the country's future development. However, he shifted his tone. Meals must be taken bite by bite, and roads must be walked step by step. He looked at Qin Hao and then turned to the scientists. Comrade Haidang just mentioned that Comrade Xiaoqin's system is still in its initial stage. To unleash its greater potential, it first needs to absorb electrical energy and then accumulate conditions for upgrading. Therefore, our current primary task is to energize the system and complete the upgrade. Only with a solid foundation can the various subsequent applications be realized effortlessly. Luo Ruixiang stated his plan. Upon hearing this, the scientists nodded in agreement, their excitement calming somewhat. Academician Qian Bowen was the first to respond. What the leader said is absolutely right. We have been a bit too eager. Energy is fundamental. Without sufficient energy, no matter how powerful the function, it cannot be utilized. An energy expert added, 10 billion degrees of electricity is not difficult for the country. Prioritizing the system's upgrade is the wisest decision. Yes, everyone nodded in agreement. Leader, since energizing is the first step, can we observe this process while ensuring safety and confidentiality? This might provide us unexpected insights into the system's energy absorption method, or even its operational mechanism. A scientist raised his hand to speak. This proposal immediately received the response of most scientists present. Yes, if we can observe up close, we might analyze some mysteries of energy transformation. This is a great opportunity. It could inspire our future energy technology. Luo Ruixiang pondered for a moment, scanning the eager eyes of the crowd, and nodded slightly. Yes, this request is reasonable. However, this matter is significant and must be conducted under absolute confidentiality and the highest security level. Those participating in the observation must also undergo strict screening. He turned to Cheng Haidang and Lu Jijun. Comrade Haidang, Commander Lu, you are responsible for the specific arrangements for this matter. Choose a suitable location and ensure that the entire process is flawless. Yes. Cheng Haidang and Lu Jijun stood at attention in response. Luo Ruixiang then looked at Qin Hao, gently inquiring, Comrade Xiaoqin, what are your thoughts? Qin Hao quickly nodded. I have no objections. I will follow the organization's arrangements. He was eager to charge the system and see what new functions it would have after the upgrade. Good. Luo Ruixiang nodded with satisfaction. Then today's meeting will conclude here. We will notify everyone separately once the location is confirmed. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 15, Observing the Charging Process. 2 days passed quickly, and the charging location was determined. It was chosen at the magnificent and grand Six Gorges Dam hydropower station. This site not only could meet the enormous power needs for the system upgrade, but it was also surrounded by several military bases ensuring the highest standards of confidentiality and security. When Qin Hao arrived with leader Luo Ruixiang, General Lu Jijun, Cheng Haidang, and a group of senior officials, along with the scientists who participated in the last meeting, the head of the hydropower station, Li Donglai, had already been waiting for them. Li Donglai was an experienced hydropower expert, and at that moment, he was nervously yet excitedly welcoming these special guests. Leader Luo and all the leaders. "Welcome to the Six Gorges hydropower station," Li Donglai said in a loud voice, though his slightly trembling hands revealed his inner unease. Leader Luo smiled and shook his hand. "Comrade Li Donglai, thank you for your hard work. We need your hydropower station to cooperate fully this time. Serving the country is our duty." Li Donglai straightened his chest. He then led everyone to the main control room, introducing as they walked. "Leader, our hydropower station operates at full load during the rainy season, with a maximum daily power generation of 530 million kilowatt-hours. Even during normal times, the daily power generation is maintained between 100 to 200 million kilowatt-hours, which can fully meet this demand." After some brief pleasantries and situation introductions, the group arrived at a highly guarded independent power supply area of the hydropower station. Here, special output cables have been connected as required. Looking at all this, Luo Ruixiang turned to Qin Hao, his expression suddenly serious. "Comrade Xiaoqin, is the charging method mentioned by the system really safe? This is no joke. This is a UHV cable." Cheng Haidang also frowned, expressing her concern. "Xiaoqin, the leader is right. Safety must come first. If there is any discomfort, stop immediately." Seeing the worried looks on their faces, Qin Hao revealed a confident smile. "Leaders and old Cheng, don't worry. I absorbed lightning directly before without any issues, so you can rest assured. Also, I'm really looking forward to the changes after the system upgrade." Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Luo Ruixiang and Cheng Haidang nodded. However, they still felt uneasy. Any problems during this process would be a huge loss for the entire Yan Huang nation. No one wanted to see that scenario. General Lu Jijun patted Qin Hao on the shoulder, saying nothing, but the worry in his eyes was evident. Soon, Qin Hao was taken to a special room where he would undergo the charging process. Meanwhile, academician Qian Bowen and other scientists were in the central power dispatching room of the hydropower station, intently focused on the huge monitoring screen and rows of flashing data instruments. They would monitor various electrical parameters of the entire charging process in real time through these devices. Everything was ready. A technician, upon receiving a nod from Lu Jijun, reported solemnly through the communicator, "All units, attention, prepare to start power transmission. Initial voltage, 5 volts. Following the pre-established steps." Qin Hao extended his hands and gently grasped the metal wires of the two special cables. The cold sensation struck him, but he felt no ripple in his heart. "Comrade Xiaoqin, how do you feel?" Luo Ruixiang's voice came through the communicator installed in the room. "No problem. Everything is normal. We can increase the output," Qin Hao replied calmly. After receiving the response, the technician began to gradually increase the power. Voltage raised to 20 volts. Qin Hao, "No issues, continue." 36 volts. 40 volts. Qin Hao, "Good. Can you all stop being so cautious? Increase the output. This charging is too slow." Everyone saw that the voltage had reached 40 volts, exceeding the safe range for the human body. Yet Qin Hao showed no abnormal reactions, which eased their worries. So they no longer hesitated and began to increase the power output. Hundreds of volts, then thousands of volts. Although Luo Ruixiang and Cheng Haidang had confidence in Qin Hao, their hearts were still in their throats, their eyes fixed on him, until the technician's voice trembled with disbelief. "Report. Voltage has been raised to 1,000 kilovolts. It has reached the preset UHV limit." On the monitoring screen, Qin Hao still looked normal, even giving an OK gesture to the camera, as if he were holding two ordinary metal wires instead of terrifying high-voltage cables that could instantly turn a person to ash. "Phew!" Luo Ruixiang and Cheng Haidang both sighed in relief almost simultaneously, exchanging glances that reflected their incredulity. In the power dispatching room, the atmosphere was completely different. "Look at that power curve." A young electrical engineer pointed at the screen, his voice quivering with excitement. The current and power data on the computer screen were jumping at an astonishing speed, forming a steep upward curve, indicating that enormous energy was being absorbed by Qin Hao's system. Academician Qian Bowen adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He asked Qin Hao through internal communication, "Xiao Qin, how do you feel now? How much energy has the system absorbed?" Hearing this, Qin Hao glanced at the system interface and replied, "Old Qian, I feel great, with no discomfort at all." The system interface shows that the energy absorption rate is very fast. It has absorbed about 50,000 kilowatt hours so far, and it's still increasing. What? 50,000 kilowatt hours in such a short time? An energy expert exclaimed. So much energy was just absorbed? The key is he is completely unharmed. Academician Li from Materials Science excitedly added, 1,000 kilovolts of UHV. This is simply... No, this completely overturns our understanding of the biological electrical tolerance limit. The protective mechanism of this system for the host is too powerful. Another physicist murmured, "This is no longer a simple energy transformation. It must involve physical rules we currently cannot comprehend. How is it able to absorb and convert such enormous electrical energy without harming the organism?" Shock. An unparalleled shock filled the hearts of every scientist. "Comrade Xiao Qin, can you roughly calculate how much energy was charged per second?" Another scientist inquired. Qin Hao looked at the energy storage speed, silently calculated, and responded, "Currently about 5,000 energy points per second." Hearing this figure, the scientist exclaimed excitedly, "If that's the case, reaching the system upgrade condition of 100 billion energy points could be completed in less than a month." Chapter 16, Sustainable Energy Supply Plan. As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the monitoring room showed signs of joy. If the upgrade could really be completed so quickly, the subsequent plans could be carried out at a faster pace. However, another scientist gently shook his head and interrupted his optimistic thoughts. "I say, old Lu, don't get too excited just yet. The theoretical calculations are correct, but in practice, it might not be so simple." The scientist was taken aback and looked over. "First of all, Comrade Qin Hao is a human, not a machine. We can't expect him to absorb energy continuously for 24 hours a day. That's unrealistic and goes against our human-centered approach. He needs to eat and rest normally." He paused and continued. "Secondly, even a giant hydropower station like the Three Gorges Dam cannot supply all its electricity or such a huge power output, unreservedly and continuously to just one point for an extended period. The dam's power grid also supports many industrial, agricultural, and civilian electricity needs, and every kilowatt hour has its destination. The current ultra-high voltage of 1,000 kilovolts, with a delivery of 5,000 energy points per second, is a short-term extreme test we conducted to test the system's upper limit and Comrade Qin Hao's capacity, ensuring absolute safety. Maintaining this state for a long time would put tremendous pressure on the power grid and demand on the equipment, which would also affect the normal electricity supply in other areas. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd, who had just been smiling, suddenly calmed down. Yes, these are all factors to consider. The previously excited scientist, Lu, also realized this and scratched his head a bit awkwardly. "Look at me. I got so excited that I forgot these key factors." Leader Luo Ruixiong slightly nodded. The scientist's analysis was exactly what he had been concerned about. He looked at the head of the hydropower station, Li Donglai. "Comrade Donglai, considering the actual situation of your hydropower station, as well as the overall load and safety redundancy of the power grid, if we want to provide Comrade Qin Hao with a long-term, stable, and safe charging environment, what range of continuous output power would you suggest is appropriate?" Li Donglai had clearly thought about this issue beforehand. He stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Leader, based on my assessment, under the premise of ensuring the safe and stable operation of the power grid and not affecting other major power supply tasks, we can open a dedicated line for Comrade Qin Hao, providing a stable output of about 2,000 kilowatts. This translates to approximately 2,000 energy points per second. This value can be stably supplied by our hydropower station for a long time and has sufficient safety redundancy." 2,000 points per second, one scientist pondered. Although this speed is considerably slower than the extreme test, is stable and sustainable. Calculating for 8 hours a day, that amounts to 57 million energy points per day. 100 billion points would take about 174 days, which is less than half a year. This time frame is acceptable. Another energy expert nodded in agreement. Half a year for the system's stable upgrade, and Comrade Qin Hao's health and safety is completely worth it. Moreover, this is already the fastest and safest plan we can imagine. The scientists present all nodded in agreement, emphasizing that safety and sustainability are the most important. At this moment, Cheng Haidang suddenly spoke up. Leader, if we charge for 8 hours a day, can we consider having Comrade Qin charge during his rest, like when he sleeps? This way, it wouldn't affect his normal activities during the day and would ensure charging efficiency. Perhaps we could design a bed that can conduct energy specifically for him. This proposal brightened everyone's eyes. Good idea. General Liu Jijun's eyes lit up. This way, Comrade Qin Hao's experience will be much more comfortable and humanized. Our technicians are fully capable of tackling this problem and creating a safe and comfortable charging bed. Luo Ruixiang looked at Cheng Haidang with approval. Comrade Haidang, this suggestion is excellent and reflects our care for Comrade Qin Hao. Let's proceed with this. The technical department should come up with a plan as soon as possible, ensuring safety, comfort, and efficiency. He then summarized. So, our current consensus is to adjust the stable charging rate of the system to 2,000 energy points per second. Meanwhile, we will develop a dedicated charging bed for Comrade Qin Hao, setting the charging time to 8 hours daily to ensure he has ample rest and free time for activities. After speaking, Luo Ruixiang's gaze returned to the monitoring screen, gently inquiring about Qin Hao's opinion through internal communication. Comrade Qin, based on our discussion just now, for your health and the long-term development of the system, we have tentatively formulated this sustainable charging plan. We will adjust the charging rate to 2,000 energy points per second, charging while you rest for 8 hours daily. Your personal willingness is crucial, and we would like to hear your thoughts. In the room, when Qin Hao heard this plan, he actually felt relieved. Although the system upgrade was tempting, the idea of being charged like a socket for 24 hours made him uneasy. Moreover, the experience of the ultra-high voltage of 1,000 kilovolts, although safe due to the system, still imposed mental pressure on him. After thinking for a while, Qin Hao replied, Leader and esteemed scientists, I fully agree with this plan. 2,000 points per second and 8 hours daily is completely fine for me. This way, I can also have time to do other things like learning from all of you scientific experts. Cheng Haidang, in the control room, couldn't help but smile at Qin Hao's slightly teasing tone, thinking to herself that this kid adjusted his mindset quite quickly. Luo Ruixiang also smiled. Good. Learning is a good thing. We have so many top scientists here. Whatever you want to learn, they will be very willing to teach you. So, Comrade Qin, we will conclude this extreme test for now. Please get ready. The technicians will gradually reduce the voltage and current and then cut off the output. Understood. Qin Hao responded. In the power distribution room, the technicians received the instructions and began to operate carefully as the power curve on the screen slowly declined. Half a minute later, the indicator light on the special cable connected to Qin Hao's hands went out. Qin Hao released the cable, allowed a long breath, and moved his wrists. Although he hadn't felt any physical discomfort during the process, maintaining high concentration for a long time made him feel somewhat tired now that he was relaxing. How do you feel, Comrade Qin? Cheng Haitang's voice came through the communicator immediately. Much better, Qin Hao rubbed his temples, but I feel a bit hungry. Laughter filled the control room in response. Of course, after absorbing so much electrical energy, although it doesn't directly convert to biological energy, this special consumption probably created some different demands on his body. Luo Ruixiang immediately said to Liu Jijun, Commander Liu, make arrangements for Comrade Qin Hao to have a good rest and prepare a nutritious meal. We should also expedite the design and construction of the charging bed. Yes, Leader. Liu Jijun stood at attention and replied. Chapter 17. Replicating top chips, the energy extraction experiment had come to a temporary end. Qin Hao had just stepped out of that special room and hadn't had a chance to catch his breath before being surrounded by a group of military doctors in white coats. Various professional medical devices were quickly set up around him, from ECGs to EEGs, routine blood tests, and trace element analyses. with the thoroughness of the examinations comparable to that of astronauts before their space missions. Qin Hao felt a bit helpless, but understood the organization as caution. He cooperated with the doctor's instructions, occasionally joking with his acquaintance Cheng Haitang. Old Cheng, with this setup, one might think I'm about to mutate. Cheng Haitang shot him a glare. Stop joking around. Ensuring that your health indicators are normal is our primary responsibility. After a detailed examination, the results showed that Qin Hao's physical condition was good, even healthier than before, with all physiological indicators at peak levels. The military doctors were astonished and had a new understanding of Qin Hao's system. Shortly after, the refined biologist from the previous meeting, accompanied by academician Qian Bowen, approached Qin Hao with a hint of expectation and a touch of embarrassment. Comrade Xiao Qin, sorry to bother you. We would like to, with your consent, take some hair and blood samples from you. We mainly want to study whether, after the recent high-intensity energy extraction, there have been any, beneficial changes at the cellular level in your body that we do not yet understand. Qin Hao chuckled. I thought it was something serious. No problem. How much do you need? Just say it. He rolled up his sleeve, quite straightforwardly. He had always respected these scientists who dedicated themselves to the country. The biologist and academician Qian exchanged relieved glances, displaying smiles of satisfaction. Getting Qin Hao's cooperation would undoubtedly be a great help for their subsequent research. Just a day later, when Qin Hao was brought to a newly built independent suite inside the Luxia hydropower station, he was genuinely surprised by the sight before him. This was no temporary energy point. It was clearly a luxurious, well-equipped presidential suite. In the center of the room stood a high-tech, cozy bed. The bed was made of a special material with a warm touch, connected to some precision wiring that was cleverly hidden in the design, showing no signs of awkwardness. Xiao Qin, this is your specially made charging bed, Cheng Haidang introduced with a smile. From now on, you will rest on this every night, and it will automatically charge you without affecting your daytime activities. Qin Hao stepped forward, touched the bed surface, and then tried lying down. The mattress was perfectly soft and firm, making one unconsciously relax. The efficiency of our country is truly commendable. Qin Hao exclaimed sincerely. This bed was even more comfortable than those in five-star hotels. General Liu Jijun added, all facilities in the room have undergone special treatment to ensure absolute safety and privacy. Daily necessities are fully provided. Feel free to ask for anything you need at any time. Li Donglai was also present. Seeing Qin Hao's satisfied expression, he nodded. Comrade Xiao Qin, for the next 3 days, you will adapt here and undergo uninterrupted charging. The leaders will finalize the detailed plan based on this testing data and your physical condition as soon as possible. Okay, Qin Hao had no objections. This arrangement felt like a paid vacation, the highest standard with all meals and accommodation included. Thus, for the next 3 days, Qin Hao lived a life of luxury in this splendid charging suite. During the day, he read books to understand some basic scientific knowledge recommended by the scientists or browsed the internal network for news to keep up with major domestic and international events. At night, he lay on a comfortable charging bed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Qin Hao checked the system interface again, the number in the energy reserve section had undergone a tremendous change. Energy reserve, 172, 8 million points, 17,280,000 points. Even though he had expected this, Qin Hao's heart raced a few extra beats at the sight of this number. This was just the result of 3 days. At this rate, the target of 10 billion could soon be achieved. That morning, Cheng Haidang personally came to the room, looking somewhat serious. Xiao Qin, prepare yourself. The leader and several academicians want to see you regarding an important task that requires your cooperation. Qin Hao nodded, his mind subtly guessing what was happening. Soon, he was escorted by Cheng Haidang and General Liu Jijun to a heavily guarded laboratory. Inside, the laboratory was brightly lit, with various precision instruments flickering with a faint glow. Leader Luo Ruixiang, academician Qian Bowen, academician Li, and several unfamiliar top experts were already waiting there. Comrade Xiao Qin, take a look at this. Academician Qian Bowen gestured for Qin Hao to come closer. Qin Hao approached, his gaze falling on a small black object the size of a fingernail resting on the sterile operating table. It appeared to be a chip. But the complexity and fineness of the circuit patterns on it surpassed any electronic components he had seen before. This is a major problem we are currently facing. Academicianly explained, his tone heavy with expectation. This is the most advanced 4-nanometer process photolithography chip sample available internationally from the Eagle Sauce country. We obtained this through special channels, but reverse engineering and replication is extremely difficult, especially concerning some key structures and material processes that we cannot easily break through in the short term, let alone risk damaging it. Our chip industry has always been constrained by others. This is a thorn in our neck. An elderly expert with graying hair and reading glasses spoke with deep sorrow. Leader Luo Ruixiang's eyes also grew profound. Xiaoqin, we would like to ask you to try and see if your system can replicate this chip. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the laboratory became tense. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Qin Hao, filled with anticipation. If even this cutting-edge creation, representing the pinnacle of human technological achievement, could be replicated, it would be revolutionary for the technological development of the country. Qin Hao looked at the chip before him and then at the eager eyes of the surrounding scientists. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, said, "I'll give it a try." Under academician Qian Bowen's guidance, Qin Hao put on specially made gloves and carefully extended his right hand to gently touch the cold chip. Target item, 4-nanometer process photolithography chip. Energy required for replication, 5,000 points. Would you like to proceed with replication? 5,000 points of energy. Qin Hao's heart stirred slightly. This consumption was merely a drop in the bucket compared to his current energy reserve of over 100 million. I can replicate it, Qin Hao replied confidently, then silently thought, replicate. Almost at the moment his thought landed, a black chip identical to the original specimen appeared in Qin Hao's hand. From appearance and texture to the subtle codes on it, the two chips, placed together, were indistinguishable to the naked eye. Is this done? A young researcher rubbed his eyes, somewhat incredulous. Academicians Qian and Li almost simultaneously rushed forward, donning high-powered magnifying glasses and carefully picking up the newly appeared chip to repeatedly compare it with the original specimen. The patterns matched. The encapsulation was perfect. The edge cutting, completely identical. The coding, flawless. The voices of the two esteemed scientists trembled with excitement as they exchanged glances, seeing uncontainable joy in each other's eyes. Luo Ruixiang, the leader, quickly stepped forward. Although he was not a technical expert, he already had an answer in his heart upon seeing the expressions of the two academicians. His hand tightened slightly due to excitement. Quick, run the tests. Academician Qian Bowen decisively ordered. The testing platform, which had been prepared in advance, was quickly activated, and the new chip was carefully installed. Everyone in the laboratory held their breath, their eyes fixed on the display screen of the testing platform. A few minutes later, the technician in charge of the main control test suddenly raised his head, his voice slightly altered due to extreme excitement. Report. The chip performance test has passed. All parameters are completely consistent with the original sample. Even the stability under certain high-load operations is slightly better than the original sample. Boom! The entire laboratory was instantly flooded with immense joy and cheers. Chapter 18, Amazing Low Cost. The cheers lasted for quite a while, before gradually subsiding. But the excitement on everyone's faces lingered for a long time. The excited scientists surrounded the testing platform, gazing at the chip on the screen that was indistinguishable from the original sample, as if admiring a rare piece of art. Leader Luo observed everything, striving to calm his agitated emotions. He walked over to Qin Hao, his eyes filled with approval and anticipation, and asked Xiaoqin, how much energy was consumed for this replication? As soon as this question was asked, the scientists, who were still immersed in joy, turned their attention to Qin Hao. They understood very well that the sustainability of this capability largely depended on energy consumption. Qin Hao recalled the system prompt and replied, report, leader. Replicating this chip consumed 5,000 energy points. 5,000 points? Academician Qian Bowen repeated, and then, as if realizing something, hurriedly asked, is this energy point the same ratio as when we charged before, 1 kilowatt-hour converting to 1 energy point? Qin Hao nodded. Yes, Qin Lao, that's what the system shows. 5,000 energy points. That is 5,000 kilowatt hours. An expert responsible for energy scheduling immediately calculated, his voice trembling with excitement. 5,000 kilowatt hours. The average comprehensive cost of industrial electricity in our country is about 50 cents per kilowatt hour. In other words, the electricity cost for replicating this top chip is only 2,500 RMB. 2,500. Academician Li's eyes widened, nearly dropping the magnifying glass he held. He suddenly turned to another expert responsible for semiconductor materials, old Zhang. What was the quote for this 4-nanometer chip from Eagle Sauce? I remember it was exorbitant, right? The old expert named Zhang adjusted his reading glasses, his voice trembling with excitement. Not just exorbitant. Chips of this level. Eagle Sauce has us under strict embargo and won't sell at all. Even in the international black market, it starts from 30 to 40,000 US dollars per piece. And it's still a case of supply, not meeting demand. Converted to RMB, it's at least 180,000 to 240,000. And that is just the price for a single piece. Hiss, gasps filled the laboratory. 2,500 RMB compared to nearly 200,000 RMB represents a difference of nearly 100 times. More importantly, the latter is a strategic material that cannot be bought even with money, a cutting-edge technology that chokes the neck of Yan Huang nation, while the former can be continuously produced with just a thought from Qin Hao, consuming a manageable amount of energy from the national grid. Less than 1% of the cost. No, this can no longer be simply measured by cost. A young researcher excitedly waved his fist. This is a strategic breakthrough. We can make it ourselves. We can have as many as we want. Exactly. Another scientist chimed in. This means we no longer have to look at their faces, no longer worry about being choked. Our own high-end equipment can use the top chips we replicated ourselves. Leader Luo Ruixiang listened to the discussions of the crowd, watching the shining light in their eyes, feeling a surge of pride in his heart. He clapped his hands decisively and powerfully. Good. In that case, Xiaoqin, let's proceed with the first batch of replication now. He turned to academician Qian Bowen and academician Li. How many pieces do you think are appropriate for the first batch? Some for thorough reverse engineering research to analyze its internal structure and material characteristics, and the rest, I think we can immediately put into our most urgent projects. Academician Qian Bowen pondered for a moment, his eyes gleaming. Leader, to study thoroughly and conduct various extreme tests, we need at least several hundred pieces. As for other applications, we currently have too many projects waiting for chips of this level. If possible, I hope to have 10,000 pieces. This way, we can not only conduct comprehensive research, but also immediately arm a batch of the most critical equipment. 10,000 pieces. Academician Li excitedly agreed. Yes, with these 10,000 pieces, we can at least get dozens of stalled major projects back up to speed. 10,000 pieces, each consuming 5,000 energy points, totaling 50 million energy points. Qin Hao glanced at his energy reserves. Over 17 million points, more than enough. Leader Luo Ruixiang looked at Qin Hao, his eyes asking for confirmation. Qin Hao smiled slightly. Leader, esteemed scientists, no problem. 10,000 pieces, right? Leave it to me. He walked over to the prototype chip and extended his hand to gently touch it. This time, he did not replicate them one by one. After issuing a command in his mind, Qin Hao felt that the system seemed to have a more efficient batch processing mode. He only needed to maintain contact with the original chip and sustain his intention. The people in the laboratory held their breath, watching intently. There were no earth-shattering sounds or effects. Qin Hao just stood there quietly. But soon, on the empty space beside the dust-free workstation, identical black chips began to appear continuously, like bamboo shoots after spring rain, quickly piling up. At first, everyone could still count them, but as the frequency of chip appearances increased, they eventually flowed out in a nearly continuous stream, forming a small mountain of chips on the ground. After about half an hour, Qin Hao finally exhaled and gently lowered his hand. All right, 10,000 pieces should be just right. Qin Hao wiped his forehead, which was not actually sweating, mainly from the slight fatigue of intense concentration. Looking at the mountain of top chips in front of him, the entire laboratory fell into a fervent silence once again. After a moment, academician Qian Bowen was the first to react. He almost lunged forward, carefully picking up a few chips as if holding rare treasures, murmuring, "We have them. We finally have them." Academician Li quickly followed, grabbing a handful of chips, tears of joy streaming down his face. How many years? How many years have we waited for this day? Other scientists also rushed forward. Some examined the chips closely, while others couldn't help but rub one against their face. Their expressions reverent, as if these were not cold electronic components, but life-giving rain after a long drought. Quick, Old Huang, your Tinian project's high-speed image processor is saved now, and Milong-Shin iteration plan. With this as a reference and direct application, the speed can be improved tenfold. The supercomputer project our department is responsible for can also break through the performance bottleneck. For a moment, the scientists felt like children who had received their beloved toys, enthusiastically discussing the uses of these chips. A few impatient ones had already begun contacting their teams, preparing to immediately put these treasures into research. A young scientist with thick glasses and messy hair hugged a small pile of chips, grinning and talking to himself. "Great, great. My quantum interference experiment model no longer has to worry about the computing unit overheating and burning out." He said this, even wanted to kiss the chip in his hand, only to be pulled back by a colleague who found it amusing. Luo Ruixiong watched this vibrant and hopeful scene, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He then leaned over and whispered a few instructions to General Liu Jijun beside him, ensuring the safe transport and distribution of these chips. Meanwhile, Qin Hao, watching these scientists dedicated to the country rejoice because of his ability, felt an indescribable sense of pride swell in his heart. He feels that everything he has done is worth it. Chapter 19 Security Risks. General Liu Jijun waved his hand and was about to let people carefully transport the mountain of chip packages away. Suddenly, a slightly hurried voice rang out. "Wait a minute. General Liu, Leader Luo." Everyone turned to see a young researcher wearing glasses, walking briskly towards them, his face full of anxiety. "Xiao Wang, what's the rush?" Academician Qian Bowen recognized him as a young member of his team working on chip testing. Wang Jiming adjusted his glasses, took a deep breath, and looked directly at Leader Luo Ruixiong, his tone filled with concern. "Leader, esteemed academicians, shouldn't we conduct a comprehensive safety check on these replicated chips first?" He paused, noticing everyone's gaze was focused on him, and continued. "There are precedents for the Eagle Sauce country leaving backdoors in the underlying code of chips or implanting hidden logic bombs. The source of this 4-nanometer chip sample is also from them. If the original version contains traps that we failed to detect, and the system perfectly replicates these potential threats during duplication, the consequences." Wang Jiming's words fell like a bucket of cold water on the heads of those who were momentarily lost in joy. The previously lively atmosphere in the laboratory instantly froze, a chill rapidly climbing up everyone's spine. The smiles on Qian Bowen and academician Li's faces stiffened. They were still holding a few chips they regarded as treasures, which now felt hot in their hands. They had been so focused on the excitement of being able to replicate these top-tier chips that they overlooked this most basic step. That's right, safety. Safety issues. An old expert suddenly slapped his thigh, his face turning somewhat pale. "How could we forget this? If this is widely applied to national defense and critical facilities, once problems arise, it would be disastrous." The temperature in the laboratory seemed to drop several degrees. If these chips really contained backdoors, then all the previous excitement and joy would turn into a hollow celebration, possibly evolving into a massive disaster. Leader Luo Ruixiong's expression also turned unusually serious. His sharp gaze swept across everyone before finally landing on Wang Jiming, his tone more serious than ever. "Comrade Xiao Wang, your reminder is very timely. It points out a major oversight in our work. Now, tell me, with our current technical means, can we effectively detect such potential backdoors and security risks?" Wang Jiming felt the leader's gaze on him, swallowed nervously, but when it came to his area of expertise, he straightened his back. "Report to the leader. Although there is still a considerable gap between us and the Eagle Sauce country in terms of overall chip design and manufacturing processes, when it comes to safety analysis for specific chips, detecting whether there are known or suspicious malicious codes, backdoor programs, unauthorized instruction sets, etc., We do have the technical reserves and capabilities. He paused, his tone taking on a hint of the stubbornness and confidence unique to researchers. If we can't even do this, then the chip security laboratories and cybersecurity systems that our Yan Huang country has invested heavily in over the years would be mere decorations. We in information security would be utterly useless. These half-serious, half-grumbling remarks slightly eased the heavy atmosphere. Good. Leader Luo Ruixiang nodded slightly, then immediately organized the top technical team to conduct the highest priority safety checks on the replicated chips. We must ensure that no suspicious byte is overlooked. With this command, the laboratory immediately resumed high-speed operation. A portion of the replicated chips was quickly transferred to another more secure special laboratory, equipped with a large number of precision testing devices. Academician Qian Bowen and academician Li personally led the team, collaborating with several top domestic chip security experts to conduct a thorough investigation of these precious chips related to the country's future. The waiting time felt exceptionally long, with every minute and second dragging on. The scientists who had previously been immersed in joy were now silent, their brows furrowed with deep worry. Qin Hao stood aside, watching their tense expressions, secretly feeling a bit anxious. He believed in the system's replication capabilities, but when it came to national-level security issues, being cautious was not excessive. About 2 hours later, the door of the special laboratory finally opened. The technical head responsible for the main control testing walked out quickly, his face slightly tired but his eyes gleaming with excitement. He walked up to Leader Luo Ruixiang and stood at attention to report. Report to the leader and esteemed academicians. After multiple rounds of cross-comparison and in-depth analysis from various angles, covering instruction sets, microcodes, physical layouts, etc., we found no suspicious backdoor programs, malicious code implants, unauthorized hardware trojans, or logic bombs in the first batch of 100 sampled replicated chips, as well as an additional 500 randomly selected chips. All behaviors of the chips conform to design expectations and are consistent with the original chips analyzed through public data. They are clean. A sigh of relief echoed through the laboratory. Academician Qian Bowen and academician Li exchanged glances, both seeing the relief of having lifted a heavy burden in each other's eyes, almost embracing each other in excitement. Good, good, academician Li repeatedly said, his voice choked, as long as they are clean, as long as they are clean. Leader Luo Ruixiang's tense face finally revealed a smile, and he nodded, turning his gaze to Qin Hao, his eyes filled with inquiry and approval. Xiao Qin, it seems that your system, when replicating objects, can not only perfectly replicate their physical structure and functions, but also avoid some artificially added risks. That's quite impressive. Qin Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the system was even more intelligent and reliable than he had imagined. With the crisis averted, the atmosphere in the laboratory became lively again. Although it lacked some of the previous fervor, it was filled with a sense of caution and stability after surviving a disaster. Leader Luo Ruixiang pondered for a moment and said to Qin Hao, Comrade Xiao Qin, this chip replication is of great significance. However, just as the earlier incident warned us, the subsequent work must be more detailed and thorough. We have initially planned for you to replicate 100,000 chips of the same model to meet the needs of several major research projects and critical equipment. 100,000. This number stirred excitement among the scientists present once again. Leader Luo continued, replicating these 100,000 chips will require about 500 million points of energy. Based on the current charging rate of 2,000 points per second for 8 hours a day, you will need about 10 days for dedicated energy replenishment and storage. During this time, we will do our utmost to ensure your needs are met. Do you have any issues? Qin Hao glanced at the system interface. And after consuming energy for 10,000 chips, there were still over 12 million points remaining. To complete the replication of 100,000 chips, he indeed needed a significant amount of energy replenishment. He nodded, Leader, esteemed scientists, I have no issues. Please rest assured, I will fully cooperate. Good. A satisfied glimmer shone in Leader Luo Ruixiang's eyes. For these 10 days, focus on energy replenishment and rest here at the Lu Gorge base. After 10 days, we will carry out a larger-scale replication operation. Chapter 20. 100,000 chips produced. The repercussions of the chip incident continued to reverberate within the upper echelons and core scientific circles of Yan Huang Nation. However, for Qin Hao, life had temporarily returned to tranquility. The specially designed suite within the Lu Gorge hydropower station became his exclusive charging station for the next 10 days. During this time, whenever he felt bored, Qin Hao would study some scientific knowledge. Upon learning of this situation, the state even arranged for 2 professionals of similar age to tutor him. Both were women, and their looks and figures were undeniably impressive, providing Qin Hao with a visual feast. The subjects covered were extensive, from the basic concepts of quantum physics to the latest advancements in material science. From the principles of coding in information engineering to the structural mysteries of aerospace engines. These topics, which once seemed like an alien language to him, became intriguing under the explanations of these 2 beautiful tutors. Of course, the process was not without its challenges. Faced with complex formulas and abstract theories, Qin Hao often scratched his head, displaying a classic expression of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? And what am I learning? Whenever this happened, the 2 women not only remained patient, but also adjusted their explanations, even using relatable metaphors that Qin Hao could grasp. You can think of quantum entanglement as a pair of dice that are particularly in sync. No matter how far apart they are, if you roll a6 on one die, the other die will also inevitably show 6 without needing to look. Of course, this was just a loose metaphor. The real situation was much more complex. But the core idea was clear. Qin Hao listened with a mix of understanding and confusion, fully aware of his intelligence and the difficulty he might have in grasping these concepts. However, learning a bit more was undoubtedly beneficial. At the very least, if he were asked to replicate some high-tech gadget in the future, he wouldn't be completely in the dark about its purpose. Oh, our great contributor, what problem has you stumped? Just as Qin Hao finished his study time and bid farewell to the 2 beautiful scholars, Cheng Haidang walked in with a cup of hot tea, smiling as she teased him. Qin Hao put down his e-book, rubbed his temples, and replied with a wry smile. So it's you, Cheng. Please don't make fun of me. I can't learn these things. Am I only suited to be a replication tool? Don't think like that. Cheng Haidang said, handing him the teacup. Learning is not something that happens overnight. The fact that you're willing to actively seek knowledge is already commendable. Besides, you are not just a tool. You are a unique treasure of our Yan Huang nation, valued highly. Qin Hao took the tea and sipped it, warmth flowing from his throat to his heart. He knew Cheng Haidang was comforting him and affirming his worth. This feeling of being valued made him feel somewhat elated. And if you don't want to learn these things, no one is forcing you. It's entirely up to you, Cheng Haidang added. Yes, I understand. I think I'll learn as much as I can. After chatting about various topics, Cheng Haidang left. In the afternoon, Qin Hao was relatively more relaxed. The suite had a separate fitness area where he would exercise moderately to maintain his vitality. Sometimes, he would browse the internal network for news to stay updated on major events at home and abroad. Besides all this, he also became enamored with a few classic films, enjoying the luxury of a private cinema in front of the massive projection screen. Luo Ruixiang visited him only once during these 10 days. He was extremely busy, and the fact that he could spare time to see Qin Hao was enough to indicate his importance. Xiao Qin, how have you felt these past few days? Luo Ruixiang immediately inquired about Qin Hao's well-being. Reporting to the leader, everything is good. I eat well, sleep soundly, and have learned quite a bit of new knowledge. Qin Hao responded, standing straight with the youthful vigor characteristic of his age. Luo Ruixiang waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. No need to be so formal. I came today not only to see you, but also to hear your thoughts on the future, especially regarding your personal development and system application. The 2 chatted for about an hour. Luo Ruixiang did not put any pressure on him. It was more about listening and guiding. He conveyed that the nation had high expectations for him, but would never treat him as an emotionless tool. His personal wishes and mental health would always come first. The system is your unique ability. How to better serve the country and the people with it requires our joint exploration. Luo Ruixiang's gaze was profound. We will not force you to do anything against your will. At the same time, I hope you understand that this ability also comes with a heavy responsibility. Qin Hao nodded earnestly. Leader, I understand. As long as it is what the country needs and something I can do, I will not shy away from it. This conversation made Qin Hao's mindset clearer. He began to actively contemplate how to maximize the capabilities of the system to contribute more to the country. Leader, I feel that 8 hours of charging a day is a bit too little. How about 10 hours? If we upgrade the system to the next level sooner, there might be even more powerful functions. Qin Hao expressed his thoughts. Your willingness is a blessing for our Yan Huang nation. On behalf of over 1 billion people, I thank you, Luo Ruixiang said, firmly grasping Qin Hao's hand, his tone serious. Leader, you flatter me. I am unworthy compared to your lifelong dedication to the country. It is nothing, an astonished Qin Hao quickly replied, insisting he could not take such praise. 10 days passed amidst busy yet leisurely days. One morning, Cheng Haidang found Qin Hao and immediately stated her purpose. Xiao Qin, are you ready? The leader and several academicians are already waiting for you. Qin Hao nodded. He opened the system interface, and the number in the energy reserve section had reached an astonishing level, 864 million points. This was significantly more than expected. Arriving once again at the heavily guarded laboratory, Leader Luo Ruixiang, academician Qian Bowen, academician Li, and several core project leaders were already waiting there, all wearing expressions of anticipation. Comrade Xiao Qin, how has your rest been? Leader Luo asked with a smile. Very well, Leader, Qin Hao replied, his gaze sweeping over the group, fully aware of the situation. Good, then let's not waste time, Luo Ruixiang said, looking at academician Qian Bowen. Qian Lao, please begin. Academician Qian Bowen nodded, signaling the technicians to place a 4-nanometer chip prototype on the operating table. Xiao Qin, the target this time is 100,000 chips. According to previous tests, it will require about 500 million points of energy. Your energy reserve. Academician Qian looked at Qin Hao. Qin Hao smiled slightly. Rest assured, Qian Lao. I have over 860 million energy points, enough for this replication. That's great. After that, Qin Hao stepped up to the operating table, extended his right hand, and gently touched the chip. He issued the command for bulk replication in his mind. The atmosphere in the laboratory was somewhat tense, but more than that, there was an uncontainable excitement. Everyone knew that once these 100,000 chips were successfully replicated and put into use, they would have a profound impact on multiple cutting-edge technology fields in Yan Huang Nation. Qin Hao watched as the number in the energy reserve on the system interface began to decrease rapidly, while an especially cleared large dust-free area beside him. Chip after chip, indistinguishable from the original, began to materialize out of thin air, quietly stacking up. This process lasted for nearly an hour. When the last chip was successfully copied, Qin Hao let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the system interface, noting that the energy reserves were still at 364 million points. Leaders, esteemed academicians, the 10,000 chips have been successfully copied, Qin Hao announced. In the laboratory, there was initially a moment of silence, followed by a thunderous applause and cheers. The scientists excitedly rushed towards the towering pile of chips, tears glistening in their eyes. Luo Ruixiang patted Qin Hao on the shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. Xiao Qin, well done. Chapter 21 New Alloy, the successful replication of 100,000 top-notch chips, was like a shot of adrenaline, injected into the entire research system of the Yan Huang Nation. The subsequent packaging, testing, and distribution work proceeded in an orderly manner. Qin Hao, on the other hand, gained a brief period of rest. However, this time he did not completely relax. Instead, he took the initiative to consult academician Qian Bowen and academician Li, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of the specific projects where these chips would be applied, as well as the current bottlenecks the country faced in other key material fields. Xiao Qin, we old folks are really happy to see your dedication, academician Qian Bowen said with a smile as he personally brewed a cup of tea for Qin Hao in his office. The chip issue has been temporarily alleviated, but for our Yan Huang Nation to truly stand tall, there are still many challenges to overcome. For instance, in the aerospace field, high-performance alloy materials are a significant shortcoming for us. Academician Li added from the side, that's right. Take our new generation Shenglong series fighter jets that we are currently developing, for example. The requirements for the structural materials are extremely high. They need to be lightweight, have sufficient strength, and be able to withstand the high temperatures generated by air friction during supersonic flight, as well as complex electromagnetic environments. Although our laboratory has also developed a new type of alloy with excellent performance indicators, even surpassing the current top levels publicly available internationally. Academician siga. A hint of helplessness on his face. The production process for this new alloy is too complex and cumbersome, with nearly harsh requirements for smelting, processing, and heat treatment at every stage. A small mistake could lead to the entire batch being scrapped. Therefore, its production cost is frighteningly high, and more critically, the yield is extremely low, making it impossible to meet the large-scale deployment needs of our new generation fighter jets and ships. Oh, a new type of alloy? Qin Hao was intrigued and asked, what are the specific characteristics of this alloy? What are the cost and yield like? Academician Qian Bowen pulled up relevant data and projected it on the screen. Look, Xiao Qin, he pointed at the data on the screen. We call this alloy Xingyun. Its main component is titanium, combined with various rare metal elements, and it utilizes our unique ultra-high vacuum induction melting combined with directional solidification technology. Its density is nearly 30% lower than that of ordinary steel, but its strength is over 3 times that of high-strength steel. Its high-temperature resistance is particularly outstanding, maintaining structural stability at 2,000 degrees Celsius and can even withstand temperatures above 2,500 degrees Celsius for short periods. At the same time, it also possesses excellent corrosion resistance and outstanding metal fatigue resistance, making it very suitable for manufacturing key components of aircraft engines, shells of hypersonic vehicles, and load-bearing structures of new ships. Qin Hao looked at the series of astonishing performance parameters, nodding in agreement that this was indeed a great material. As for the cost, Academician Li took over, smiling wryly. Currently, the cost of small batch trial production in our laboratory amounts to more than 300,000 yuan per kilogram. This does not even account for the R&D investment. It is merely the material and manufacturing cost. Moreover, with our existing equipment and processes, the qualified output we can produce in a year is probably only a few hundred kilograms. This level of production is not enough to make several key parts for a fighter jet, let alone large-scale applications. More than 300,000 per kilogram, which is over 100,000 per pound. And the yield is so low. Qin Hao couldn't help but be taken aback. This is practically on par with gold. And it's a strategic material that cannot be bought even if you have the money. Are you suggesting that I replicate this alloy material in large quantities? Qin Hao tentatively asked. That's the idea, but whether it can be replicated in bulk still depends on the energy consumption of your system. If replicating 1 kilogram consumes more energy than we can produce ourselves, then it wouldn't be cost-effective, academician Qian Bowen responded. If we can solve the mass production issue of the Xingyun alloy, its significance for our country's aerospace and defense industries might be comparable to the breakthrough in chips, right? Qin Hao couldn't help but ask. Not just comparable, academician Li exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. If we can achieve low-cost, large-scale production, our Shenlong fighter jets will truly soar through the skies, and our new generation of 10,000-ton destroyers will be able to slice through waves without any material restrictions. This would be revolutionary. Academician Qian also said at this moment, Xiao Qin, let us see how much energy it takes to replicate it. All right, Qin Hao replied without hesitation. Soon, a fist-sized sample of the Xingyun alloy, glimmering with a gray-white metallic sheen, was carefully presented to Qin Hao. This sample was the most perfect piece that the laboratory currently had, weighing exactly 1 kilogram. Under the watchful eyes of both men, Qin Hao extended his right hand and gently touched the cold alloy sample. Target item, Xingyun alloy. Energy required for replication, 1,000 points per pound. Would you like to proceed with replication? 1,000 points of energy to replicate a pound. Qin Hao's heart raced, but he tried to maintain his composure. He discreetly withdrew his hand and said to the two men, according to the system display, replicating 1 pound of Xingyun alloy requires 1,000 points of energy. 1,000 points of energy? Academician Qian Bowen repeated, quickly calculating in his mind. According to the previous conversion of 1 kilowatt-hour equating to 1 point of energy, with industrial electricity costing 50 cents per kilowatt hour. 1,000 points of energy would equate to 1,000 kilowatt hours, costing merely 500 yuan, compared to the laboratory's own production cost of over 100,000 per pound. What a terrifying gap this is. 1,000 points? Academician Li's voice trembled a bit as he grabbed academician Qin Bowen's arm, confirming, "Old Qin, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Did Xiao Qin really say 1,000 points?" Academician Qin Bowen also had a look of disbelief. He nodded vigorously, swallowing hard a few times before finally saying, "And no, that's indeed the number." The entire office fell silent for a moment. The previous cost reduction brought about by chip replication had already left them in disbelief. However, chips are high-tech electronic products that inherently represent a very high technological added value. In contrast, while alloy materials also require advanced technology, the traditional perception of their cost concepts differs from that of chips. Now, a super alloy with performance surpassing the world's top level has a replication cost that is even cheaper than some ordinary special steel on the market. This is no longer just a cognitive disruption. It's like rubbing everyone's worldview into the ground repeatedly. Ha, ha, ha. After a brief silence, academician Li suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. 500 yuan per pound for the Xingyun alloy. Great. As long as we have energy, we can produce as much as we want. Academician Qin Bowen was also flushed with excitement, pacing back and forth, muttering, "Incredible, simply incredible. Our materials science field is about to witness an unprecedented revolution." When leader Luo Ruixiang heard the report, he was also shocked by the number. But he quickly calmed down and personally called Qin Hao. "Xiao Qin, first replicate a small batch weighing 100 pounds, and then have the Academy of Sciences conduct a comprehensive performance test immediately to ensure that the parameters of the replica match those of the original sample completely." "Yes, leader," Qin Hao responded. Chapter 22, 100 tons. In a secret experiment, Qin Hao once again touched the alloy sample, silently chanting, "Copy." Almost instantly, a block of 100 pounds of starfall alloy appeared out of thin air in the empty space of the laboratory, forming a small pile of metal, gleaming with a metallic sheen identical to that of the sample. Energy consumed, 100,000 points. Qin Hao glanced at the energy reserves, which still showed 362 million points. "Quick, send it to the testing center immediately." Academician Qin Bowen's command prompted the technicians who had been on standby to carefully package the freshly produced alloy blocks and swiftly send them to the materials testing laboratory. The waiting time that followed was undoubtedly long and torturous for Qin Bowen, academician Li, and others. They stood at the testing center, their eyes fixed on the fluctuating data on various instrument screens without blinking. Tensile tests, impact tests, high-temperature creep tests, fatigue tests, metallographic analyses, compositional analyses. Each test was conducted in an orderly manner. Finally, when the last test report was compiled and handed to academician Qin Bowen, a relieved and radiant smile broke out on his previously tense face. The report leader, academician Qin Bowen, quickly walked up to the waiting leader Luo Ruixiang, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "All test items have passed. The copied starfall alloy has key indicators such as density, strength, toughness, high-temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, and fatigue resistance that are completely consistent with our laboratory's original sample. In fact, in terms of the uniformity of a microscopic crystal structure in certain batches, it is even slightly better than our manually produced small batches. They're perfect. Great." Leader Luo Ruixiang waved his hand vigorously, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Comrade Qin." He turned to Qin Hao. "I represent the country. I represent the people, and officially assign you a task. First, copy out 100 tons of starfall alloy for our most critical national defense project. Can you do it? 100 tons. Everyone present, including the battle-hardened academicians and experts, felt their hearts skip a beat upon hearing that number. What does 100 tons mean? That is 200,000 pounds. Based on the laboratory's previous output, it would take several hundred years to produce that much. And now, hope rests on this young man before them. Qin Hao met leader Luo Ruixiang's trusting and expectant gaze, straightened his chest, and replied loudly, "Leader, I guarantee to complete the task." After calculations, a total of 200 million points of energy would be needed. Qin Hao's current energy reserve was 362 million points, more than enough to complete this task, leaving him with over 16 million points remaining. Leader Luo Ruixiang personally commanded from the front. An especially modified, giant dust-free warehouse was cleared out to store the soon-to-be-created 100 tons of super alloy. Qin Hao stood in the center of the warehouse, the master alloy sample fixed on a specially designed stand. He took a deep breath, gently placed his hand on the sample, and began the copying process. With the drive of Qin Hao's thoughts, the energy reserve number on the system interface began to drop rapidly at a visible speed. In front of him, a block after block of shining metal alloy ingots appeared neatly, as if printed out of thin air, and began to pile up. There were no earth-shattering sound and light effects, just the continuous emergence of metal ingots and the slight sounds of collision as they stacked. However, everyone present, including leader Luo Ruixiang, academician Qian Bowen, academicianly, and a group of top experts responsible for recording and support, held their breath, their eyes fixed on this miraculous scene. Initially, the frequency of the alloy ingots appearing was relatively steady, but as Qin Hao gradually adapted to and mastered the system's batch copying mode, the speed increased. The metal ingots surged forth like a tide, quickly forming one, two, even dozens of small mountains on the ground. Time passed second by second. Sweat beads appeared on Qin Hao's forehead, and his face turned slightly pale. This was not just mental fatigue from concentration. It was also an invisible burden on his body and spirit from the system undergoing such a large-scale material conversion. But he gritted his teeth and maintained the system's operation with all his might. Finally, after nearly an hour, as the last batch of alloy ingots appeared, Qin Hao let out a long breath, his body swaying slightly as he lowered his hand. "Leader, everyone, 100 tons should be completed." His voice carried evident fatigue, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. "Great, great, great." Leader Luo Ruixiang repeated the word 3 times, quickly stepping forward to personally support Qin Hao's arm. "Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Qin. Quickly go rest." Cheng Haidang also immediately stepped forward to help him to a nearby resting chair. Meanwhile, everyone else in the warehouse was completely stunned by the mountain-like pile of alloy before them. 100 tons. A full 100 tons, representing the world's most advanced super alloy, had miraculously appeared before them. "My God, is this 100 tons of starfall alloy?" An old expert responsible for aerospace engine materials trembled with excitement as he stepped forward, gently touching one of the alloy ingots as if caressing a rare treasure, murmuring, "With these, our fighter jets can finally soar without restraint." Not just fighter jets. Another chief engineer responsible for the design of new ship structures looked at the sea of metal with shining eyes. "With these materials as the keel and key protection, our new generation of ships can improve overall performance by at least 1 level. Forget about the first island chain and the second island chain. They will all be rendered meaningless. Quick, take samples. Comprehensive retests." Although academician Qian Bowen was also extremely excited, the rigor of a researcher prompted him to issue orders immediately. The prepared testing team sprang into action, randomly taking samples from different batches and positions of the alloy pile to send to the testing center for the final round of confirmation. The results were unsurprising. All the samples tested were perfect, with performance data entirely consistent with the original master sample and previous small batch copies. 100 tons of starfall alloy emerged in a manner that was almost at zero cost and with ultra-high efficiency, signifying that the Yan Huang nation would completely break free from the constraints of high-performance materials in the research and manufacturing of advanced fighter jets, hypersonic vehicles, new strategic nuclear submarines, aircraft carriers, and other national heavy equipment, achieving leapfrog development. That afternoon, a high-level emergency meeting was convened. Chapter 23, Determining the Development Direction. The meeting was personally chaired by leader Luo Ruixiang, with participants including core scientists such as Qian Bowen and academician Li, as well as the heads of major military-industrial groups from aviation, aerospace, shipbuilding, and weapons. "Comrades, Leader Luo Ruixiang scanned the room and slowly spoke. The 100 tons of starfall alloy have been successfully replicated and have passed all tests. I believe I don't need to elaborate on the strategic significance of this batch of materials. Now, we need to discuss how to allocate and use these precious strategic resources in the most efficient and reasonable manner. Immediately, a heated discussion, even a competition, broke out in the conference room. Leader, our aviation group urgently needs at least 30 tons. The prototype of the new generation Qin fighter jet has entered a critical stage. And with this batch of alloy, we are confident we can complete the maiden flight within 6 months, with several performance indicators surpassing those of Eagle Sauce's aircraft, said an excited head of the aviation group, adorned with military stars. Old Zhang, if you aviation group gets the meat, you must leave some soup for our aerospace group. The head of the aerospace group immediately retorted. Our heavy-lift rocket project and several key aerospace vehicle projects also urgently require this high-temperature, high-strength, lightweight material. We are requesting 20 tons, and it cannot be less. Everyone, let me say something. The president of the shipbuilding group could no longer sit still. Our Type 100 attack nuclear submarine and Type 002 electromagnetic catapult aircraft carrier are all waiting for supplies. Pressure-resistant hulls, flight decks, key structural components. How can any of these do without high-performance alloys? We are requesting 40 tons. That's still a conservative estimate. The conference room became a cacophony, comparable to a bustling market. Everyone wanted to secure more starfall alloy for their projects, as this material was too important. Qin Hao sat on the side, watching these pillars of the nation, whom he usually only saw on television, arguing fervently over the starfall alloy, feeling deeply moved. After a while, Leader Luo Ruixiang calmed everyone down and said, I understand everyone's feelings. Although we have 100 tons of materials, it is still a drop in the bucket compared to our vast needs. Moreover, this is just the first batch. There will be more in the future. So everyone should stop competing. It must be used wisely. After intense coordination and consideration, the final allocation for this batch of 100 tons of alloy was decided. The aviation group received 35 tons, prioritized for the development of the new generation fighter jet and aircraft engines. The aerospace group received 25 tons for heavy rockets and aerospace vehicle projects. The shipbuilding group received 30 tons, focusing on the construction of new nuclear submarines and aircraft carriers. The remaining 10 tons were reserved for strategic purposes, allocated to more special or urgent projects. At the end of the meeting, an elderly man from the National Strategic Research Office, with gray hair and a refined demeanor, slowly spoke up. He had been silent until now, but when he began to speak, the previously heated atmosphere gradually cooled down. Leader, colleagues, Comrade Qin Hao's abilities have brought our country an unprecedented strategic opportunity. And this is beyond doubt. Whether it's the previous chips or now the alloys, they have shown us the hope of overtaking on a curve, even leading from a different lane. He paused, glancing at Qin Hao, his gaze complex and profound. However, should we not calmly consider a question? Such a powerful ability to almost create material out of thin air, if we become overly reliant on it, could it cause long-term impacts on our own research system and industrial foundation? When we can easily replicate the top achievements, how many people will still be willing to tackle the hardest research challenges? How should our traditional manufacturing industry position itself? The old man's words were like a cold splash of water on everyone's slightly heated minds. Indeed, Qin Hao's system capabilities were too extraordinary enough to change everything. But did this change truly come without downsides? Academician furrowed his brow slightly. Old Huang, your concerns are not without merit. However, the current international situation does not allow us to proceed step by step. Comrade Qin Hao's abilities are key to breaking the blockade and buying us time for development. We cannot abandon the enormous advantage in front of us due to uncertainties in the future. I'm not suggesting we abandon our advantage. Old Huang shook his head. What I mean is, while we enjoy this heaven-sent gift, we must also remain vigilant and strengthen our own fundamental research and innovative capabilities. Comrade Qin Hao's abilities can be seen as a catalyst and multiplier, but he cannot replace our entire country's research and industrial system. Moreover, we must consider that if I'm just saying if Comrade Qin Hao's system encounters problems or disappears one day, how should we respond? The atmosphere in the conference room became somewhat tense. Old Wang's concerns were very sharp and realistic. Leader Luo Ruixiang pondered for a moment and said, Old Wang's worries are also issues we have been thinking about. Comrade Qin Hao is a valuable asset to the nation. His safety and health come first. We should boldly utilize the system's capabilities to address urgent needs, while also planning cautiously to avoid long-term negative effects. After finishing, he turned to Qin Hao, Xiao Qin. Your system's existence is our Yan Huang nation's greatest strategic trump card. We will do everything we can to protect and support you. But at the same time, we hope you understand that this ability brings not only glory, but also responsibility, and perhaps pressures that are hard for ordinary people to imagine. Qin Hao felt a chill in his heart. He understood the deeper meaning in Leader Luo and Old Wang's words. The system's capabilities were indeed a double-edged sword. If used well, it could open up new frontiers, but if misused, it could also cause harm to oneself. He immediately stood up and solemnly said, Leader, Old Wang, esteemed academicians, I understand. I will do my utmost to align with the country's strategic needs. At the same time, I will strive to learn and improve myself, aiming not just to be a replicator, but also to grasp the principles behind this knowledge and technology. I believe that only when our country's own technological strength truly becomes robust will we have the most reliable safeguard. These words brought smiles of relief to everyone present. After the meeting, Qin Hao clearly felt that the security around him had increased several-fold. Surrounding his residence, guards were stationed every few steps, making it nearly impossible for even a fly to enter. This was quite normal. From the moment the 100 tons of alloy were replicated, his status as a strategic asset for the nation had risen to a new height. But along with that came an invisible pressure. He could feel countless eyes watching him, filled with anticipation, reliance, and a hint of worry. It seemed that the days ahead would not be as leisurely as before. Lying on the comfortable energy bed, Qin Hao stared at the ceiling, pondering. After one round of consumption, the energy reserve still had 16,290,000 points left. What else could this energy do for the country? Meanwhile, far away in Eagle Sauce's intelligence agency, although they had noticed the unusual personnel movements and material transports in Yan Huang country, they could not imagine the tremendous changes that were taking place there. Chapter 24 announcement of the first flight of the Shenglong fighter jet. A month quietly passed amidst Qin Hao's regular routine and efficient energy replenishment. At this moment, the system's energy reserve had reached a new height of exactly 2.5 billion points. Adding the previously consumed energy, the total was nearly 3.4 billion points, and he was not far from the 10 billion upgrade requirement. Xiao Qin, how had you been resting lately? On that morning, Luo Ruixiang called. Ever since the last feat of duplicating 100 tons of alloy, he had been checking on Qin Hao's health and study progress every few days. That concern made Qin Hao feel the warmth of home. Leader, I'm doing well, so you can rest assured, Qin Hao replied. That's good. Also, Xiao Qin, you grew up in an orphanage, and since we know each other so well, why be so formal? If you don't mind, just call me Grandpa Luo. Luo Ruixiang's tone was very friendly, and the meaning behind his words was clear. Qin Hao did not hesitate. Having lacked affection since childhood, he felt a sense of belonging with someone who cared for him like this. Luo, Grandpa Luo. All right. It's settled then. Luo Ruixiang was very happy at that moment. He then stated the purpose of the call. Xiao Qin, according to the current situation, our country still needs 200,000 4-nanometer chips for subsequent strategic equipment upgrades and the layout of high-end civilian industries. The demand for star-falling alloy remains enormous, and the preliminary plan is to duplicate another 600 tons. Do you think the system's energy is enough? 200,000 chips, 600 tons of alloy. Qin Hao silently calculated in his mind. The chips would consume 1 billion points of energy and 600 tons of alloy, which is 2 million gene, would consume 12 billion points of energy at a rate of 1,000 points per gene. Together, that amounted to 22 billion points of energy. His current reserve of 2.5 billion points was sufficient, leaving him with an additional 300 million points. There's no problem, Grandpa Luo. I currently have 2.5 5 billion points of energy. Qin Hao said directly. Great. I will send someone to pick you up. At a secret military base, Qin Hao was brought here and, after a few polite exchanges, began the duplication process. First, he duplicated the chips. The entire process was familiar to him now. Qin Hao reached out and touched the master 4-nanometer chip. As he focused his thoughts, the system's energy rapidly drained, and in the dust-free zone, new chips appeared out of thin air, piling up into small mountains. Academician Qian Bowen and academician Li and others watched this miraculous scene, having long since transitioned from initial shock to a sense of normalcy. Qian Lao, Li Lao, the chip duplication is complete. Not long after, Qin Hao's calm voice came through. Good. That's wonderful. With this batch of chips, we can accelerate many of our projects. After a short rest, Qin Hao began to duplicate the 600 tons of star-falling alloy. This time, it took less than an hour to complete. Luo Ruixiang and several heads of military-industrial groups looked at the 600 tons of alloy before them, all smiling. Adding to the previous 100 tons, a total of 700 tons of world-class superalloy had miraculously been produced in just over a month. Xiaoqin, you are undoubtedly a hero of our Yan Huang country. Luo Ruixiang stepped forward, tightly gripping Qin Hao's hand, his eyes filled with affection. The other usually stern military leaders looked at Qin Hao as if he were a priceless treasure, wishing they could claim him for themselves. With the powerful infusion of this batch of chips and alloys, Yan Huang country's defense industry and cutting-edge technology sectors seemed to have pressed the accelerator button. Many projects that had previously progressed slowly due to material and core component shortages began to speed up. Among them, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the new generation Shenglong series fighter jet. In a core aircraft manufacturing plant's assembly workshop, it was brightly lit. A silver-gray fighter jet, with a sci-fi appearance and smooth lines, full of power and beauty, quietly stood in the center. Its fuselage was largely made of star-falling alloy, reflecting a unique metallic texture under the light. Its complex avionics system and flight control computer were equipped with the latest batch of duplicated 4-nanometer chips. Commander, all systems have completed self-checks, and the data is all normal. An old engineer, dressed in work clothes with graying hair but still spirited, reported to General Zhang Xianzhong, the head of the aviation group, his voice slightly trembling with excitement. Zhang Xianzhong gazed at the aircraft that encapsulated the hard work of countless researchers, tears glistening in his eyes. How many years had it been? How much effort and sweat had they poured in to catch up and surpass? And now, they finally possessed a national weapon that could stand tall among the world. Good. Very good. Zhang Xianzhong nodded vigorously and immediately reported to the central government, the Shenglong No. One prototype has completed assembly and is ready for its first flight test at any time. The news was reported up the chain, and it quickly received approval from the highest level. 3 days later, Yan Huang country's official news media released a relatively low-key announcement about the new generation fighter jet Shenglong, stating that the first prototype had completed assembly and would soon be taking its first flight test. This news was like a heavy bomb, instantly causing a stir around the globe. What? Yan Huang country's new generation fighter jet? They call it Shenglong? That name does have an Eastern flavor. In the Pentagon, an intelligence analyst looked at the translated news on the screen, curling his lips with a hint of disdain, but there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Weren't they always at our mercy? Where did they get high-performance engines, advanced avionics, especially high-end chips? Another official furrowed his brows, puzzled. Just a trick to confuse us. They probably just modified an old model, slapped on some new paint, and are bragging about it. Let's see when it flies whether it's Shenglong or Shuilong. A hawkish general snorted coldly, but the atmosphere in the room was tense. Recent events from Yan Huang country had already made them feel something was off. Meanwhile, internationally, reactions varied. Some friendly nations congratulated Yan Huang country, while others took a wait-and-see approach, secretly assessing the authenticity of the news and its potential geopolitical implications. Countries that had always viewed Yan Huang country as a potential rival felt unprecedented pressure. In an instant, the eyes of the world were focused on this ancient yet vibrant land in the east, waiting for the first ascent of the Shenglong. On the internet, Military forums erupted with speculation about the performance of the Shenglong fighter jet. There were praises, doubts, expectations, and concerns, all interwoven to create a global whirlwind of public opinion. Qin Hao watched these news reports, feeling a stir within. He knew that the flight of the Shenglong was not just about an aircraft's maiden flight. It was a concentrated display of Yan Huang country's technological strength, the best proof of his hard work during this time. He too looked forward to that day, knowing that from the moment the Shenglong soared into the sky, the world's landscape might quietly change. Chapter 25. Successful first flight and reactions from various countries. Only 4 days had passed, and the day of the Shenglong fighter jet's first flight had arrived. The location was the Air Force Test Flight Base in Huan City, located in the Northwest Province. For this day, the entire base had already entered a state of maximum alert. Qin Hao, as a special observer, arrived at the command tower of the base alongside leader Luo Ruixiang, academician Qian Bowen, academician Li, and heads of major military-industrial groups. The tower offered a wide view, clearly seeing the distant runway and the Shenglong fighter jet ready for takeoff. On the tarmac, the Shenglong prototype stood quietly like a predator poised to strike. Its sci-fi-inspired flat body design, unique wing-body integration layout, and deep air intake all showcased its outstanding aerodynamic performance and stealth capabilities. The character Shenglong on the fuselage shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Qin Hao felt a surge of excitement. The fighter jet's shell and engine materials were made of starfall alloy, and its brain was a 4-nanometer chip. These key components were all integral to his system. One could say that this Shenglong also embodied his hard work. Xiao Qin, is this your first time seeing such a scene? Luo Ruixiang asked with a smile as he stood beside Qin Hao. He could sense the fluctuations in Qin Hao's emotions. Qin Hao nodded and then shook his head. Yeah, it's making me a bit nervous, but more than that, I'm excited. I believe in it. We all believe in it. Luo Ruixiang said, his gaze fixed on the fighter jet in the distance, his face full of confidence. At 9 o'clock in the morning, with a command from the tower controller, the test flight officially began. Shenglong number 1, inspection completed, requesting takeoff. The calm and steady voice of the test pilot came over the radio. He was a top ace pilot selected from the entire Air Force. Shenglong number 1, you may take off. The roar of the engines suddenly erupted, like a dragon's roar, shattering the tranquility of the airport. 2 blazing tail flames erupted from the rear of the Shenglong, and the powerful thrust propelled this steel beast to begin taxiing down the runway. Accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate again. Everyone present had their hearts in their throats. Academician Qian Bowen and academician Li clenched their fists tightly, their knuckles turning white from the exertion. After taxiing for just a few hundred meters, an astonishing distance, the nose of the Shenglong gracefully lifted, and the entire fuselage broke free from the ground like a feather, piercing the sky at an extremely steep angle. Beautiful, so beautiful. The short takeoff and landing performance is exceptional. An aviation expert couldn't help but exclaim, his tone filled with admiration. Qin Hao was also mesmerized. Although he didn't understand much about flying technology, he could feel the surging power and excellent maneuverability contained within the Shenglong from its agile posture. The Shenglong completed an elegant spiral in the air and then began a series of predetermined test subjects: supersonic cruising, high maneuvering turns, high angle of attack flights, low altitude penetration. Each high difficulty maneuver was executed smoothly and effortlessly under the pilot's control, especially during the high maneuverability demonstration. It sometimes made sharp turns with a small radius like a ghost, sometimes performed high-speed vertical climbs like a sword, and at other times floated erratically like a falling leaf, executing all sorts of astonishing flight maneuvers. The agility and control it displayed exceeded all the experts' expectations present. Is this the Cobra maneuver? No, it's more complex than the Cobra and has greater practical significance. General Zhang excitedly pointed to the sky, where the fighter jet had just completed a jaw-dropping post-stall maneuver. Its aerodynamic layout, combined with our latest generation of vector thrust engines and the lightweight, high-strength fuselage provided by Starfall alloy, allows for such astonishing movements. Academician Qian Bowen added beside him, his face glowing with pride. Inside the command tower, bursts of astonishment and applause erupted from time to time. Everyone was captivated by the Shengluan's outstanding performance. The flight test lasted nearly half an hour. When the fighter jet landed smoothly on the runway in a perfect posture, the entire command tower erupted with thunderous cheers. Luo Ruixiong patted Qin Hao's shoulder vigorously, his voice booming. "Xiao Qin, did you see that? This is your immense contribution to the country and the people." Qin Hao's eyes became a bit moist, and he nodded heavily. At that moment, all the sacrifices and efforts transformed into unparalleled pride and satisfaction. The news of the successful first flight was immediately announced through official channels to the entire country and even the world. Shengluan No. 1 prototype successfully completes its first flight test. A brief statement accompanied by several high-definition photos of the Shengluan soaring in the sky and a brilliantly edited flight video instantly ignited enthusiasm among domestic and international media and the public. In Yan Huang, there was a wave of celebration. "So cool. Our Shengluan is simply like something out of a sci-fi movie. This aerodynamic shape, this maneuverability, is absolutely at the world's top level. Let us raise our national prestige. Strengthen our military spirit. Cheers for our country's powerful defense technology. Thank you to the dedicated researchers. You are the true heroes." Online, words of praise surged like a tide. Countless citizens were thrilled and proud. On the streets, people discussed the majestic appearance of the Shengluan, and national pride soared to unprecedented heights. Of course, alongside these, there were also some derogatory comments. "It does look pretty sci-fi, but it hasn't been battle-tested. It can't compare to the Eagle's planes." I remained skeptical. Exactly. I see this Shengluan fighter jet can only be used for shows. It has no combat capability at all. Their comments immediately ignited a powder keg, and they were ruthlessly criticized by over 1 billion netizens. "Damn, where do these Western dogs come from barking here? Hurry back to your dog father and stop embarrassing yourselves here. You bunch of walking half-wits. Don't let me run into you, or I'll beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you. Damn it." Meanwhile, abroad, the reactions were much more complex. In the Eagle country's presidential office. "Damn, how'd they do it?" President will exclaimed, looking at the imposing flight images of the Shengluan on the screen. The intelligence department had previously claimed that Yan Huang's aviation industry was at least 20 years behind them. But this aircraft clearly had the strength to compete with their most advanced fighters, the Y-22 and Y-35, and in some aspects, it seemed to surpass them. "Mr. President, based on our preliminary video analysis and infrared signal characteristics, the Shengluan fighter jet possesses extremely strong stealth capabilities, and its supersonic cruising ability and maneuverability have reached an unprecedented height. We may have underestimated their development speed," Defense Minister James reported with a pale face. "Underestimated? I see it as a serious dereliction of duty." The president was furious, then slammed his hand on the table, immediately organized the top expert team to analyze all data on the Shengluan in detail. "I want to know where this technology of theirs came from. In the Air Force headquarters of a certain country in O continent. General, the Shengluan from Yan Huang looks very advanced. Our big wind and little wind might," a staff officer said anxiously. The general silently stared at the screen for a long time before sighing. "The sky of the world is about to change color. Notify the technical department to closely monitor the subsequent developments of Shengluan. We need to reassess the future aerial power comparison. Island nation, how could the Yan Huang people possibly develop such an advanced fighter jet so quickly? Our Y-35 procurement plan must be accelerated. Moreover, we must seek more advanced technological support from the Eagle country." The Minister of Defense roared in frustration. For a time, Shengluan's successful maiden flight became the hottest topic in the global military and technology communities. Countless satellite images, video screenshots, and technical parameters were repeatedly studied and analyzed. Yan Huang Nation, which has been regarded by the Western world as lagging in cutting-edge military technology for decades, suddenly presented a game-changing trump card. This is not just the success of an aircraft. It is also a reflection of the overall leap in Yan Huang Nation's technological strength and industrial manufacturing capabilities. Chapter 26, Aftermath. The waves stirred by the maiden flight of the Shengluan fighter jet have yet to subside. The most restless are undoubtedly the Americans across the ocean. At their intelligence headquarters in Langley and their global technical analysis centers, Countless top experts are conducting round-the-clock analyses of the limited public imagery of the Shenlong fighter. Its fuselage material is very special. A material science expert pointed to the enlarged details of the Shenlong's wing on the screen, stating that based on the luster and texture, it is definitely not any known type of aerospace aluminum alloy or titanium alloy. Its strength and heat resistance may far exceed our levels. Look here. The aerodynamic heating effect at the leading edge of the wing during high-speed flight shows almost no signs of significant material performance degradation. Agreed. Another aerodynamics expert took over. Its wing body fusion design, along with the adjustable DSI air intake, is very radical and highly efficient. Especially during those extraordinary maneuvers, the overload on the airframe must be tremendous. Without ultra-high-strength structural materials, it would be impossible to achieve. And then there's its engine. A leading authority in aerospace engines frowned. The temperature and thrust characteristics of the exhaust plume we monitored do not match any of the existing engine models from the Yan Huang country. This is a completely new high-thrust turbofan engine, and it likely possesses advanced thrust vectoring technology. Otherwise, we cannot explain its terrifying maneuverability. What gives us the biggest headache is its avionics system and stealth performance. The expert in electronic warfare and radar technology rubbed his temples, looking exhausted. Throughout its entire flight process, from takeoff to landing, several of our deployed long-range early warning radars in the surrounding area barely managed to capture its signal stably. This indicates that its radar cross-section is extremely small, possibly reaching levels as low as 0.01 square meters, or even lower. This is simply unbelievable for a heavy fighter. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. The deeper the analysis went, the stronger the confusion and shock in the experts' hearts became. The technological barriers they prided themselves on seemed to have been easily crossed by the Yan Huang country overnight. According to the currently compiled data analysis, the Yan Huang country's Shenlong fighter has reached or even surpassed our most advanced Y-22 and Y-35 in key performance indicators such as supersonic cruising, super maneuverability, beyond visual range strike, and stealth penetration. This means that our technological advantage in the fifth-generation fighter jet domain may no longer exist. The intelligence director, who chaired the meeting, hoarsely summarized. This is impossible. A young general suddenly stood up, agitated. We have implemented the strictest technological blockade against the Yan Huang country, especially in core areas such as high-end chips, precision processing equipment, and special alloy smelting. How did they achieve such a huge breakthrough in such a short time? Did they stumble upon alien technology? This somewhat exasperated joke made many present fall into deep thought. Indeed, this is illogical. The speed of technological development in the Yan Huang country has surpassed their previous cognitive framework. They began to suspect whether there was some key intelligence they had completely overlooked. We must get to the bottom of what has happened in the Yan Huang country. The president shouted at the defense minister and the intelligence director during a closed-door meeting. Where do their chips come from? How are their new alloys manufactured? How did their engine technology break through? You must give me answers to these questions. The confusion and anxiety of the Americans were naturally welcomed by the Yan Huang country. After the successful maiden flight of the Shenlong, the official did not engage in much embellishment or boasting, but instead maintained a low profile. The spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, when answering related questions from reporters, merely stated lightly that the Shenlong fighter is independently developed by our country, aimed at safeguarding national sovereignty and territorial integrity, and is not targeted at any specific country or objective. The Yan Huang country has always adhered to a defensive national defense policy. This attitude of the more anxious you are, the less anxious I am has made it even more difficult for the outside world to grasp. The stunning debut of the Shenlong has also begun to subtly change the international arms market and geopolitical landscape. Some countries that had completely leaned towards the Americans began to reassess their relationship with the Yan Huang country. Meanwhile, those countries that had been wavering between the East and the West saw new possibilities for cooperation. Mr. Ambassador, congratulations on your country's remarkable achievements in the aviation field. Our country has shown great interest in the Shenlong fighter. I wonder if there is an opportunity for deeper technical exchanges and cooperation. A prince from one of the richest Middle Eastern oil countries, wearing a cloth on his head, smiled broadly, and raised his glass to the ambassador of the Yan Huang country at a diplomatic banquet. Similar scenes played out in various occasions. The global discourse power and influence of the Yan Huang country have significantly increased with the rise of the Shenglong. In the past, the Yan Huang country was more of an economic giant on the international stage, but in the field of cutting-edge military technology, it was always considered to be at a distance from the top levels. Now, the Shenglong has convincingly proven that the Yan Huang country has the capability to compete with the world's strongest nations at the pinnacle of technology. Qin Hao also sensed these changes from the news, but all of this is just the beginning. His replication system has functions that go far beyond this. It needs an upgrade to find out. Wang Lao's previous concerns were indeed reasonable. Qin Hao said thoughtfully during a private conversation with Cheng Haidang, "We have now resolved the question of whether there is or not, but how to truly digest and absorb these heaven-sent objects in our own research system and innovate based on that is the more long-term challenge." Cheng Haitang nodded. The leaders and higher-ups have also been considering this issue. Recently, the country has begun to increase investment in basic research and has introduced a series of policies to incentivize innovation. Your presence is like a catfish, activating the vitality of the entire research system. Everyone is holding back a strong desire. We cannot always rely on you to create objects out of thin air. We also need to bring out our own things. Qin Hao nodded. This is exactly what he hoped to see. He is more like a spark, igniting the engine of technological advancement in the Yan Huang country. By the way, Xiaoqin, Cheng Haitang suddenly remembered something, her expression slightly mysterious. Have there been any new prompts or changes in the system recently? For example, is it possible to replicate some, even beyond conventional understanding things? Qin Hao was slightly taken aback, then understood what Cheng Haitang meant. He opened the system interface and checked carefully, then shook his head. There are currently no special changes. It seems I was too anxious. Let us wait until the upgrade to discuss it. Cheng Haitang smiled gently. Chapter 27. Start with 100 aircraft. 3 days quickly passed. Qin Hao was invited to the aircraft development base again. When he arrived, Luo Ruixiang, Zhang Xinzhong, and several other core figures were discussing the Shenglong fighter jet. Each of them wore different expressions, but they all conveyed excitement and pride. Xiao Qin is here. Come. Take a look at this fighter jet. Luo Ruixiang smiled and asked when he saw Qin Hao. After taking a comprehensive look, Qin Hao sighed. It's very advanced and sci-fi. I feel the dragon spirit of our Yan Huang nation within it. Well said. Zhang Xinzhong's voice boomed, his excitement still palpable. This fighter jet, from design to first flight, is the result of countless people's hard work, especially the Starfall alloy and those precious chips you provided. They are indispensable. The others also agreed deeply. Indeed, there were many traces of Qin Hao in this fighter jet. The purpose of bringing you here this time is to prepare to replicate a batch of fighter jets to enhance the country's air power and also check how much energy is needed for one aircraft. Luo Ruixiang said, turning to Qin Hao as he got down to business. Qin Hao nodded and stepped forward, gently touching the cold and hard fuselage of the Shenglong fighter jet. All eyes were focused on him. Even their breathing instinctively lightened. After a moment, Qin Hao turned his gaze to Luo Ruixiang and calmly reported a number. System prompt. It requires 2 million energy points to replicate a complete Shenglong fighter jet. How? How much? Even Zhang Xinzhong, a seasoned military veteran used to big scenes, couldn't help but stutter, doubting whether he heard correctly. Luo Ruixiang's pupils also slightly constricted. Although he was mentally prepared, this number still exceeded his expectations. The others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. 2 million energy points? That's equivalent to 1 million RMB. They knew that the development costs of such fighter jets often reach hundreds or billions, and the manufacturing cost per unit starts at least several hundred million. Just 2 million energy points. Qin Hao confirmed again, his voice clear. He knew how impactful this number was on everyone present. 1 million RMB for a world-class, fifth-generation fighter jet? Zhang Xinzhong's voice involuntarily rose an octave, his face a mix of ecstatic disbelief. This is practically like picking it up for free. He quickly calculated in his mind. The Y-22 from the Eagle Sauce family is priced over 150 million US dollars. And that was years ago. This exchange rate is terrifying. A researcher struggled to calm his excitement. Leader, General, this replication cost is shockingly low. This means that if we have enough energy points, theoretically, we could. He didn't finish his sentence. But everyone present understood the implication. They would have the capability to rapidly and cost-effectively equip the most advanced fighter jets on a large scale. Luo Ruixiang took a deep breath, suppressing the waves of excitement within him. This strategic advantage was enormous, enough to change the future world order. He looked at Qin Hao and asked, "Xiao Qin, how many energy points do you have left?" After replicating the chips and alloys last time, there were 300 million points remaining. Adding the accumulation over these 3 days, there are a total of 480 million. Qin Hao answered truthfully. 480 million. Zhang Xianzhong's eyes instantly brightened like searchlights. At 2 million per aircraft, that means we could replicate 240 aircraft. My God, that's enough to equip several air divisions. His voice trembled slightly from excessive excitement. With 240 Shenglong fighter jets, the air defense capabilities of the Yan Huang nation would undergo a tremendous change. Seeing this, although Luo Ruixiang was equally excited, he maintained the composure of a leader. He raised his hand to signal Zhang Xianzhong to calm down. Don't get too carried away. We need to take it step by step. The replicated fighter jets must pass the most stringent tests and verifications to ensure that all performance indicators can perfectly match those of the prototype. The others nodded in agreement. What the leader says is absolutely right. The prototype is the result of countless researchers' hard work, having undergone repeated adjustments and optimizations. Although we have previously confirmed that the replicas are very good, we must ensure that each fighter jet meets the prototype standards. This concerns the safety of pilots and the country's air defense strategy, so we cannot afford any negligence. I understand. Zhang Xianzhong quickly reined in his excitement, though the eagerness in his eyes remained. I was too impatient. Luo Ruixiang pondered for a moment, scanning the faces of Qin Hao, Zhang Xianzhong, and the others before making a decision. How about this? Xiao Qin, you first replicate 100 aircraft. If more needed later, we can replicate them. No problem. 100 aircraft will only cost 200 million energy points. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Luo Ruixiang made the final decision. He didn't let Qin Hao use all his energy points to replicate the fighter jets, because energy was also needed in other areas. Then Luo Ruixiang turned his gaze to General Zhang, his tone serious. General Zhang, once these 100 fighter jets are replicated, your Air Force and the relevant aircraft manufacturing plants must immediately establish a top-tier joint testing team. Each replicated fighter jet must undergo the most comprehensive and stringent performance tests, including but not limited to flight performance, avionics systems, weapon compatibility, stealth coding effects, etc. All data must be precisely compared with the prototype to ensure everything is foolproof. The most important point is to keep it confidential. Yes, we will ensure the mission is completed. Zhang Xianzhong straightened his body sharply, his voice resonant. 100 aircraft. This far exceeded his boldest expectations, enough to form an air power that no opponent would dare underestimate. He couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected that we could welcome a leap in national defense capabilities in such a way. This is simply like a myth coming to reality. Luo Ruixiang also smiled. We are creating a myth belonging to Yan Huang with our own hands. Xiao Qin, you'll have to work hard again this time. It is my honor to serve the country, Qin Hao replied firmly, standing beside them. Cheng Haitang looked at the leaders and researchers who were determining the fate of the nation. Then at Qin Hao, her heart was already surging with waves. 100 of the world's top fighter jets were finalized in just a few dialogues. And all these changes were brought about by Qin Hao. So, leader, when do we start? Zhang Xianzhong rubbed his hands, a bit impatient, as if the fighter jets were already lined up before him, ready for takeoff. Luo Ruixiang waved his hand, signaling him to be patient. There's no rush. First, arrange a suitable place. Tomorrow, we will witness this moment together. His gaze returned to the quietly standing Shenglong prototype, his eyes deep. 100 aircraft were just the beginning. The sky of Yan Huang would surely become safer because of the soaring of these dragons. Chapter 28, Successful Replication. The next morning, An inconspicuous private jet landed in a military-restricted area, a place that could not be found on any public map. Qin Hao and Cheng Haitang stepped off the plane, where General Zhang Xianzhong had been waiting. Only a few of his core subordinates stood beside him, each bearing shining military stars, their eyes sharp as eagles. Comrade Qin Hao, Director Cheng, thank you for your hard work, Zhang Xianzhong said as he stepped forward to shake hands with the two. General Zhang is being too polite, Qin Hao responded. Cheng Haitang scanned the surroundings, noting the extreme level of security. The place is ready. Please follow me, Zhang Xianzhong said as he stepped aside to lead the way. The group took an internal transport vehicle and traversed a tunnel several kilometers long, finally arriving at a massive underground hangar that could accommodate several football fields. The entire space was illuminated by bright shadowless lights, making it seem as bright as day. The high dome made one feel small, and the air was filled with a cold mix of concrete and metal. Beside the hangar stood a Shenlong fighter jet, the prototype of its first flight. This is the newly built strategic reserve hangar, absolutely secure and spacious enough, Zhang Xianzhong introduced, his voice echoing in a vast space. The generals behind him wore serious expressions, waiting for a miracle to unfold. Cheng Haitang said to Qin Hao, "Let's begin. There are no outsiders here." Qin Hao nodded, walked up to the fighter jet, and without any unnecessary movements, placed his hand on the fuselage. Everyone present held their breath. Zhang Xianzhong and his battle-hardened subordinates felt their hearts racing uncontrollably, knowing what was about to happen. In the next moment, a transformation occurred. An identical Shenlong fighter jet suddenly appeared before everyone. SSS. A major general couldn't help but gasp, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. But this was just the beginning. After the first jet appeared, the second, third. More Shenlong jets began to materialize one after another in the same manner. They were arranged neatly, as if copied and pasted by a computer program, with every gap between them perfectly measured. Silent creation brought the most extreme visual impact. 10 jets, 20 jets, 50 jets. When the 100th Shenlong fighter jet was replicated, the entire underground hangar transformed into a forest of steel raptors. 100 jets, representing the world's top aviation technology, were arrayed in a standard parade formation. The hangar's lights reflected cold and majestic beams off the fuselage. That unique sci-fi shape, those flawless, smooth lines, converged into an overwhelming momentum that took one's breath away. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Zhang Xianzhong stood in a daze, his mouth slightly open, his throat moving but unable to produce any sound. The generals behind him shared the same expression. An elderly general, once a renowned ace pilot, had tears welling in his eyes, uncontrollably streaming down the wrinkles of his face. He trembled as he removed his military cap, clutching it tightly to his chest in tribute to this invincible fighter jet that had appeared out of thin air, offering the highest respect from an old soldier. I can't be dreaming, can I? Finally, the youngest major general murmured in a voice barely audible, then pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain made him grimace, confirming that what he saw was not an illusion. I never expected to witness this miracle in my lifetime, to see the day our Yan Huang nation's Air Force rises. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. Another general, known for his rugged demeanor, could only express the simplest exclamation as he stared at the steel jungle, his eyes slightly moist. They had waited too long for this day, fearing they would not see it in their lifetime. Zhang Xianzhong finally regained his composure and abruptly turned, quickly walking up to Qin Hao. The Air Force commander, now so excited his lips trembled, wanted to express his gratitude, but thousands of words were stuck in his throat, ultimately condensing into one phrase: good, great, wonderful. He slapped Qin Hao's shoulder with such force that it seemed he wanted to convey all his excitement and shock. Qin Hao winced from the impact but smiled. General Zhang, I did not fail my mission. Not just not failing the mission, you have given our Air Force a stabilizing anchor, Zhang Xianzhong exclaimed, his eyes shining as he looked around at the 100 jets. He suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, Comrade Qin Hao, did it really only consume 200 million energy points? Yes, Qin Hao answered calmly. That's wonderful. With these 100 jets, no, Even just 50 jets, our sky will never be the same as before. After his exclamation, he saluted Qin Hao with an exceptionally standard military salute. Comrade Qin Hao. Thank you. His voice was loud and resonated in the empty hangar. Chung Haidang stood aside, watching the scene unfold, feeling waves of emotion. He understood better than these soldiers the strategic significance of Qin Hao's existence. Today it was the Air Force. Tomorrow, perhaps it would be the Navy or the Army. It would be all the fields in Yan Huang Nation that needed to achieve leapfrog development. This young man was single-handedly pushing the entire country's future to unprecedented heights. Commander, a general from the technical department stepped forward, his voice excited as he reported, I just conducted a preliminary test with portable equipment. And the structural strength of one of the replicas, the skin material composition, completely matches the prototype's data. It's simply carved from the same mold. Of course, it's even more standardized than something carved from a mold. Zhang Xianzhong waved his hand dramatically, speaking with grandiosity. Relay my orders. Immediately assemble the top pilots and ground crew, and deploy them to the base with the highest security level. Get this group of Dragon Cubs ready for action in the shortest time possible. Yes, with the command issued, the entire base began to operate at high speed. Zhang Xianzhong approached Qin Hao once more, solemnly shaking his hand, his eyes filled with gratitude. Xiao Qin, you should go back with Director Chang to rest. We'll take care of the next steps. Don't worry. We will never let down your efforts, nor will we disappoint this miraculous aircraft. Zhang Xianzhong gazed at the 100 Shenglong jets standing silently before him, his mind already envisioning them soaring in the skies, guarding the magnificent landscape of Yan Huang. Chapter 29. The provocation of the Eagle Sauce. After successfully replicating 100 Shenglong fighter jets, Qin Hao welcomed a rare period of leisure. At the national level, it seemed to have entered a phase of rapid digestion, with countless tests, validations, and personnel training being carried out secretly and intensively. Qin Hao's presence felt like pressing the fast-forward button. Now the entire national machinery needed time to adapt to this sudden acceleration. For over 10 consecutive days, there were no new replication tasks. During this time, Leader Luo Ruixiang personally called, discussing no specific matters but instead acting like a kind elder, reminding Qin how to rest well, not to feel too much pressure, and to accumulate some energy points for unexpected needs. Qin Hao enjoyed the tranquility, spending his days either monitoring the growth of the system's energy points or chatting with Chung Haitang, leading a rather pleasant life. The energy points in his account were steadily increasing at a rate of 60 to 70 million per day, quickly surpassing the 1 billion mark again, leaving him with 2 billion energy points. That afternoon, the sun was just right. In the southeast direction of the Yan Huang Nation, the Azure Sea was cloudless. At this moment, 4Y-35 fighter jets from Eagle Sauce quietly crossed an invisible boundary, invading the air defense identification zone of Yan Huang. At the Eagle Sauce Air Force Command, a massive electronic screen displayed real-time flight data and tactical situation maps of the 4 aircraft. Go Squadron, report the situation, asked General Marcus, holding a cup of coffee and speaking casually. Report, Commander, Go Squadron has arrived at the target airspace. Everything is normal. The weather here is really nice. Even more comfortable than the sea breeze in Hawaii, replied Captain Williams' voice over the radio, tinged with teasing. Laughter filled the command hall. For them, this operation felt more like an armed parade. The purpose was simple, to force the Yan Huang country's new fighter jet, named Shenglong, to take off, and then use the powerful sensor array of the Y-35 to collect as much critical data as possible on its radar, infrared, and electromagnetic signals without engaging in direct conflict. Don't be careless, William. Marcus took a sip of his coffee. Our intelligence indicates that the Dragon may have good stealth capabilities. Don't worry, General, another pilot interjected. In front of the Y-35 radar, any stealth is just a joke. I'm curious if that Dragon dares to come out and greet us. They were confident. As our country's new fighter jet, they had every reason to be. To them, the Yan Huang Shenglong, no matter how much it boasted, was just a novice learner who had just learned to walk. As time passed, 1 minute, 5 minutes, the 4 Y-35s circled in the target airspace, as if taking a leisurely stroll in their own backyard. Their radars were constantly powered on, combing the airspace like a comb. But the radar screens showed no other signals besides a few civil aviation signals. General, no discoveries in the target airspace. William's voice became more flippant. It seems that dragon is a sleepy dragon, still sleeping in its nest. General Marcus suddenly furrowed his brow. That shouldn't be the case. Given Yan Huang's usual tough stance, they wouldn't have no reaction to this level of provocation. Could it be that the Shenlong is merely a showpiece with no real combat capability? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden change occurred. Oh my God, what is that? Ghost 4, at your 3 o'clock position on the right. I see it. To the left. There's one on my left too. The light-hearted tone of the pilots vanished, replaced by extreme shock and unmistakable panic. At the Eagle Sauce Air Force Command, everyone shot up, staring intently at the main screen. Through the real-time images transmitted from the cockpit of the fighter jets, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories for life. 4 silver-gray Shenlong fighter jets had silently appeared around the Y-35 formation, completely surrounding them. They looked like 4 ghosts emerging from the void, with the nearest one less than 100 meters away. At this distance, the pilots could even see the cold and indifferent eyes beneath the cockpit canopy. Almost simultaneously with the visual confirmation of the Shenlong, a piercing radar alarm blared inside the cockpits of the 4 Y-35s, and the red lock flashed frantically on the screens. We're locked on. We're locked on. William's voice trembled with disbelief. My radar shows no anomalies. How did they do it? Just then, a voice came through the public channel, clearly reaching every pilot's ears and resonating in the command hall of the Eagle Sauce Pacific Air Force Command. This is the Yan Huang Air Force. Your aircraft has illegally invaded our airspace. Immediately turn around and exit our air defense identification zone. Otherwise, we will take further measures. This emotionless warning, combined with the alarm of being locked on, instantly shattered the psychological defenses of the Eagle Sauce pilots. Their proud stealth advantage became the biggest joke in front of the Shenlong. Admiral Kuss almost shouted the order, "Retreat. Ghost Squadron, retreat immediately." His coffee cup clattered to the ground and shattered. Without him even having to order it, several pilots were already terrified. They instinctively pushed the control sticks hard. The 4 planes awkwardly separated from the formation and fled in panic at maximum thrust in the direction they had come from. On the Yan Huang side, there was no pursuit and no attack. They simply maintained their original formation, watching as the once arrogant Y-35s fled in a panic. It wasn't until their afterburners disappeared into the horizon that everything finally calmed down. General Marcus slumped back into his chair, feeling cold all over. He knew something big had happened. They hadn't gone to collect data. They had voluntarily submitted a report certifying that we are not as good as you. Meanwhile, on the Yan Huang side, pilot Li Hongtao, flying the Shenlong fighter jet, was reporting the situation to the command center. Calling headquarters. Dragon Squadron has completed the expulsion mission and is requesting to return. He quickly received a response. Headquarters received. Return is authorized. Welcome back home. On the return journey, the pilot of the number 2 aircraft remarked, "Captain, those 4 little eagles ran really fast just now. I could see the look of terror in that kid's eyes. He probably needs to change his pants when he gets back. All right, enough with the banter. Maintain formation. Don't get carried away." This was a real combat mission for the Shenlong, and it's off to a good start. Chapter 30. Initial victory. What a good start, Captain. This is barely a warm-up. The pilot of machine number 3 took the lead in the conversation, saying, "We just showed up and scared them off. I thought we could play a little cat and mouse game with them, but it turns out this mouse is too timid. What else do you want to play? Actually shoot them down?" The pilot of machine number 4 joked. For them, this confrontation was less of a tense standoff and more of a one-sided, all-dimensional display of technological superiority, from silently approaching to accurately locking on to completely blinding the opponent's radar. The entire process was textbook perfect. The opponent was simply too weak. As the 4 Shenlong jets gracefully landed at the base, General Zhang Xianzhong was already waiting on the tarmac with a group of officers. The cockpit hatches opened, and 4 pilots jumped down from their aircraft with agility. They removed their helmets, revealing young and confident faces. Reporting to the commander, "The Divine Dragon Squadron has completed its mission. Everything went smoothly." Captain Li Hongtao stepped forward and saluted, his voice loud and clear. Zhang Xianzhong returned the salute, stepped forward a few paces, and without saying a word, he firmly patted each of the 4 pilots on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with approval and excitement. You've worked hard. You did a great job this time. You didn't bring shame to the country. After saying a few words, he turned to Li Hongtao. What's the specific situation? Reporting to the commander, the Y-35's radar did not detect us at all. We completed the encirclement and locking within less than 100 meters of them. Judging from their final flight posture, the opposing pilot psychological defenses had completely collapsed, and they were in a panicked retreat. Li Hongtao's report was concise, yet heavy with meaning. The surrounding officers listened, their hearts stirred, their faces flushed with excitement. Not detected at all. Everyone present knew what this meant. In future air battles, the Shenlong could appear like a ghostly assassin, ready to strike at the opponent's throat, while the enemy might never know where the attack came from until it was too late. Good. What a panicked retreat. Zhang Xianzhong finally couldn't help but burst into laughter, filled with unprecedented exhilaration. He turned to his chief of staff and said, "Upload everything that happened today to the database for our future reference." Yes, the staff member immediately replied. At this moment, one pilot couldn't help but add, reporting to the commander, "I think they looked more like headless flies. If we hadn't taken the initiative to speak up, they might still be foolishly spinning around, thinking they were the masters of the sky." This playful report elicited another round of hearty laughter from everyone. Zhang Xianzhong pointed at that pilot and laughed. "Well said. Our sky was never, is not, and will never be anyone's backyard." He paused, his smile fading as he glanced at the 4 Shenlong jets that had just completed their mission and thought about the 100 such aircraft still to come. Suddenly, an indescribable sense of pride surged from his heart. Once upon a time, facing the aerial superiority of the Eagle Nation, they could only passively defend, with each expulsion accompanied by great risks and pressures. The pilots had to defend the dignity of the country with their flesh and blood and outdated equipment. That sense of frustration and helplessness was a scar etched in the hearts of every airman. But starting today, everything was different. Yanhua country, the highest military command center. On the huge electronic sand table, the recent silent confrontation was being replayed repeatedly. The 4 blue arrows representing Shenlong intertwined like phantoms, encircling. Meanwhile, the red arrows representing the Y-35 drew 4 frantic escape trajectories at the last moment. The data analysis report was laid out in front of every senior official. According to the data analysis, our Shenlong aircraft maintained a radar cross-section below 0.005 square meters throughout the operation, successfully evading detection by the Y-35's onboard radar and rear warning systems. The quantum radar it carried accurately captured and locked onto the Y-35 without emitting any detectable signals. This proved that we had achieved a generational leap in radar technology. Pilot feedback indicated that the aircraft's maneuverability, control response speed, and the intelligence level of the avionics system far exceeded expectations. The evaluation was as if using an arm as a finger human-machine integration. The conference room was silent, only the calm voice of the data analyst reporting. Luo Ruixiang listened quietly, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. His face showed little expression, but his deep-set eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light. This was not just a successful expulsion operation, it was a strategic declaration. It announced that Yanhua country had transformed from a follower into a leader in the cutting-edge military technology field. The first island chain. The second island chain. These terms that once shackled them like chains were becoming fragile in the wake of the Shenlong's flight path. Comrades, today is a day worth commemorating. Luo Ruixiang slowly began. From today onwards, our oceans, our airspace, will be guarded by our own strength. The days of those who habitually flaunted their might at our doorstep are gone forever. Zhang Xianzhong was also in the conference room. He took over the conversation, his voice still tinged with excitement. The leader is right. This was just a small warning for them. 100 Shenlongs have completed the first phase of testing, and the pilots are basically in place. We can form 10 fully equipped ace flying squadrons at any time. Just give the order, and not only the air defense identification zone, but even their aircraft carrier formations. If they dare to act recklessly, we will make sure they come and go without return. His words were filled with the iron-bloodedness and grandeur of a soldier, but no one present felt it was just bravado, because they had the confidence to back it up. After the meeting, Luo Ruixiang kept a few core members behind. This incident would surely cause an uproar in the Eagle Nation. They would spare no effort to uncover the source of our technological breakthroughs, and the protection of Comrade Qin Hao must be elevated to the highest level. I agree. A core leader nodded. He is now the highest secret of our entire country. There must be no mistakes. As for Comrade Haidang, we need to increase security forces. All interactions with Comrade Qin Hao must be conducted within the strictest controllable limits. Zhang Xianzhong solemnly nodded, understood. Luo Ruixiang's gaze grew distant. However, this matter cannot be hidden. The Eagle Nation is not foolish. They will soon realize that such a leap-forward breakthrough cannot be the result of conventional development. We must also prepare for their irrational actions. He paused for a moment, a meaningful smile suddenly curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course, the more confused and frantic they are, the more advantageous it is for us. Let them guess, investigate, and waste countless resources in the wrong direction. Moreover, we should report this matter publicly, both to let the people of the country know this good news and to enhance cohesion and to deter other hostile forces, making them see clearly that our Yan Huang nation is not to be trifled with, nor are we afraid of technological blockades. This proposal received unanimous agreement. At this moment, Qin Hao was lying on his own sofa, leisurely scrolling through short videos. He had no idea that a thrilling standoff had just occurred thousands of kilometers away in the airspace. Chapter 31, Global Outrage. Qin Hao was lounging on the sofa, bored and watching an old movie when Cheng Haitang's arrival broke the tranquility. Xiao Qin, what are you watching? Cheng Haitang poured herself a glass of water and sat down. Just browsing. Qin Hao pressed the pause button. Old Cheng, you seem to be in a good mood today. Did you find some money? I didn't find any money. Cheng Haitang's lips curled into a rare, subtle smile. But we did manage to catch a few blind mice with the dragon we sent out. As she spoke, she handed a tablet to Qin Hao. When Qin Hao took it and looked, the tablet was playing video footage sent back from the Shenlong team's cockpit recorder. From the ghostly approach to the encirclement, then to the alarm sound from the opponent's radar blaring in the public channel, and finally, the scene of 4 Y-35s fleeing in embarrassment. The entire process was clear and smooth. They were scared off just like that. After finishing the video, Qin Hao's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. I thought they could hold out a bit longer, at least to hear a second warning. Cheng Haitang was amused by his relaxed demeanor. She had prepared a lot to describe the significance of this operation, but to Qin Hao, it seemed like a trivial matter. Your attitude? Well, it's good, Cheng Haitang chuckled. It's a small matter for you, but for us, for the entire country, it's an epic-making day. The higher-ups have decided to make this public. Qin Hao nodded. He understood that hiding it was impossible, rather than waiting for the other side to embellish and fabricate stories. It was better to take the initiative and let the facts speak for themselves. He returned the tablet to Cheng Haitang. That's great. It's time to let everyone celebrate. The next morning, almost all official media platforms in the Yan Huang nation simultaneously released a news item. The title was exceptionally plain. Report on our military aircraft conducting routine patrols in the Eastern Air Defense Identification Zone. However, the content inside stirred up a storm. The report succinctly stated the facts. 4 of our Shenlong fighter jets encountered 4 Eagle Sauce Country aircraft conducting prolonged, high-intensity reconnaissance during their patrol. Our pilots handled the situation professionally and decisively, successfully driving them away. Below the text, 3 high-definition images and a 30-second video were attached. The first photo was taken from the side rear of the Shenlong fighter, clearly showing 2 Shenlongs on either side of a Y-35, which appeared somewhat clumsy in comparison to the more imposing design of the Shenlong. The second photo was a screenshot of the radar locking interface, with 4 red locking frames tightly encircling the 4 Y-35s. The third photo was a long-range shot of the 4 Shenlongs maintaining an elegant and composed formation, watching the distant black dots fleeing in panic on the horizon. The 30-second video was the highlight. Starting from the cockpit view of the Shenlong, the Y-35 was clearly visible up close. Then, the emotionless warning voice of the Yan Huang pilot rang out. This is the Yan Huang Air Force. You have illegally invaded our airspace. We request you to turn back immediately. Before the voice faded, the video captured the panicked shouts of the Y-35 pilots. Although the specific content was unclear, the fear and chaos pierced through the screen via the radio static. Immediately after, the Y-35 in the footage abruptly turned and fled at full throttle. The entire process was clean and decisive, demonstrating a clear superiority. This news was like a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake, instantly detonating the entire internet. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I'm standing up for this. This is the best news I've seen this year. No exceptions. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling while looking at my phone. I said I'm saluting our Air Force. Did everyone see clearly? Total domination. Is Eagle Sauce's radar blind? They didn't even know they were touched on the face. Upstairs, it wasn't just a touch on the face. They were almost ridden on. Just look at that Y-35 pilot's eyes. They look like they've seen a ghost. In the past, we protested, we warned. Today, it's finally our turn to use strength to make them roll. So uplifting. That line, "This is the Yan Huang Air Force," is simply the most domineering and pleasant sound I've ever heard. The comments section surged past 1 million in just a few minutes. Countless comments filled the screen with might and dominance. The pent-up frustration of the citizens over the years found its most thorough release at this moment. Interestingly, those who are usually the most active, reflective, and often talk about the gap, public intellectuals and Western admirers, were collectively silenced at this moment. Their social media accounts were flooded with tourists. The latest comments were uniformly, "Why aren't you speaking? Come out and reflect on this? Didn't you say our engines were inferior? Didn't you say we couldn't make good planes?" This silent silence was, in itself, the loudest slap in the face. Domestically, the country was jubilant, while abroad, there was silence and uproar. Eagle Sauce Country. General Cuz looked at the Yan Huang country's released video with a face ashen as death. The clear visuals and calm warnings mocked his previous confidence. They've gone too far. They're humiliating us. A staff officer shouted angrily. They have the right to humiliate us. Another intelligence officer's voice was dry. The question is, how do they do it? Our aircraft in front of them seemed to be naked, with no secrets at all. The reaction from Erhua Street was the most direct. Within half an hour of the news breaking, stocks of several major military-industrial complexes plummeted, starting with a crash, evaporating hundreds of billions of dollars in market value. Countless investors wailed in despair. They couldn't understand how the invincible fighter jet that had been hyped to the sky became a backdrop in someone else's promotional video. Intelligence agencies and military think tanks from other countries were frantically analyzing every detail in that video and photos. The aerodynamic layout of the Shenlong, its terrifying, balancing stealth and super maneuverability. Their radar technology has absolutely undergone a revolutionary breakthrough. This is no longer a confrontation on the same level. The sky of the Yan Huang nation had truly changed. The balance of military power in the world needed to be reassessed from today. In a luxurious palace of a Middle Eastern oil nation, the prince, who was the richest in the world with a piece of cloth on his head, was intently watching the news presented by his subordinates. He watched that 30-second video repeatedly over a dozen times, his expression shifting from shock to seriousness, finally turning into a hint of burning excitement. The Y-22 isn't sold to us, and the Y-35 has so many restrictions. The prince put down the tablet, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Now, it seems like there's a better option. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. "Prepare the plane. I need to go to Yan Huang country immediately," the prince instructed on the other end of the line, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Additionally, in the name of the nation, issue a formal friendly visit to the Yan Huang country's embassy. Chapter 32. Etiquette requires reciprocity, not to mention the visit of the Middle Eastern prince at this moment. Several high-ranking officials were discussing a matter in the highest military command center of the Yan Huang nation. Reciprocity is a traditional virtue of ours. Luo Ruixiong lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. They traveled thousands of miles and sent 4 planes to greet us. We certainly cannot be disrespectful. The generals present wore knowing smiles. Zhang Xianzhong straightened his back, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. "Leader, I've been waiting for you to say this. The Shenlong team has been on standby for 24 hours, fully fueled, and ammunition. Let's forget about the ammunition. We are going for a friendly visit. His slight rephrasing elicited a wave of light laughter in the conference room. Deputy Leader Zhang Yunfeng also chuckled. Commander Zhang's use of friendly visit is excellent. Let's go and let them know what so-called freedom of flight is. What about the specific route? A chief of staff pulled up a real-time situation map of the Western Pacific on an electronic display. A red icon representing the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier battle group stood out prominently. We'll fly over their carrier group, circle around, say hello, and then come back, Luo Ruixiang said in a tone as casual as if he were discussing visiting a neighbor. Maintain radio silence throughout the journey. Do not actively expose ourselves. I just want to see if their radar system can detect our planes. Understood. We will ensure the mission is completed. Zhang Xinzhong suddenly stood up. Several hours later, in a certain sea area of the Western Pacific, on the deck of a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, ground crew members were methodically conducting takeoff and landing operations for fighter jets. The sea breeze blew, the sun shone brightly, and everything appeared so calm and ordinary. Inside the command center of the carrier battle group, the atmosphere was equally relaxed. Radar operators stared at the steady-moving green dots on screen, occasionally chatting with each other and complaining about the food in the military cafeteria. For them, this sea area was like their backyard swimming pool. So safe it couldn't be safer. Hey Mike, what is that? On the deck, a ground crew member who was loading munitions suddenly stopped his work and pointed at a certain direction in the sky. His companion squinted in the direction he was pointing. High above, 4 silver-gray silhouettes glided across the sky with an elegance that bordered on arrogance, silently crossing the horizon. Fuck, what kind of planes are those? Sound the alarm. Quick, sound the alarm. Unidentified flying objects. Right above us. Sharp shouts pierced through the intercom, instantly shattering the calm in the command center. What's going on? The on-duty commander pushed his chair aside and rushed to the radar screen. What does the radar show? Report to the commander. There are no anomalies on the radar. The radar operator's voice was laced with panic, but the real-time monitoring footage on the deck clearly displayed those 4 sci-fi-like aircraft on every screen in the command center. They flew in formation, leisurely passing directly over the aircraft carrier, and one could even see the unique red dragon emblem beneath their wings. Visibly, the radar was blind. This situation was like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone, from head to toe. Emergency takeoff. Intercept. Hurry. The commander screamed. But even he knew how powerless this command was. By the time their fighter jets took off in a hurry, those 4 Shenlong jets had already completed their circuit and gracefully adjusted their course, disappearing at the horizon's edge. From appearance to disappearance. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes, leaving behind a chaotic aircraft carrier deck and a group of bewildered Eagle Sauce Navy personnel. The news soon reached the upper echelons of Eagle Sauce, in the office of Air Force General Marcus. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like one could squeeze water from it. He had just been grilled by Congress over the last Y-35 incident, and now the Navy brought another big gift. They flew over our carrier group, visible to the naked eye. Marcus's voice was dry and hoarse as he stared at the report, as if trying to burn a hole through the paper. Yes, General. The Navy liaison officer's face was equally grim. The entire air defense system did not sound any alarms. If they were carrying weapons, the consequences are unimaginable. Consequences? Cuss chuckled bitterly, slamming the report on the table. Now is the worst consequence. Our face is being ground into the dirt by them. Panic, anger, but more so a profound sense of powerlessness. Last time we were encircled closely, this time they came directly to visit, each time more outrageous than the last, each time more humiliating. We must block the news, a high-ranking official said decisively. We absolutely cannot let the outside world know. Otherwise, we will lose all our face. Block? How do we block it? Another person retorted. Do you think the Yan Huang nation's aircraft are sightseeing? They must have video and photos from the entire flight. They're just waiting for us to deny it and then slap us in the face. Silence fell in the conference room. Fight? We can't win. Hide? We can't conceal it. This problem has no solution. Just when everyone was at a loss, the Yan Huang side accidentally leaked a blurry video onto the international network. The video was shot from the cockpit of a Shenlong, clearly showing the massive aircraft carrier group below. As soon as the video was released, global military forums and intelligence agencies erupted again. My God, isn't that the latest aircraft from the Yan Huang nation? They actually flew over to Eagle Sauce's side. Eagle Sauce's aircraft carrier fleet became a sightseeing backdrop. This world is too crazy. Waiting for Eagle Sauce's reaction. The eyes of the entire world were focused on Eagle Sauce, waiting to see how they would respond to this national humiliation. However, no one expected the response to be an official announcement that left the world dumbfounded. The spokesperson for the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Defense, facing a throng of reporters, read the official statement with a serious expression regarding the video circulating online. It has been verified that 4 aircraft from the Yan Huang nation did fly in international airspace over the Western Pacific. Our side believes that this flight activity fully complies with relevant international law regulations. It is a routine and free flight operation, and they did not infringe upon our airspace. As soon as the statement was released, the world fell silent. Reporters exchanged glances, thinking their ears were malfunctioning. No protest, no condemnation, even no sanctions. Instead, they helped explain the legality. Is this still the Eagle Sauce that runs rampant and gives no face to anyone? This news was transmitted back to the Yan Huang nation at lightning speed, and the atmosphere online instantly shifted from anticipation to celebration and laughter. Wow, did I read that right? Eagle Sauce actually said we flew well and legally? Ha ha ha, this is killing me. It's worse than directly cursing them out. They're trying to undermine our morale. The upper echelon's perspective has shrunk. What does this mean? It means that when you are strong enough, your opponent has to speak for you against their conscience. On the legal literacy of Eagle Sauce, the boundaries of freedom of flight in the past, we protested, saying they violated us. Now we flew around, and they said we were exercising freedom of flight. This is too surreal, but I like it. This prosperous age, just as you wished. Our planes can finally come and go freely wherever needed. Qin Hao also saw this news while sipping the fine tea cherished by Cheng Haidang. Old Cheng, look, they're quite reasonable, Qin Hao said seriously, pointing at his phone screen. Cheng Haitang's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, almost spilling the tea. He looked at Qin Hao's serious face and held back for a long time before squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Indeed, too understanding. Chapter 33. Backstabbing. The heat of the free flight incident continued to ferment on the internet for several days. The frustrated and helpless official statement from the Eagle Sauce country was turned into various memes and jokes by netizens from the Yan Huang country, exuding a sense of relief and triumph in every word. However, this relaxed atmosphere did not last long. That afternoon, Cheng Haidang arrived at Qin Hao's residence again. Unlike the excitement and joy of the previous 2 visits, this time his expression was dark and somewhat frightening, as if a layer of frost had settled on his stern face. As soon as he entered, he walked straight to the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, gulped it down in one go, and then heavily placed the glass on the coffee table. Seeing his demeanor, Qin Hao couldn't help but ask, "Old Cheng, who offended you? Why do you look so grim?" Without directly answering Qin Hao's question, Cheng Haidang pulled out a document from his briefcase and handed it to him. "You take a look. They don't have the guts to come at us openly, so they start playing dirty, the same old trick." Qin Hao took the document with confusion and opened the first page, his brow furrowing at the title. Emergency Report on Recent Abnormal Fluctuations in the International Low-Enriched Uranium Market Prices. The report was clear. Just yesterday, several major uranium-producing countries announced almost simultaneously a market adjustment for the price of natural uranium, U-3O8, commonly known as yellow cake, exported to the Yan Huang country. The result of this adjustment was that the price had skyrocketed 5-fold. 5 times. Qin Hao's tone also became serious. "That's robbery. Even worse than robbery." Cheng Haitang's voice carried a suppressed anger. "Our intelligence department has confirmed that this is Eagle Sauce's doing behind the scenes. They pressured these countries to join forces and raise prices, specifically targeting us. Moreover, most of the extra money will flow into the pockets of certain interest groups on the Eagle Sauce side under the guise of technical service fees and security consulting fees." Cheng Haidang leaned back on the sofa, pinching the bridge of his nose. "It's no different from a gang extorting protection money at the docks. It's extremely ugly. Originally, importing a ton of low-enriched uranium cost over 1 million RMB. and now it has exceeded 6 million, meaning the country will suffer a loss of hundreds of billions. Qin Hao looked at the data in the document, quickly calculating in his mind. Low-enriched uranium is a fundamental raw material for the nuclear industry. A five-fold price increase means that the operating costs of the entire nuclear power industry in the Yan Huang country will soar, undoubtedly delivering a precise blow to the country's energy strategy. Are we that desperate for this stuff? Can't we buy from elsewhere? Or can't we mine it ourselves? Qin Hao was somewhat puzzled. He hadn't really paid attention to these issues. This was precisely why Cheng Haidang had come to see Qin Hao today. He needed Qin Hao to understand that the seriousness of this matter goes far beyond just spending more money. This is where they strike, accurately and ruthlessly. Cheng Haitang's expression became extremely grave. Nuclear power is the most important part of our future energy structure, related to energy security and the strategic goal of carbon neutrality. And we happen to be a country with poor uranium resources. He extended his finger to gesture at Qin Hao. Our country's annual demand for low-enriched uranium is about 8,000 to 9,000 tons, and this number is continuously increasing with the construction of our nuclear power plants. However, our own annual production, no matter what we do, is only less than 2,000 tons. The remaining 7,000 tons gap relies entirely on imports. The figure of over 7,000 tons made Qin Hao's heart sink. He finally understood why Eagle Sauce chose to strike at this point. This was not ordinary commercial friction. It was a move to choke us at the throat. In the past, we had long-term, stable cooperation agreements with those uranium-exporting countries, and the prices were always normal. Now with Eagle Sauce intervening, those countries, although unwilling, can only accept it because they can't fight back. Cheng Haidang side, we also try to contact some smaller uranium-producing countries, but their production is limited and can't fill this gap at all. Moreover, Eagle Sauce is watching us closely. The moment we take any action, their black hands will reach out immediately. The room fell into silence. The immense joy and pride brought by the recent Long Dragon fighter jet were completely doused by this cold water. Just because they can't beat you openly doesn't mean they can't make things difficult for you. The modern game between nations is no longer limited to battlefields with real weapons. Energy, finance, technology. Any weakness in these areas could become a target for attack. The higher-ups were in meetings discussing countermeasures, but in the short term, it was hard to come up with any immediate solutions. Cheng Haitang's tone carried a deep sense of helplessness. Either we grit our teeth and accept this exorbitant price, or we have to slow down or even suspend part of our nuclear power plant construction plans. Whichever option we choose, it's something we don't want to see. This was no longer a simple loss of face. It was a real cut into flesh. Qin Hao remained silent, leaning back on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on his knee. In his mind, the system interface quietly emerged. Energy point balance, 1.53 billion. The energy points were still steadily increasing. But at this moment, Qin Hao's attention was completely off this number. His gaze seemed to penetrate the report in front of him, seeing the resources buried deep underground. The grand projects that might stagnate due to raw material shortages, and the sinister face of Eagle Sauce that was grinning in shadows despite losing the battle. Seeing Qin Hao lost in thought, Cheng Haidang assumed he was also feeling frustrated and angry about this matter. So he patted his shoulder and comforted him. You don't have to think too much. The sky won't fall. There are always more solutions than difficulties. We've seen all kinds of storms over the years. Today, I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that the struggle we face is complex and long-term. We can't let our guard down just because of one or two victories. Qin Hao came back to his senses, raised his head, and looked at Cheng Haitang's bloodshot eyes, suddenly saying, "Isn't it just raising prices? Then we just won't buy it. I can directly replicate low-enriched uranium." As soon as he said this, Cheng Haidang suddenly remembered the replication system, smacking his forehead. Right? How did I forget about this? But soon he thought of something else, and his expression changed immediately, rejecting Qin Hao's idea. No, absolutely not. Cheng Haitang's attitude was resolute and unquestionable. Chapter 34 Experiment Indirect Contact Replication. Every time you replicate, you must make physical contact with your hand. Although low-enriched uranium has relatively low radiation, it still poses a danger to the human body, and I cannot let you take that risk. His tone was more serious than ever. Xiao Qin, Do you know what you mean to the country right now? Don't even think about touching radioactive materials. Even if it's just a cold or fever, I would have to write a 10,000-word reflection. This matter is out of the question. Qin Hao found his serious demeanor somewhat amusing. Lao Cheng, don't get so worked up. The radiation intensity of low-enriched uranium is actually very low, even less than the dose from a chest X-ray. As long as you wear professional protective clothing, it can be completely isolated. Qin Hao tried to persuade him with scientific reasoning. Besides, I haven't tried whether I can replicate while wearing gloves. This thought left Cheng Haitang momentarily stunned, his furrowed brow relaxing slightly. Right, would indirect contact work? The operating principle of the system remains unsolved. And Qin Hao is the only manual. If replication can be done through a barrier, the risk would undoubtedly be minimized. You haven't tried? No, there hasn't been a need before. Qin Hao shrugged. How about we try it now? Cheng Haitang pondered for a moment. This matter was significant, and if it truly worked, it would undoubtedly be a shortcut to solving the current dilemma. He glanced at Qin Hao, finally nodded, and immediately picked up the phone, giving a brief command to have something delivered. A few minutes later, a guard brought a brand new, thick pair of chemical protective gloves. Qin Hao took them and, under Cheng Haitang's tense gaze, slowly put them on. The gloves were thick, and the tactile sensation of his fingers became somewhat dull. He looked around, and his gaze landed on the porcelain cup on the coffee table that Cheng Haitang had just drunk from. This will do. Qin Hao extended his gloved right hand and grasped the still-warm teacup. Soon, a familiar system interface appeared before him, with a line of prompt text lighting up. Target detected. Ordinary porcelain teacup. Scanning. Do you want to consume 2 energy points to replicate? It worked. Qin Hao was delighted and unhesitatingly selected yes. In the next second, an identical cup appeared out of nowhere in his left hand. This really works? Cheng Haitang pointed at the 2 cups and then looked at Qin Hao's gloved right hand, astonished. It seems the system recognizes me as a person, not my skin. Qin Hao took off the gloves and placed the 2 cups side by side on the coffee table, speaking lightly. This discovery relieved Qin Hao as it meant that the safety factor when replicating certain special items would greatly increase in the future. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Cheng Haitang's expression did not relax. Instead, it became even more troubled. He stared at the gloves, his brow furrowed tightly. Even so, I still can't agree. Why not? Qin Hao was genuinely perplexed. Clearly, it was proven that wearing gloves was safe, and the risk had been minimized. How could it still be considered risky? Cheng Haitang's voice rose a few notches. What if the protective clothing had invisible damage during operation? What if uranium dust was inhaled through the respiratory tract? What if? In short, there were countless possibilities. As long as there is a theoretical risk, it cannot be done. In his view, Qin Hao's safety was absolute. Any potential risk, even if the probability was 1 in a billion, must be eliminated. The future of the country cannot be gambled with. Qin Hao was completely at a loss. He realized that reasoning with Cheng Haitang was futile. This guy had become somewhat obsessed with his safety issue. He was simply a stubborn old fossil. Lao Cheng, now it's as if someone has a knife to our throats. Hundreds of billions are being given away every year while being choked by others. Can you swallow that? You must swallow it, because we currently do not have enough strength. Self-preservation is not an issue, but directly confronting the eagle sauce is still far off. Cheng Haitang held his neck high and continued. Money can be earned again, but if strategic materials are compromised, we can find other ways. If something happens to you, where can we find another Qin Hao? Qin Hao was left speechless by his words. The two stared at each other, sitting on the sofa in a standoff for a long time, neither able to persuade the other. One felt it was for the national interest, while the other believed it was to protect a national treasure. Their positions were different, but their intentions were good. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. After pulling back and forth for a while, Qin Hao sighed and decided to change his approach. All right. He waved his hand. We want to come to a conclusion here. This matter is not something you and I can decide. How about we go meet the leader? Let us report the situation to him and see what he has to say. Qin Hao kicked the ball into someone else's court. He knew very well that Cheng Haitang was concerned about his personal safety, but a big figure like Luo Ruixiang would definitely consider the overall strategic situation of the country. Between national interests and personal risks, he would make a more macro evaluation. Hearing the words of the leader, Qin Hao's expression instantly changed. He understood what Qin Hao meant. If this choice was placed before the leader, one side was being extorted by the enemy for hundreds of billions every year, with the entire nuclear energy strategy being hampered, while the other side was to let the country's critical equipment operate under theoretically absolute safety, taking on a risk of 1 in a billion to solve the problem. Which side would the leader choose? The answer was almost obvious. Qin Hao's inner conflict raged. He didn't want Qin Hao to take any risks. But he also couldn't deny that Qin Hao's suggestion was currently the best way to break the deadlock. Letting him report to the leader was equivalent to handing over the bottom line he had been upholding for a long time for the top decision. Looking at Qin Hao's expression that suggested he would go on his own if he didn't agree, Qin Hao felt his blood pressure rising. He leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, as if he wanted to expel all the entanglements and helplessness in his heart. Finally, he opened his eyes and, in an almost weary tone, squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "All right then, I will arrange it." When Qin Hao and Qin Hao found Luo Ruixiang, it was already the afternoon of the next day. This meeting was not held in a conference room, but at Luo Ruixiang's residence. Qin Hao was somewhat surprised to find that Luo Ruixiang's residence was not as resplendent as he had imagined, but rather a simple courtyard house with gray bricks and tiles, adorned with a few hawthorn and pomegranate trees, exuding a sense of simplicity. In the living room, sunlight poured through the wooden lattice windows, casting light on the coffee table. Besides Luo Ruixiang, Deputy Leader Zhang Yunfeng was also present. Chapter 35 Solutions. After a few people took their seats, Qin Hao reported the ins and outs of the situation, as well as Qin Hao's proposal, in detail. Once Qin Hao finished speaking, Qin Hao added from the side, "Grandpa Luo, I am willing to go. As long as we take proper precautions, the risks are manageable." After he spoke, the living room fell into silence. Luo Ruixiang and Zhang Yunfeng listened quietly, their faces showing no emotional changes, neither immediately agreeing nor rejecting the proposal. After a long while, Luo Ruixiang finally picked up his teacup, gently blew on the steam, and his gentle gaze fell on Qin Hao. "Xiao Qin, it's good to have his heart for the country's concerns. We all feel very gratified." As soon as he said this, Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. But then her heart was in her throat again. However, Luo Ruixiang's tone shifted, and although still gentle, he continued, "Comrade Haidang is right about one thing. Your safety is our top priority, more important than anything else. We cannot gamble the future of the country on a 1 in a billion possibility." Zhang Yunfeng, the deputy leader, nodded in agreement and took over the conversation. "Xiao Qin, you may not fully understand our country's current situation. The Eagle Nation's recent actions regarding the uranium mine are indeed frustrating, but it's just one of many troubles." He extended his finger and pointed in the air, his tone growing heavier. "Our country is vast and rich in resources, but we also have a large population and huge consumption. Every year, we need to import over 1 billion tons of iron, ore, and other minerals from abroad to maintain industrial operations. Over 70% of our oil depends on imports, which is the lifeblood of our energy. A considerable portion of high-end chips, precision instruments, and even high-quality soybeans need to be sourced from others. Any one of these issues is far more severe than the recent price increase in uranium. For so many years, we have been struggling and fighting with our backs against the wall." Zhang Yunfeng looked at Qin Hao now. "They just want to collect a few $100 billion in protection fees from us. We can still afford that. Compared to sending you into danger, this money is worth spending." At this point, Qin Hao completely understood. From Qin Hao to the two top leaders, their attitudes were surprisingly consistent. In their eyes, he was a national treasure. Any proposal that might threaten the safety of this treasure, no matter how tempting it seemed, would be unhesitatingly rejected. Qin Hao felt a mix of helplessness and warmth in his heart. This feeling of being carefully protected like a national treasure was an unprecedented experience for him. A child raised in an orphanage. But watching the country being extorted, he couldn't swallow this anger. The problem was laid out, yet the optimal solution was blocked, leaving only the path of enduring grievances. Just then, Qin Hao, who had been silent, suddenly seemed to have a lightning bolt strike through his mind. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze darting between Qin Hao and the two leaders, his expression shifting from entangled to a hint of surprise and excitement. Leaders, I have an immature idea. He suddenly spoke, his voice trembling with excitement. Luo Ruixiang and Zhang Yinfeng both looked at him, signaling him to continue. Why do we have to focus on the uranium mine itself? Cheng Haidang's thoughts became clear, and his speech quickened, since the risk lies in contacting radioactive materials. We can completely bypass it. Xiao Qin's ability is not just to replicate industrial products. He can replicate anything. He paused, took a deep breath, and uttered the term that symbolizes ultimate wealth in human history. For example, gold. Let Xiao Qin replicate gold. Gold has no radiation risk, absolutely safe. Once replicated, we can pay directly with gold. I believe they won T-Refuse. When the time comes, even if it's 5 times the price or 10 times, we can afford it. This way, the Eagle Nation scheme will fall apart on its own, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the others exchanged glances. Even Qin Hao himself was stunned. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Is my brain made of wood? Always thinking about replicating high-tech items. How could I forget such a simple and straightforward method? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Luo Ruixiang's eyes, which soon turned into deep appreciation. He glanced at Zhang Yinfeng, and the two exchanged a look, each seeing the word feasible in the other's eyes. This plan was simply perfect. It perfectly circumvented all risk points, transforming Qin Hao's ability from a high-risk strategic weapon into an absolutely safe super money printer. Good. This method is excellent. Zhang Yinfeng, the deputy leader, couldn't help but slap his thigh. As long as the price isn't too outrageous, there's still room for operation. Comrade Haidang's idea has helped us tremendously. Cheng Haidang felt his face flush with embarrassment from the praise and scratched his head. He just didn't want Qin Hao to take risks, but unexpectedly stumbled upon such an idea. The oppressive atmosphere in the living room dissipated, replaced by a refreshing sense of clarity. However, Luo Ruixiang's joy lasted only a moment as he considered other issues. He took a sip of the now lukewarm tea and slowly spoke. Comrade Haidang, the idea's logic is sound, and the direction is good. Luo Ruixiang first gave his affirmation, then posed a new, deeper question. But have you considered that a massive amount of unaccounted gold suddenly appearing in the international financial market would provoke what kind of reaction from the Eagle Nation's all-seeing intelligence agencies and financial giants? Luo Ruixiang's voice was not loud, but was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the excitement that had just ignited among the group. They would pounce like sharks smelling blood, using all means to trace the source of this batch of gold. While we could fabricate some fake mining sources or transaction records to cover it up, it's difficult to make it seamless at such a large scale. He looked at Cheng Haidang, his gaze sharpening. Once they catch even a glimpse of a clue following the thread, the final target will still point to us, to this core secret that we possess some turning stone into gold ability. By then, what we will face may not just be a mere price increase in uranium. Luo Ruixiang's words made the smiles on Cheng Haidang, and Qin Hao's faces freeze instantly. Indeed, the physical risks may have been avoided, but the strategic exposure risk has only increased. The last incident where we quietly produced stealth fighters has already made the Eagle Nation uneasy. If they find out that the Yan Huang Nation also possesses nearly unlimited wealth creation capabilities, the consequences are unimaginable. Chapter 36. Using their own methods against them, it seems I was thinking too simply. Cheng Haidang smacked her forehead in frustration, feeling ashamed for her oversight. Qin Hao also fell silent, realizing that his thinking was too simplistic. He had been relying on the system's bugs to solve problems, overlooking the fact that the game of human hearts in the real world is far more complex than code. Seeing the dejected expressions on their faces, Luo Ruixiang instead smiled. He picked up the teapot and leisurely refilled each person's cup with water, his movement steady, as if everything was under his control. Xiao Qin, Haidang, you don't need to wear that expression. At this moment, Luo Ruixiang's gentle voice came through. Gold is the last resort, not the only means. When dealing with rogues, sometimes you don't need to be wealthier than them. You just need to find their Achilles heel and then hit them hard with their own stick. Zhang Yinfeng, the deputy leader, also picked up his teacup and agreed. The leader is right. They think they have seized our weakness, but forget that their own foundation is not ironclad either. Qin Hao and Chung Haidang exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. If we don't pay, and we don't use gold, then how do we break the deadlock? Luo Ruixiang set down his teacup and lightly tapped his finger on the table. Very simple, we'll take 2 steps. The first step is to expose the situation. We don't need to condemn it or protest. We simply announce the price fluctuations in the international low-enriched uranium market as they are, letting the whole world see how certain countries exploit market rules to engage in extortion. The second step, Luo Ruixiang's lips curled into a meaningful arc. Since they like to engage in market adjustments, then we will adjust too. The Ministry of Commerce of Yan Huang country will impose a 500-foot special export tariff on certain goods exported to Eagle Sauce country until the uranium market returns to normal prices. As these words fell, both Qin Hao and Chung Haidang were stunned. This operation is too bold, right? But then again, this approach is definitely satisfying. I assent it. That afternoon, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Commerce of Yan Huang country held 2 press conferences in succession. In the first, the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs calmly stated the recent abnormal price fluctuations in the international uranium market. He casually mentioned that they believe the relevant uranium-producing countries made this decision based on their own market judgments and hoped the outside world would not overinterpret it or link normal business behavior with geopolitical issues. This statement was full of tea flavor. On the surface, it was filled with understanding and respect. But the subtext was like shouting with a loudspeaker in front of the world. Come and see. Someone is scheming behind the scenes, forcing the good into prostitution. International public opinion was instantly ignited. I knew it. The dragon rising flying over the aircraft carrier group, Eagle Sauce definitely couldn't swallow this anger. And sure enough, they started playing dirty. Typical Eagle Sauce style, if they can't beat you, they mess with your economy. This routine hasn't changed in 100 years. Poor those uranium-producing countries, doing business with a gun to their heads and still having to smile and say it's voluntary. Meanwhile, netizens in Yan Huang country, after a brief moment of anger, were quickly ignited by the content of the second press conference. The announcement from the Ministry of Commerce was simple and direct. From now on, a 500 special tariff will be imposed on more than 400 items, including but not limited to everyday household appliances, textiles, clothing, toys, and furniture that originate from our country and are exported to Eagle Sauce country. Once the announcement was made, the entire internet erupted. What the heck? I was just about to curse someone, and the Ministry of Commerce dropped a bomb? Brothers, I declare, tonight we feast on chicken legs for the Ministry of Commerce. Ha ha ha. It's not very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. Don't you want marketization? Come on, let us mutually harm each other. The people upstairs are thinking too small. This is called precision strike. Can the citizens of Eagle Sauce live without our pots, pans, and clothes? On the art of table flipping, this is a reciprocal countermeasure. In the past, when they sanctioned us, we could only protest. Now we directly spit in their pot. Those who offend Yan Huang will be punished, no matter how far they are. Today, I finally understood the modern meaning of this phrase. Eagle Sauce country, the President's office. The atmosphere in the President's office was oppressive. Can someone tell me what is going on? How dare they do this? Have they eaten a leopard's gallbladder? The current president, Wilk, a nearly 70-year-old man, angrily slammed a document printed with the announcement from Yan Huang country's Ministry of Commerce on the table. The aides present exchanged glances, none daring to speak. An economic advisor, bracing himself, spoke up. Mr. President, Yan Huang country occupies over 80% of our consumer goods market. This tariff will deal a devastating blow to our prices, and inflation will immediately spiral out of control. I know that. Wilk roared. I'm asking you, why did this happen? Aren't we sanctioning them? Why does it now seem like we are the ones being sanctioned? However, no one could answer this question. They had thought that uranium was Yan Huang country's lifeline. A squeeze would kill them. But they did not expect that the other side would not play by the rules and directly hit them where it hurts the most. Panic spread in the markets of Eagle Sauce country faster than a virus. In some supermarkets, a t-shirt from Yan Huang country that was originally priced at $9 suddenly had a price tag of $49. $9 overnight. On a shopping website, a set of ordinary tableware had an extra zero added to its price. Countless citizens of Eagle Sauce woke up to find their living costs inexplicably multiplied several times. F. Why does a pair of socks cost 30? Is it made of gold? Can someone tell me why I can't afford a Christmas gift for my daughter because of some damn uranium? Are we at war with Yan Huang country? Why do I feel like all the bullets are hitting us instead? Angry citizens took to the streets, holding up banners, surrounding the presidential palace and Congress. We want cheap goods, no expensive rocks. Stop the stupid trade war. Which damn president can't do it? Just step down? P.S. A fool. Yes. Let our lives return to normal. For a moment, public discontent boiled over. The stock market plummeted and approval ratings collapsed. In just 3 days, President Wilk could no longer sit still. He was suffocated by immense pressure, both domestically and internationally. After an emergency meeting late at night, an official statement from Eagle Sauce country was quietly released. After friendly consultations with the uranium-producing countries to maintain the stability of the global energy market, the relevant low-enriched uranium prices will return to normal levels. At the moment the statement was released, far away in the courtyard of Yan Huang country, Luo Ruixiang was playing chess with Zhang Yanfeng. The Minister of Commerce, Chao Fanrong, rushed into the courtyard with a report, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Leader, Eagle Sauce has backed down. Luo Ruixiang picked up a black piece and steadily placed it on the board, cutting off a large dragon of white pieces. He raised his head, glanced at the beaming Chao Fanrong, and smiled slightly. This game has just begun. Chapter 37 at 906 submarine, just a few days after the smoke of the trade war cleared. Qin Hao had just started enjoying a couple of leisurely days when an unexpected guest arrived. The visitor was dressed in a sharp, deep blue naval uniform, adorned with shining stars of rank on his shoulders, and appeared to be in his 50s. He was Admiral Deng Yuchang, the commander of the Yan Huang Navy. Admiral Deng, what brings you here in person? Cheng Haitang, who clearly knew the man, quickly stood up to greet him, her expression a mix of surprise and respect. Admiral Deng first shook hands with Cheng Haitang, then his gaze landed on Qin Hao, who also stood up from the sofa. His sharp, eagle-like eyes scrutinized Qin Hao for a moment before a hint of a smile appeared on his serious face. You must be Comrade Qin Hao, right? Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Admiral Deng strode over and extended his broad, powerful hand. On behalf of our country, I must thank you. The time the Shenglong fighter jet flew over the aircraft carrier group truly gave us a great sense of relief. His voice was loud and carried the characteristic cheerfulness of a soldier, easing Qin Hao's somewhat tense mood. After they all took their seats, Admiral Deng got straight to the point. Comrade Xiao Qin, I came here with a request for your help. He glanced at Cheng Haidang beside him and joked. Those guys in the Air Force have been flaunting ever since they got 100 Shenglongs. Director Cheng, isn't it time for our Navy to show off a bit? Upon hearing this, Cheng Haidang also broke into a knowing smile. Qin Hao had an inkling of what was coming. It seemed an order was on the way. Admiral Deng, you can count on me to do anything within my capabilities, Qin Hao said confidently. Good. It seems Comrade Xiao Qin is a straightforward person. Admiral Deng nodded in approval. You probably guessed it. We need to replicate a nuclear submarine. Qin Hao nodded, thinking it was what he had expected. Admiral Deng, if that's the case, let's get started right away. Time waits for no one. Several hours later, Qin Hao and Cheng Haitang followed Admiral Deng Yuchang aboard a military helicopter to a secret port that didn't appear on any map. It was less than 500 meters from the beach, surrounded by mountains, and appeared completely normal from the outside. The port was built inside the mountain. As the heavy alloy doors, resembling city gates, slowly opened, an incredibly vast underground world unfolded before Qin Hao's eyes. Clearly, the mountain's interior had been hollowed out, revealing a huge underground dock brightly lit with various large gantry cranes and robotic arms crisscrossing. In the center of the dock, in a water tank, a massive black steel beast lay quietly. Its entire body was pitch black, with smooth, powerful lines, resembling a giant whale from the deep sea. Its enormous form exuded a silent pressure that radiated a heart-stopping majesty even while still. On the shore stood rows of solemn-faced soldiers, all operators of the nuclear submarine. This is our latest generation strategic nuclear submarine, the at 906 model. Admiral Deng Yuchang stood at the railing, gazing at the submarine below with pride, though this pride was soon replaced by a hint of heaviness. He turned to Qin Hao and introduced, its performance is quite impressive, featuring the latest pump jet propulsion technology and an integrated natural circulation nuclear reactor. The maximum diving depth can reach 450 meters, and the noise level is controlled to around 100 decibels, which is advanced by global standards. At this point, he shifted his tone. However, compared to the Eagle sauce, we still have some gaps. He continued, the latest Virginia-class attack submarines of the Eagle sauce have a maximum diving depth exceeding 500 meters, and their Seawolf class can even reach 600 meters. More critically is the noise. Our at 906, while operating in complete silence, still produces 100 decibels, while their Virginia class is said to have successfully reduced it to below 95 decibels. Admiral Deng's expression grew serious. A 5 decibel difference in underwater combat means the difference between life and death. It means that while they can detect us, we are completely unaware of them, like a blind person fighting against someone with sight. In addition to performance, there was also the issue of numbers. The Eagle sauce currently has over 50 active attack submarines and 12 strategic ones, while we can count ours on 2 hands. He extended his fingers, illustrating the point, and the sense of urgency in his words resonated with both Qin Hao and Cheng Haidang. The underwater world is far more perilous and silent than the aerial game. A powerful underwater fleet is the true strategic deterrent for a nation. Therefore, we would like to ask for your help. Admiral Deng's gaze returned to the black giant. One at 906 takes at least 4 years from laying the first steel plate to final sea trials and delivery, costing over 20 billion renminbi. This speed is simply too slow. For years, 20 billion. This number made Qin Hao gasp. He had previously replicated the Shenlong, and while he knew it was costly, it was nothing compared to the shock of this submarine. This was truly a major national weapon, a gold-swallowing beast. Cheng Haidang listened beside him, her expression grave. She understood better than Qin Hao the implications of these numbers. Each year, the country's budget for military spending is tight, and countless researchers work day and night. Without hesitation, Qin Hao nodded and walked directly toward the ladder leading to the submarine. He reached the side of the submarine and placed his hand gently on the cold, smooth black hull. Unlike the previous experience of replicating the fighter jet, this time his palm encountered a much heavier and sturdier sensation. He could feel the immense power hidden within this steel body. Target detected. At 906 attack nuclear submarine, including complete internal equipment and nuclear fuel, scanning. Scan complete. Do you wish to consume 260 million energy points for replication? Qin Hao looked up at the equally tense Admiral Deng and Cheng Haidang. Admiral, Director Cheng, I currently have 8 billion energy points left. Replicating 1 requires 260 million points. 260 million. Cheng Haitang murmured, and her eyes brightened. Compared to the over 20 billion construction cost, this was practically a gift, and the time cost was negligible. Admiral Deng's breathing became rapid, and for the first time, an uncontrollable excitement appeared on his usually calm face. He stared intently at Qin Hao, confirming he hadn't misheard. Meeting his gaze, Qin Hao asked seriously, Admiral, how many do you think we need to replicate? After considering, combining it with the system's energy reserves, Admiral Deng decisively declared, 5. Give me 5 to start with. Chapter 38. The Navy commander's favor, however. Before Qin Hao began the duplication, Commander Deng Yuchang's gaze swept across the rows of officers and soldiers on the shore. They were all the elite of this nuclear submarine. Comrades, Deng Yuchang's voice was loud and resonated in the huge underground dock. Today, you will witness something unprecedented. I have only one request. No matter what you see next, you must bury it deep in your hearts and absolutely must not leak a word. He paused, his sharp eyes sweeping over each soldier's face. We have absolute trust in you. You are the country's most elite warriors and the most trustworthy comrades. Please remember your oath. As soon as Deng Yuchang finished speaking, all the officers and soldiers shouted out 8 words in unison. Loyal to the motherland. Loyal to the people. The synchronized slogan echoed loudly, reverberating in the vast dock, infused with the unique passion of soldiers. Deng Yuchang nodded in satisfaction, signaling Qin Hao to start. Qin Hao wasted no time and firmly pressed his palm against the cold hull, and the system interface appeared. Do you want to consume 260 million energy points to proceed with duplication? Yes. He chose without hesitation. The next moment, an incredible scene unfolded. Next to the At-906 nuclear submarine, an identical black giant emerged as if it had grown out of thin air, appearing in the water-filled dock. There were no flashy special effects, no sounds, just silent shock. In less than a minute, the second, third, fourth, and fifth At-906 nuclear submarines quietly docked in the sea, standing side by side with the original one, as if they had always been there. The officers and soldiers on the shore were completely stunned. Their eyes were wide, mouths slightly open, and some even unconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. Just a moment ago, there was only one submarine, and in an instant, it became 6 identical steel giants. This scene, which exceeded their comprehension, brought a greater impact than any training exercise. Shock, astonishment, disbelief. Various emotions intertwined on their faces, but no one made a sound, nor did anyone raise questions. They were all rigorously selected soldiers with a high level of education, fully aware of what everything before them meant. This was a state secret, a power that could change the world order. They tightly pressed their lips together, locking this earth-shattering secret deep in their hearts, even exchanging a glance with their comrades nearby. They silently vowed that they would not reveal a single word of this. Deng Yuchang and Cheng Haidang also stared intently at this miraculous scene. Although they had witnessed Qin Hao's abilities before, each time, the sight of creation out of nothing brought extreme shock. Deng Yuchang was so excited that his body trembled slightly. He looked at the 5 newly created nuclear submarines. His eyes filled with ecstasy and disbelief. This is really... Deng Yuchang's voice was a bit hoarse. He wanted to say something, but felt that no words could describe his feelings at this moment. Qin Hao withdrew his hand and walked over to Deng Yuchang's side. Speaking casually, "Commander Deng, the 5 At-906s have been duplicated. Next, shall we proceed with testing?" Deng Yuchang suddenly came back to his senses and firmly grasped Qin Hao's shoulder, the strength making Qin Hao feel a bit of pain. "Yes, testing. Organize the testing immediately." Deng Yuchang snapped back to reality, his excitement barely contained. Then he looked at Qin Hao apologetically. "Comrade Xiao Qin, I won't say too much and thanks. Next, we need to conduct the most comprehensive and strict testing of these 5 submarines to ensure they are flawless. This process will take some time, so you and Comrade Haidang will have to go back and rest for now. Please understand if we do not attend to you properly." "Commander, you don't need to say that. We are all working for the future of the country." Seeing Deng Yuchang so excited, Qin Hao understood that for a long time, the navy of the Yan Huang nation had been at a disadvantage. It was not easy to achieve the current accomplishments, which were the result of generations of hard work. At this moment, Qin Hao felt proud of his decision to submit the system. The people before him, along with the millions of Yan Huang soldiers, were the guardians of this country. Without them, over 1 billion Yan Huang citizens would surely live in hell, not to mention earning a few $1,000s a month. At that time, even living would be a luxury. In the following days, the entire underground dock was under a state of high tension and busy activity. Navy engineers and technicians took turns to conduct comprehensive tests on the newly duplicated 5 nuclear submarines. From hull structure, nuclear reactors, sonar systems, to weapon systems and internal pipelines, every detail was meticulously checked. The results were exhilarating. The performance indicators of the 5 submarines were all identical to the original. When the testing report was finally presented to Deng Yuchang, he was so excited that he was almost in tears. The underwater power that the Navy had pursued for decades had achieved geometric growth in just a few days. This meant that the Yan Huang nation's strategic deterrent capability in deep waters would undergo a qualitative leap. After everything was wrapped up, Deng Yuchang once again visited Qin Hao's residence. As soon as they met, Deng Yuchang firmly grasped Qin Hao's hand, his gaze full of sincerity. "Comrade Xiao Qin, on behalf of the Navy and the country, I express the highest respect and the most sincere gratitude to you. What you have saved for the country is not only billions of funds, but also our precious time. The addition of these 5 strategic nuclear submarines will completely change our disadvantage in underwater combat, allowing our coastline and even further seas to have a real steel Great Wall." He patted Qin Hao's shoulder, his tone filled with seriousness. "You are the stabilizing force of our navy." Qin Hao felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. He could sense the sincerity in Deng Yuchang's words and understood the importance of these major national assets to national security. "Commander, you flatter me. This is what I should do," Qin Hao humbly replied. "Well, I won't say more. If you ever need my help in the future, just speak up. I will definitely help you, even if it means I owe you a favor." Cheng Haitang watched from the side, a look of satisfaction on her face. With Qin Hao's presence, the future of the Yan Huang nation was just beginning. With these nuclear submarines, the Yan Huang nation would undoubtedly have a greater voice on the international stage, giving the country more composure and confidence in the face of any challenge. Chapter 39 System Upgrade. After sending Commander Deng away, everything returned to calm. For more than a month, no new orders had been issued. Qin Hao temporarily lived the life of a retired old cadre, with his only daily task being to store energy points in the safe house under the company of Cheng Haitang. "Xiao Qin, I see you're so bored. How about I find you some entertainment, like playing chess or practicing calligraphy?" That afternoon, Cheng Haitang looked at Qin Hao, who was sprawled on the sofa, idly scrolling through short videos, and couldn't help but make a suggestion. In her eyes, it was quite cruel to let a young man in his 20s live such an isolated life. "Maybe not, Lao Cheng." Qin Hao replied without looking up from his phone screen. "I'm very busy every day. No time for that." "Busy? Busy liking beautiful streamers on your phone?" Cheng Haitang glanced at his screen and said with a hint of annoyance. "You wouldn't understand." Qin Hao turned off his phone, sat up straight, and revealed a mysterious smile. "I'm accumulating strength for our country's next technological leap." Cheng Haitang was taken aback, but quickly realized he was talking about charging the system. He shook his head with a wry smile. This kid really can't stray from his line of work. Qin Hao is certainly not joking. Ever since he acquired the system, the insecurities stemming from his orphanage past have been replaced by a brand new desire. He longed to see his country become truly powerful. Powerful enough that no one dared to bully it anymore. And the system was the key to achieving all of this. So, he looked forward to the system's upgrade more than anyone else. Over the past month, aside from charging during his breaks, he had spent a lot of time charging even during the day. His daily energy growth had stabilized at around 100 million points. The electricity bills generated during this period, if seen by an ordinary person, would probably make them think there was a super mining operation going on here. Day after day of accumulation was tedious, but looking at the continuously fluctuating numbers on the system interface, Qin Hao felt relieved. Finally, one day at dusk, as Qin Hao habitually continued to charge, a long-awaited voice suddenly exploded in his mind. "Beep. System energy accumulation has reached 10 billion points. Copy function meets upgrade conditions." "What?" Qin Hao abruptly sprang up from the sofa, his heart racing uncontrollably. Cheng Haitang was startled by his sudden movement, and the teacup in his hand shook. "What is going on? Why the sudden excitement?" Qin Hao did not answer him, as all his focus was immersed in the system interface before him. A line of new prompt text was glowing faintly with a golden light. "Upgrade will take 24 hours. During the upgrade, system functions will temporarily be disabled. Would you like to upgrade immediately?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hao silently thought, "Upgrade immediately." Command confirmed. System upgrade begins. Countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The moment the words fell, the familiar blue system interface in front of Qin Hao suddenly turned pitch black, leaving only a countdown number that kept decreasing, suspended in the center of the screen. He tried to call the system, but no response came. After doing all this, Qin Hao let out a long breath, suppressing the overwhelming joy inside, and turned to Cheng Haitang, who looked puzzled. "Lao Cheng, good news." "What good news? What has you so excited?" Cheng Haitang put down his teacup, looking at him curiously. "My system is going to upgrade." Qin Hao's voice was not loud, but each word clearly reached Cheng Haitang's ears. "Upgrade? What upgrade?" Cheng Haitang was initially taken aback. Then his calm eyes suddenly burst with astonishing light. He jumped up, rushed to Qin Hao, grabbed his shoulders, and his voice became slightly higher pitched. "Say that again? Is it really a system upgrade?" "Yes, it's an upgrade." Qin Hao smiled and repeated. "The upgrade process requires 24 hours, and it has already begun. During this time, the system cannot be used." "Great, great." Cheng Haidang excitedly paced back and forth in the living room, muttering continuously, his serious national face showing unreserved joy. He knew better than anyone how each demonstration of Qin Hao's system abilities had brought tremendous changes to the country. From chips to the Shenlong fighter jet, and then to nuclear submarines, the military shortcomings of Yan Huang nation were being filled at an incredible speed. Now, this so-called miraculous system was welcoming a new change. What terrifying abilities would it bring after the upgrade? Cheng Haitang dared not imagine, but just the possibility was enough to stir his emotions. No, this matter must be reported to the leader immediately. Cheng Haitang quickly calmed down, realizing the significant implications of this matter. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a dedicated number. The call was quickly connected, and Cheng Haitang reported the news in the most stable tone possible. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by Luo Ruixiang's steady and powerful voice. How long will the upgrade take? Is the process stable? Will it affect Xiao Qin's body? Surprisingly, Luo Ruixiang was not overjoyed, but instead prioritized Qin Hao's safety first. Report to the leader. It will take 24 hours. According to Comrade Qin Hao, the process is very stable, just like a computer software update, and it has no effect on him. Cheng Haidang replied respectfully. Good. Luo Ruixiang pondered for a moment. I understand. Let Xiao Qin rest well. For these 24 hours, you two shouldn't go anywhere. Everything will be discussed after the upgrade is completed. Also, Comrade Haidang, notify the General Staff, the General Equipment Department, the National Defense Science and Industry Commission, and the main responsible comrades of the Academy of Sciences in my name to hold a meeting at the designated location 24 hours later. Yes. Cheng Haidang hung up the phone and looked at Qin Hao, his eyes filled with joy. The leader's reaction once again confirmed Qin Hao's weight on the strategic scale of the country. A message about a system upgrade was enough to put the entire country's top scientific and military brains on standby. In the center of it all was this 21-year-old youth before him. He was the one who led the country down an alternative path of development. Xiao Qin, the leader said we should stay safe and not go anywhere today. Cheng Haidang relayed Luo Ruixiang's words. Okay, I understand. You can rest assured. Qin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 40. The huge changes after the upgrade, the 24 hours of waiting felt particularly long, with each minute and second dragging on. Just as dawn broke, Qin Hao and Cheng Haidang arrived in the capital, escorted by a team of fully armed soldiers. They were then placed in the safest location. And Qin Hao truly realized how significant this system upgrade was in the eyes of the leaders. As evening approached, with less than half an hour remaining until the system upgrade was complete, Qin Hao and Old Cheng entered a secret conference room deep underground. At that moment, the room was already filled with people, some of whom Qin Hao was familiar with, while others were strangers. Sitting at the main table were the two leaders, Luo Ruixiang and Zhang Yinfeng. Xiao Qin, Haidang, you finally made it. Please take a seat. Luo Ruixiang smiled as he welcomed them. The eyes of everyone else in the room were fixed on Qin Hao. If it weren't for his accustomedness to such scenes, he might have felt intimidated under the gaze of so many prominent figures. Leaders, sorry to keep you waiting, Qin Hao replied with a smile. Just as they took their seats, academician Qian couldn't wait to ask Qin Hao, Comrade Xiao Qin, how much time is left for the upgrade? 3 minutes. It will be done soon. Qin Hao glanced at the system interface and replied, Don't worry, academician Qian. Xiao Qin can't run away from here. Just wait a bit longer. Zhang Yinfeng smiled and shook his head at academician Qian's impatience. In fact, it wasn't just him who was anxious. Everyone else felt the same way, eager to learn about the new features at the first opportunity. Finally, as everyone anticipated, the countdown on Qin Hao's system screen reached its end. Ding! The Universal Copy System upgrade is complete. The brand new version 2.0 is now online. Qin Hao instantly felt invigorated and began to carefully examine the upgraded features. When he saw the first item, he paused for half a second. Upon seeing the second item, his pupils suddenly contracted. After reviewing all the new functions, he raised his head to meet the expectant gazes around him. The entire conference room fell silent, with the sound of a pin drop audible. The upgrade is complete. Qin Hao's voice broke the silence as he cleared his throat, striving to make his tone sound more stable. The first change is the method of copying. From now on, I no longer need to physically touch the target object, as long as it is within my line of sight, no matter the distance. It can be copied. The copied items can be placed anywhere within a 500-meter radius of myself, and this range can be increased for every additional meter. A bit of energy will be consumed, with no upper limit on distance. As soon as he finished speaking, several military leaders present leaned forward, their eyes shining with intense excitement. Second, while scanning the target, the system will also generate all relevant information about the target object. This includes its material composition, the complete manufacturing process, all related technical documents, and an optimized plan analyzed by the system. Qin Hao continued. Boom! It was as if a silent bomb had exploded in the conference room. An elderly academician from the Academy of Sciences, with white hair, excitedly grabbed the arm of his colleague, trembling lips unable to produce a single word. Seeing is copying, and it comes with the entire process information. Even more exaggerated is the presence of an optimized plan. What does this mean? This means that as long as they can get their hands on a piece of the next generation chip that the Eagle Sauce has yet to unveil in the lab, they can create it themselves, and in a more perfect version. Aside from that, the same applies to any other high-tech. This is no longer simple copying. It directly turns other people's brains, their wisdom, and the technological achievements accumulated over generations into their own library, accessible whenever they want, usable however they want. Before everyone could recover from this enormous shock, Qin Hao announced the third change. The third function is that the system can now copy gases. This function might not seem as shocking as the first, but several experts in material science and energy seem to be struck by a current, suddenly looking up. Gases? One expert murmured. Helium-3. Rare industrial gases. This. His eyes sparkled with the fervor of infinite possibilities. Qin Hao continued. Fourth, all targets I have scanned, whether copied or not, will have all their information automatically stored in the system's database. Whenever needed in the future, it can be retrieved for copying. This is a mobile, all-encompassing super-technological database. Deputy Leader Zhang Yanfeng could no longer contain himself, slamming his thigh and expressing his excitement. Luo Ruixiang took a deep breath, his gaze toward Qin Hao now beyond any words to describe. And there's more. Qin Hao's voice was soft, but once again silenced the room. Fifth, the system can now copy specified types of living organisms. He chose his words carefully, such as plants, vegetables, fruits, and various types of meat, etc. If the previous technological upgrade had given Yan Huang country the sharpest spear and the strongest shield, this one directly addressed the nation's most fundamental concern, food security. The head of agriculture suddenly had tears in his eyes. He thought of those remote and barren mountain areas, the soybeans and grains the country needed to import every year, and the strategic dilemma of being starved by others with just a flick of their fingers. And now, all of this would become history. In the conference room, heavy breathing filled the air. Qin Hao presented the last and most crucial supplementary function. Finally, if there's something I want to copy but do not have enough energy points, I can choose to only copy all its relevant information and data. At this moment, even Luo Ruixiang's pupils constricted sharply. This function is simply a stroke of genius. Not enough energy points? No problem. Just get the technology first. We have the world's most complete industrial system, with the hardest working and smartest engineers and workers. As long as we have the blueprints, we can create it ourselves. This means that Qin Hao's system has transformed from a simple supercopier into an omnipotent technological deity. It has filled in the last and most critical gap for Yan Huang country, the original accumulation of basic science and cutting-edge technology. Once Qin Hao finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into a silence that lasted half a minute. Then, the long-suppressed excitement erupted like a volcano. God bless Yan Huang. God bless Yan Huang. An old general's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. We will never have to look at anyone else's face again. Never again. Immediately establish the highest technology conversion committee. No, let's do it now. I want to bring over the top talents from the entire Academy of Sciences. The entire conference room was in an uproar. Luo Ruixiang looked at the excited pillars of the nation in front of him, finally showing a satisfied smile. He raised his hand and gently pressed down. The boiling conference room quieted down once more. Comrades, starting today, A new era has arrived. Chapter 41. New Charging Methods. Infinite Possibilities. Luo Ruixiang's voice echoed in the conference room. After a while, the boiling emotions gradually calmed down, but the excitement in everyone's eyes still sparkled uncontrollably. Every function described by Qin Hao just now was a key to a brand new world. At that moment, a middle-aged man raised his hand to speak. He was Changchun, the Minister of the National Energy Strategy Department. Leader, Comrade Qin Hao. Changchun's voice was somewhat hoarse, but his thoughts were exceptionally clear. Since the replication function has undergone such tremendous changes, I would like to know if the system's energy replenishment method has also changed. After all, our future energy demand will be an astronomical figure. This question instantly pulled everyone's thoughts from visions of the future back to the most fundamental reality. Indeed, no matter how powerful the functions are, they still require energy to drive them. In the past, relying solely on electricity, the state grid had to open a special channel just to fill the system with 10 billion energy points. In the future, as we aim to replicate targets with higher technological content and some technical data, energy consumption will likely become a bottomless pit. Everyone's gaze refocused on Qin Hao. He nodded. He had noticed this issue as well. Minister, he is correct. The charging methods have also been upgraded, he calmly replied. In addition to the original electricity, 6 new energy sources can now be absorbed: nuclear explosion energy, thermal energy, radiation energy, magnetic field energy, and light energy. The conference room fell silent for a moment. The next second, several experts from the Nuclear Physics Research Institute of the Academy of Sciences almost simultaneously jumped up from their chairs. Nuclear explosion energy? Are we talking about directly absorbing the energy generated by nuclear explosions? How? How is that possible? An expert displayed an expression of disbelief. The others were equally stunned and speechless. However, this question couldn't be verified at the moment, so they had to focus on the other methods. Thermal energy? Another expert spoke up. Industrial waste heat? Geothermal? Volcanic thermal energy? If we can convert these difficult-to-utilize energy sources, isn't that like picking up money for free? And light energy? Changchun's eyes burst with astonishing light. Is it solar energy? Can we lay out hundreds of square kilometers of solar energy receiving arrays in the Gobi Desert? Wouldn't that mean an endless source of energy? The entire conference room fell into an enthusiastic discussion again. A group of minds at the pinnacle of the Huayang Kingdom's technology began to crazily brainstorm various unimaginable yet feasible plans around these new charging methods. Let's bring Comrade Qin to the Taiyip Bay nuclear power plant and specially open a reactor for him. No, just put him directly in the nuclear waste treatment center. Those high-intensity radiation wastes, which were previously hot potatoes, are now energy gold mines. I think we can implement a sun chaser plan and send receivers into outer space, where there is no atmospheric attenuation, to continuously receive solar energy 24 hours a day. Deputy Leader Zhang Yanfeng, listening to these fantastical ideas, couldn't help but laugh. All right. We haven't even started this thing yet, and you're already thinking about what to name the child. One at a time, let's first hear what Comrade Qin has to say. Only then did everyone quiet down, but their flushed faces indicated that their hearts were still tumultuously churning. Qin Hao looked at these esteemed scientists before him, and a warm current surged in his heart. He cleared his throat and threw out a bombshell that was even more disruptive than all the previous functions combined. Leaders, academicians. Actually, this upgrade has revealed another piece of information. The system can preview the functions of the next level, which is version 3.0. What? If the previous news had detonated a bomb, this statement was like detonating a nuclear bomb in the conference room. Everyone was stunned, their heads spinning, their minds blank. Previewing the functions of the next level? What does this represent? It means they not only possess the present, but can also glimpse the future. This allows them to plan and lay out for the impending technological explosion years, even decades in advance. Even Luo Ruixiang, who had always been as steady as a mountain, showed a slight pause with the hand holding the teacup. He raised his eyes, staring intensely at Qin Hao, his deep gaze filled with unprecedented anticipation. Comrade Qin, say it out loud. Let us hear it. Qin Hao met everyone's gaze. He could feel his heartbeat resonating with everyone present, reaching the same frequency. He had just seen that line of explanatory text, and the shock he felt was no less than that of anyone else in the room. He slowly read out the description on the system screen, word by word. System version 3.0 will activate the fantasy material replication function, which can replicate fictional items that exist in known works of art, such as science fiction movies, TV shows, anime, and novels. The energy consumed for replication will be assessed comprehensively based on the difficulty of realization, technological content, and disruptive nature of the item. As his words fell, the entire conference room seemed to have been pressed the mute button. Time froze at that moment. Academician Qin opened his mouth, his eyes wide. Navy Commander Deng Yuchang suddenly stood up, his eyes stormy, murmuring unconsciously, "Cosmic battleship, curvature engine." The chief engineer in the aerospace field stood up excitedly, his gaze intense, speaking incoherently, "Dyson sphere, two-dimensional foil. This. Deputy Leader Zhang Yunfeng's face twitched slightly due to extreme shock. He looked at Luo Ruixiang beside him and found that this leader, who was always calm, was now also staring intently at Qin Hao, his clenched fists revealing bulging veins. Fantasy shines into reality. Science fiction becomes possible. This has surpassed the realm of technological explosion. It directly overturned the table of physics, delivering a heavy right hook to the face of scientific laws. Iron Man's arc reactor, Star Trek's teleportation technology, the water droplet from the three-body problem. As long as there is enough energy, all of this will no longer be a fantasy. Qin Hao himself was also initially shocked by this information. He thought he had seen the wonders of the system, but at this moment, he realized how impoverished his imagination had been. After a long while, Luo Ruixiang let out a long breath. He slowly relaxed his tightly clenched fist, and when he lifted his head again, the shock in his eyes had transformed into something even more fervent. It was an ambition named Civilization Leap. He did not ask what could be replicated. Such examples were endless. Instead, he pointed directly to the core and asked the most critical question. Were the conditions for upgrading to version 3.0? Everyone held their breath again. Chapter 42, the moment of witnessing miracles. Yes, with such a heaven-defying function, the upgrade conditions must be extremely harsh. Qin Hao looked at the system interface and clearly read out the line of golden text regarding the conditions. Upgrade conditions. A mining base covering an area of over 100,000 square meters must be established on any planet in the solar system, excluding Blue Star, and it must be operational. A mining base of 100,000 square meters? The atmosphere that had just reached a boiling point was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water, cooling down significantly. Building a 100,000 square meter mining site on Mars or the Moon. What kind of concept is that? It's roughly the size of 15 standard football fields. With the current aerospace technology level of the Yan Huang nation, sending a few people and several tons of supplies up there is already very difficult, let alone constructing such a massive mining site. This sounds even more distant than achieving a curvature engine. A huge sense of loss spread among everyone. The future was right in front of them, but it felt far away. However, in this brief silence, academician Qian's eyes gradually lit up. No, he suddenly slapped his thigh, standing up excitedly. We've been thinking in circles. He looked around and said loudly, "This condition seems unattainable. But we forgot the most crucial point. We have a system, the 2.0 version of the system. We can see Eagle Sauce S rockets, so we can replicate the world's most advanced rockets. We can see space stations, so we can replicate larger and better space stations. We can even obtain the most optimized spacecraft design blueprints with just a little energy. With these, will manned lunar landings and landing on Mars still be unattainable dreams? The conditions for system upgrades must rely on the system to be fulfilled. This is a closed loop. A perfect closed loop that propels us towards the stars and the sea." Academician Qian's words were like a lightning bolt, clearing the fog in everyone's minds. Yes, how could they have forgotten this? The previous shock was so great that they subconsciously measured the seemingly impossible task with the current level of technology. But now, what they had was a god of technology that could do anything. The meeting room erupted again with a fervor more intense than any previous moment. The look of disappointment on everyone's faces was swept away, replaced by an unprecedented enthusiasm. The goal of the stars and the sea, under the support of the 2.0 version of the system, had transformed from an unattainable dream into a blueprint within reach. Luo Ruixiang's gaze was deep, but now was not the time to fantasize about the future, so he spoke up to pull everyone's attention back. Everyone quiet down. Empty talk harms the country, while practical work revitalizes it. We still need to witness the functionality after the system upgrade with our own eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a general in charge of army equipment development, with a star on his shoulder, immediately stood up. The leader is right. This is our latest generation of military encrypted communication terminals, Long Shield number 1. Every screw and every line of code inside is our own hard work. Let us use it to test it out. Song Huating's voice was loud as he took out a completely black, highly technological-looking phone from his pocket. At that moment, everyone's gaze instantly focused on that phone. Many present knew the weight of this phone. It represented the highest achievement of the Yan Huang nation in information security and special communications, an absolute core secret. Song Huating walked decisively to Qin Hao and placed the phone on the table. Comrade Xiao Qin, let us get started. Let us see if this miraculous function is real. The meeting room fell silent again, everyone holding their breath. Even Luo Ruixiang and Zhang Yinfeng leaned slightly forward, intently watching the phone on the table and Qin Hao. Qin Hao nodded. This time, he did not reach out. His gaze fell on the Long Shield number 1, and with a thought, he activated the system. Target detected. Long Shield number 1 military encrypted communication terminal. Proceed with copying. Option 1. Copy the entity. Consume 8,000 energy points. Option 2. Copy all related information and data. Consume 12,000 energy points. Option 3. Perform both simultaneously. Consume 20,000 energy points. Qin Hao's gaze swept over everyone, and he calmly spoke. Commander Song, I have completed the scan. It requires 20,000 energy points. Without hesitation, he directly chose to copy. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, a phone identical to the Long Shield number 1 appeared beside it. The two phones, from the metallic sheen of the shell to the angularity of the side buttons, showed not a hint of difference. However, no one cared about the newly appeared phone. Everyone's focus was on something more critical. Academician Qian pushed up his glasses, eagerly asking, Comrade Xiao Qin, what about the information? Those technical data, manufacturing processes, and the optimized scheme, where are they? This question voiced everyone's thoughts. Qin Hao raised his head and looked at the crowd. The system prompts that I need a computer. As long as I touch it, all the information can be transmitted instantly. Quickly, bring a computer. Luo Ruixiang immediately ordered, his voice decisive. A general quickly left upon hearing this, and in less than a minute, he returned with a military-grade tablet, swiftly placing it in front of Qin Hao. Under dozens of gazes, Qin Hao extended his hand and gently pressed it against the cold metallic shell of the military tablet. Begin transmission, he silently thought. The entire process took less than a second. Qin Hao withdrew his hand and nodded to everyone. All the information has been transmitted. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Academician Qian and several technical experts dashed forward, carefully taking the tablet. A young scientist immediately connected the tablet to the meeting room's projection system. The massive screen lit up, revealing a simple folder interface in front of everyone. The folder was simply and bluntly named Complete Analysis Data for Long Shield number 1 Military Encrypted Communication Terminal. Academician Qian couldn't wait to click on the folder. In the next second, a dense array of subfolders and file lists instantly filled the entire screen. Material Composition Analysis Report, 3D diagrams of overall structure, including all components, complete design diagrams and source code for Longshin military version processor, antenna array manufacturing process, quantum encryption system underlying architecture, and algorithm explanation. Each item was fully displayed. After a brief glance, this is actually real, a communications expert murmured as he looked at the screen. However, this was not the end. Academician Qian's gaze was fixated on the very last folder, which emitted a faint golden glow. The folder's name made everyone present's hearts skip a beat. Long Shield Number 1 System Optimization Plan. He took a deep breath and excitedly clicked on it. Inside were similarly categorized files, but the file names sent shivers down all the technical personnel's spines. Processor Performance Enhancement 2x Optimization Plan. Power Consumption Reduction 50 Power Management Module Design. Signal Reception Sensitivity Enhancement 2. 4x New Composite Antenna Material Formula. Quantum Encryption Algorithm Logic Vulnerability Fix and Upgrade Patch. This is too incredible. Chapter 43. System Bug? Commander Song Huading could no longer maintain his composure. He suddenly stood up, staring intently at the text on the screen, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. To further enhance the processor's performance, his team had spent an entire year, losing countless hairs, achieving barely a 30 improvement. And now, an optimization plan that doubled the performance was casually presented before them. Academician Qian excitedly leaned on the table, pointing at the screen, his voice sharp with excitement. Look, this optimization plan not only provides results, but also includes complete theoretical foundations, derivation processes, and experimental data simulations. Boom! The conference room erupted. If the previous reaction was shock, now was sheer frenzy. This was no mere replication. It was clearly a creation out of thin air. It was as if they stood on the shoulders of existing human technology, borrowing a pair of eyes from the divine to glimpse into future technological advancements. Everyone's gaze towards Qin Hao changed. It was a look of near fanaticism. Luo Ruixiang and Zhang Yunfeng exchanged glances, seeing unparalleled shock and joy in each other's eyes. Luo Ruixiang slowly stood up, walked over to Qin Hao, and patted him on the shoulder. Little Qin, you are a great contributor to our Yan Huang nation, leading us into the future. Flattered by Luo Ruixiang's praise, Qin Hao felt a bit shy. After all, he hadn't done much, just a little copying. Wait, suddenly, the young scientist who had just operated the tablet computer seemed to think of something. He slapped his forehead and shouted excitedly. Leader, Academician Qian, my name is Zhang Zhen, and I have an idea. I don't know if it will work. Can we exploit a bug in the system? Exploit a bug? This term momentarily stunned many of the older experts present. They certainly knew what it meant. Zhang Zhen, disregarding everything else, pointed at the optimization plans folder and spoke rapidly. Isn't the system capable of generating the optimal plan? Now we have all the technical data for the optimized Dragon Shield No. 1 foot. If we let Comrade Xiaoqin replicate this already optimized plan once again, would the system perform another optimization based on the already optimized version? If so, wouldn't we be able to repeat this process infinitely? Infinite optimization. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the conference room. This idea struck everyone like a lightning bolt, breaking through their minds. Infinite optimization? If the processor performance could be improved from 2 times to 4 times, 8 times, 16 times. If power consumption could be reduced from 50 to 75, 87. 5. Then it meant that as long as there was enough energy, they could push a technology to the limits permitted by physical laws in a very short time. Academician Qian's eyes widened instantly, and he grabbed Zhang Zhen's arm. His voice trembling, yes. How did I not think of that? This logic is feasible. As long as the system identifies this optimization plan as a completely new original template, then this cycle can be established. Even Zhang Yunfeng, who had been sitting steadily, could no longer remain seated. He looked at Qin Hao, his expression slightly excited. The possibility proposed by Zhang Zhen was simply too enticing, almost maddening. Qin Hao was also stunned. He hadn't considered this aspect before. With everyone saying this, he felt invigorated. Yes, if it could really work like this, that would be incredibly remarkable. Little Qin, give it a try. Luo Ruixiang's voice broke the silence. His tone remained steady as always, but his eyes fixed on Qin Hao revealed his inner unrest. All right, Qin Hao nodded, directing his gaze towards the optimization plan folder. With a thought, he activated it. Target detected. Dragon Shield Number 1 Optimization Plan. Proceed with replication. Replicate. Qin Hao commanded. After the replication was completed, the system prompted, please note, host, the optimization plan functionality is only effective for the first scan of the original template once. Replicating an already optimized plan, or separately copying relevant information of the original template will not trigger this function. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao raised his head and met the dozens of expectant eyes in the conference room, slowly shaking his head. No, he explained with a bitter smile. The system indicates that this optimization plan is a one-time benefit, applicable only to the first replication of the original item. Replicating using the optimization plan or copying only the information without the physical item will not yield further optimization plans. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room, which had just reached a boiling point, instantly felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over it. The immense sense of disappointment from suddenly falling from the clouds left many with frozen expressions. Sigh, I knew it was too good to be true. Commander Song Huiting sighed, returning to his chair, his tone filled with undeniable regret. Indeed, the previous speculation was too beautiful, too good to be real. Being slapped in the face by reality, although unexpected, was also within reason. Zhang Zhun, with a flushed face, awkwardly scratched his head, feeling that his idea of exploiting a bug was ultimately too idealistic. Observing the slightly downcast mood of the crowd, Luo Ruixiang instead began to smile. He stood up, surveying the room, and said loudly, "Comrades, why does everyone look so dejected? Haven't we gained enough? We must learn to be content. This system allows us to see others' technology and also helps us optimize to the best state under current technological levels. That's already quite impressive. The system is not omnipotent. It has given us a path to the heavens, but the journey must ultimately be taken step by ourselves. It has provided us with the most perfect information, but the skyscrapers still need to be built by our own hands." Luo Ruixiang walked over to Qin Hao and continued, "I actually think this limitation is a good thing. Just as we were worried before, it prevents us from developing a dependency mindset, reminding us that technological progress ultimately relies on ourselves, on each one of us present here, on the countless researchers and engineers out there. The system is our catalyst, our accelerator, but it must never become a shackle on our thinking. We have the best fishing rods in the world, along with maps indicating all the fish locations. Are we still afraid of not catching any fish?" His words were powerful and resonant. The crowd in the conference room was momentarily stunned, then gradually began to grasp the meaning. Yes, the leader was right. Greed leads to ruin. They had indeed been intoxicated by the possibility of infinite optimization. Reflecting calmly, just the functions they currently possessed were already enough to overturn the world. What more could they be dissatisfied with? The immense sense of disappointment gradually dissipated with Luo Ruixiang's words. The leader was right. They had been overthinking it. Academician Qian was the first to react, adjusting his glasses, his face regaining its brilliance. With the optimal plan, our research direction is incredibly clear. Just think of how much trial and error cost and precious time this can save for the country. Exactly. With the data, we can produce it ourselves. We have the most complete industrial system in the world and the most diligent and intelligent workers. We have nothing to fear. Song Huiting also slammed the table and regained his spirits. The gloomy atmosphere in the conference room was lifted and the passion reignited in everyone's eyes. Luo Ruixiang nodded in satisfaction and looked at everyone, stating that the next goal is to optimize all the active equipment. This way, our country's overall strength will reach a new level. His words received everyone's approval. Chapter 44. One Nation, One Civilization Plan. Yes, meals must be eaten bite by bite, and journeys must be taken step by step. To optimize all existing equipment is already a tremendous victory that could change the fate of the nation. However, while everyone was focused on optimizing equipment, Qin Hao's mind was sparked by Zhang Zhun's seemingly failed proposal, leading him to consider another possibility. Infinite optimization. This idea itself isn't wrong. It's just that Zhang Zhun went in the wrong direction. He shouldn't have kept drilling down on the same target. What if we expand this idea? Instead of infinitely optimizing one target, we optimize all the technology trees of an entire civilization. When this thought emerged in Qin Hao's mind, he was stunned by this crazy idea himself. He looked at the pillars of the nation, whose excitement was still centered on catching up and surpassing others. Yet, his system might bring a completely new possibility to the country, one that no one had ever dared to imagine. Leaders, esteemed academicians, and commanders, Qin Hao's voice quieted the noisy conference room once again. Everyone turned to look at him. Qin Hao's gaze first fell on Zhang Zhan in the corner, and he smiled as he spoke. Although Comrade Zhang Zhan's proposal just now did not succeed, it inspired me. Zhang Zhan was taken aback. Inspiration? What is it? Why are we only thinking about optimizing what we already have? Perhaps our vision can be broader. We not only need to fill in the gaps, but also create something from nothing. My idea is to use the power of one nation to create all the high-end industrial chains known to human civilization. The conference room fell into dead silence. If the previous system function was shocking, this idea proposed by Qin Hao is nearly impossible. To use the power of one nation to possess all the technology systems in the world? How could that be possible? Before everyone could recover from this immense shock, Qin Hao threw out a deeper rationale. You should remember the upgrade conditions for System 3. 0, right? To establish a 100,000 square meter mining base on the moon requires a tremendous amount of resources. He paused and answered his own question. That requires the world's top materials science to withstand cosmic radiation and extreme temperature differences. It requires the most advanced robotics and artificial intelligence to complete high-risk construction tasks, and the most efficient energy systems to maintain the operation of the base. It also requires cutting-edge biotechnology and ecological recycling systems to ensure the survival of personnel. Therefore, the plan I just mentioned is not unrealistic. It is the only path for us to reach the stars and seas and to complete the system upgrade. When our country possesses all high-end industrial chains of human civilization, we are no longer just a country, but an independent technological civilization. At that time, a mere lunar mining site will be a matter of course. One nation is one civilization. These words struck like a heavy hammer at the hearts of everyone present. Breathing became heavy, and their eyes flickered with shock, doubt, and fervor. What a great concept. One nation is one civilization, said Zhang Yunfeng, the deputy leader. His gaze toward Qin Hao had completely changed. Comrade Xiao Qin, your idea is very bold. Another general stood up and said loudly, but ideals are grand, while reality is stark. Those high-end industrial chains you mentioned, any one of them is a field that requires a nation to invest all its efforts to achieve something. He proceeded to point out one by one. Take the 6 major top-tier industrial chains recognized in the world today. First, the semiconductor industry chain, which is the cornerstone of all information industries. From design software to photolithography machines to high-end chip manufacturing, we are constrained at every turn. Second, artificial intelligence. Although we are developing rapidly, the underlying algorithms and computing power chips are still dominated by the Eagle country. Third, biomedicine, especially high-end targeted drugs and genetic engineering. The gap between us and the West top levels is not small. Fourth, high-end precision manufacturing, such as the core blades of aircraft engines and high-precision machine tools. We are still struggling to catch up. Fifth, new energy. Although we have advantages in photovoltaics and batteries, we still have a long way to go in core energy utilization efficiency and new materials. Sixth, aerospace. We are still planning for manned moon landings, while they achieved it decades ago. These 6 industrial chains are dominated by the Eagle country, which occupies the top of 4 of them. The rest are divided among a few developed economies, including Europe, Japan, and South Korea. No country dares to say it possesses all of them, let alone excels in all of them. How can we possibly take them all? This official's analysis was calm and realistic. Every word he said felt like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's rekindled enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy again. Commander Song Huading frowned. Xiao Qin, the plan is good, but the resources are locked up in others' hands. How we get them? We can't just send troops to rob, can we? Ha! That would lead to the Third World War, another general joked, but no one laughed. Everyone looked at Qin Hao, waiting for his answer. However, Qin Hao smiled. Everyone, it seems we're getting stuck in a dilemma again. He said lightly, who says we have to rob? Or rather, who says we must enter someone else's laboratory to obtain technology? He extended a finger and pointed to his eyes. My system only needs to see. As long as it's something my eyes can see, whether it's a chip, a machine, or even just a sample displayed at an exhibition, it's enough. So, my plan is very simple. A sly smile crept across Qin Hao's lips. We can organize an official delegation to visit those countries that possess the technologies we want, in the name of friendly visits, technical exchanges, and commercial inspections. At that time, I just need to be a member of the delegation, walking around and taking a look. His words were unfinished, but the meaning was clear. The entire conference room was quiet for a second. The next second, someone couldn't hold back and let out a laugh. Soon, laughter spread throughout the conference room like an infection. The atmosphere that had just been heavy became joyful in an instant. I get it. Song Huading slapped his thigh, laughing so hard his beard shook. Good lad, you're going for a zero-cost purchase. Or rather, an official front to knock on doors. This isn't robbery. This is called learning from others. Academician Qin also chuckled, adjusting his glasses. We must not lose the wisdom of our ancestors, borrowing the skills of others to control them. I suggest we name this plan the Global Travel Group Plan. No, it should be called the World Top Technology Expo Tour Plan. You all have learned badly. Yan Huang, the deputy leader, shook his head with a smile, but the joy in his eyes was thicker than anyone else's. This plan sounded absurd, yet upon further reflection, it possessed unparalleled feasibility. Risks? Of course there are, but compared to the benefits, what do those risks amount to? This is simply the most ingenious and unpreventable technology transfer in human history. Chapter 45, Testing New Energy Charging Methods. Who would have thought that among the official delegations sent by a country, there is a humanoid system capable of copying and optimizing everything it sees? Amidst the sounds of laughter and joy, Luo Ruixiang remained silent, quietly observing everything. Finally, he raised his hand and gently pressed it down. The bustling conference room fell silent once again. All eyes turned to this supreme leader. Luo Ruixiang scanned the room and spoke. The truth lies only within the range of cannons, while the future lies beyond the frontiers of technology. For our people, for our country, for the future of our Yan Huang nation, this risk is worth taking. I approve this plan, but the entire process must ensure the absolute safety of Comrade Xiaoqin. From now on, all relevant departments, including diplomacy, commerce, and technology, must immediately take action to support this plan centered around Comrade Xiaoqin. We must pave a tourist path for him to all high-tech fields in the world in the shortest time possible. He emphasized the last 4 words, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. After the meeting, someone immediately started preparing the tour plan. The next day, Qin Hao went to other places with academician Qian and others, presumably to witness the new energy charging method. Half an hour later, Qin Hao found himself in the most advanced comprehensive energy laboratory in Yan Huang country. Academician Qian, Minister He, welcome. The person in charge, Jiang'an, welcomed them and then turned his gaze to Qin Hao. After carefully sizing him up, he said, all testing sites are ready. We will strictly proceed according to risk levels, from low to high, starting with thermal energy testing. The group passed through several heavy isolation doors and entered a hall. In the center stood a huge furnace made of special high-temperature resistant alloy, emitting an astonishing amount of heat, causing the air to distort from the heat waves. This is our experimental device, simulating the waste heat of an industrial blast furnace, with a central temperature that can stabilize at 3,500 degrees Celsius. Jiang'an introduced while pointing at the furnace. This looks good. Academician Qian nodded, then turned to Qin Hao and asked, Xiaoqin, are you ready? I have nothing to prepare. Qin Hao nodded, feeling a bit expectant. Then let's begin. Once everything was ready, Qin Hao slowly approached the massive furnace. The scorching heat intensified as he got closer. When he was about 10 meters away from the furnace, he focused his mind and communicated with the system, starting to absorb energy, thermal energy. The next second, the almost igniting heat around him instantly vanished without a trace. His body temperature returned to normal. Qin Hao quickly looked at the system panel, and the number of energy points began to fluctuate. Energy points 75 second, energy points 80 second. He also communicated this data to academician Qian and the others. In the observation room, a group of scientists were fixated on a huge monitor screen, as the thermal imaging display looked incredibly strange. Centered around Qin Hao, a circular area with a diameter of half a meter, which originally represented high temperature in a red hue, instantly turned green, indicating normal temperature. Meanwhile, The heat wave surrounding the furnace surged violently towards Qin Hao's position. This is unbelievable. The thermal energy absorption efficiency has reached 100%. A thermodynamics expert exclaimed in astonishment while looking at the incredible data on the instrument. This completely contradicts the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy. Entropy is decreasing for him. Academician Qin also excitedly said, "Forget about the laws. Today, our laws will be rewritten by Qin. Quickly record the data. 80 points per second." As time passed and the temperature continued to change, everyone eventually determined that for every degree increase in temperature, the energy absorbed per second would increase by 1 point. This is truly magical. If we were to throw it into the center of the sun, wouldn't it reach over 15 million points per second? A scientist remarked. This comment left the others speechless. Of course, it was just a thought. The country would never undertake such an act. The observation continued. The second experiment involved light energy. In a completely enclosed white room, hundreds of high-powered searchlights were aimed at the center. When all the lights turned on, the entire room was as bright as day, with an illumination intensity 10 times that of noon sunlight. Qin Hao stood at the center of the light, unable to open his eyes, but after ordering the absorption, his vision miraculously returned to normal. Energy points 100 points per second. Academician Qin noted while listening to Qin Hao's data report, nodding. It was significantly lower than thermal energy, indicating that the conversion efficiency of light energy was not very high. After a series of tests, they concluded the brighter the illumination intensity, the greater the efficiency. The subsequent experiments involved the third, fourth, and fifth items: ray energy, radiation energy, and magnetic field energy. This time, the observation location changed to the third underground level, where the security level was noticeably higher, and everyone donned heavy lead protective suits. Jiangyan's expression also grew particularly serious. "Comrade Qin Hao, this is the ray irradiation room, used for material modification and sterilization. Although the system can absorb energy, we must not let our guard down. If you feel any discomfort at all, immediately terminate the experiment." "I understand," Qin Hao solemnly nodded. As he walked alone into the irradiation room, made of 2-meter-thick concrete and lead plates, it was impossible to say he wasn't nervous. Starting to absorb energy, ray energy. Energy points 340 second, starting to absorb energy, radiation energy. Energy points 280 second, starting to absorb energy, magnetic field energy. Energy points 150 second. After several minutes, the observation concluded. Everyone gathered in a meeting room. Jiangyan distributed the printed data reports to everyone present, including Qin Hao. "Please take a look. Based on the actual measurement data, just now, we can basically draw a preliminary conclusion." Jiangyan began summarizing. Under the current experimental conditions, the energy absorption efficiency is highest for ray energy, followed by radiation energy, then magnetic field and thermal energy, while the lowest efficiency is for light energy. As for nuclear explosive energy, we cannot conduct experiments. That would be too dangerous and too ostentatious. However, I believe the efficiency would definitely be incredibly high. Academician Qin looked at this set of data, nodded, and then shook his head. You're right. The safety of Shaoqin is the top priority. Everything else comes second. Although the efficiency of ray and radiation energy is indeed astonishing, the problem is we can't have Shaoqin staying in the irradiation room every day, can we? If someone stays there too long, not to mention a person, even a piece of iron would undergo modification. His joking remark lightened the atmosphere considerably. Indeed, Jiangyan chimed in, maintaining such a high-energy ray environment itself consumes a massive amount of energy, which is not worth the cost. Chapter 46 Crazy Energy Charging Ideas. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat dull. Jiangyan's summary report was clear, but the conclusion was not uplifting. It seemed that quickly obtaining a large number of energy points was an unsolvable problem. An academician frowned. Because we cannot yet create a safe, lasting, and cheap environment. The previous methods are insufficient to support the country's subsequent plans, and we can only rely on time to accumulate. That's the point. Even if Shaoqin absorbs 100 million energy points a day, it is still difficult to meet the demand since there is too much to replicate. Academician Qin sighed and rubbed his forehead. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was a very realistic issue. The system is powerful, but it cannot be treated as a panacea. Otherwise, the normal development pace of the country would be disrupted. At that moment, Qin Hao, who had been quietly observing the report, suddenly lifted his head. Academician Qian, Minister Jiang, I've been thinking about a question. Why do we need to absorb these types of energy separately? Everyone was taken aback and turned their gaze towards him. Separate absorption? Isn't that obvious? Thermal energy tests are in the furnace. Light energy tests are in the bright room. Radiation tests are in the irradiation room. Different energy sources naturally belong in different places. Jiang asked in confusion, Comrade Xiao Qin, please share your thoughts. Qin Hao did not answer directly, but pushed the data report to the center of the table, circling 5 items: thermal energy, light energy, radiation energy, magnetic energy, and field energy. We are looking for the most efficient charging method. But our thinking has been limited to single energy. What if there is a place that can simultaneously produce these 5 types of energy, or even more? Could we then stack all the efficiencies together, simultaneously producing 5 types of energy? Academician Qian was stunned, following Qin Hao's line of thought. High temperature, strong light, strong radiation, strong magnetic fields. It sounded so much like. Before he could finish a sentence, another scientist immediately thought of a place and exclaimed, inside a star. Hiss. As those 4 words were spoken, a gasp echoed in the conference room. Everyone was dumbfounded. Were they suggesting throwing Qin Hao into the sun to charge? This idea was 1,000 times crazier than the previous one about exploiting a bug. No, not a star. Qin Hao chuckled and shook his head. Looking at the shocked expressions of the crowd, he said, it's a tokamak device, our own artificial sun. Boom! Everyone's brains collectively short-circuited. The tokamak device? The most advanced controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor in Yan Huang country. Inside, there are billions of degrees of plasma, a powerful magnetic field capable of distorting space, and radiation and high-energy particle flows that can annihilate everything. Jiang opened his mouth, unable to close it for a long time, staring at Qin Hao as if he were looking at a madman. You mean, you want to enter the vacuum chamber of the reactor? This was no longer just a matter of being bold. It was outright madness. Theoretically, it is feasible. Qin Hao calmly explained under everyone's incredulous gazes. The system can absorb energy, creating an absolutely safe area. I won't feel the heat waves of 500 degrees Celsius in the furnace, and the rays in the irradiation room won't harm me. So, what essential difference is there between the billions of degrees of plasma in the tokamak and these? To me, they're just energy points. Moreover, it is a 5-in-1. High temperature, strong light, radiation, rays, and magnetic fields. It has them all. Once we start absorbing, it will be the stacking of 5 efficiencies. We just need to let it operate at full power for a while, and we will obtain energy points beyond our imagination. After hearing this crazy idea, everyone fell into quiet contemplation. The only sounds in the room were the heavy breaths of the attendees, rising and falling. This idea had already exceeded the conventional imagination of all the top scientists present. No, absolutely not. Jiang was the first to stand up in opposition, shaking his head like a rattle drum. This is too dangerous. If the system makes even the slightest mistake, even a delay of 0.01 seconds, you will be vaporized in an instant. Not even an atom will remain. We cannot take this risk. Yes, Xiao Qin, this needs to be considered carefully. The other scientists agreed, their faces filled with concern. At this moment, Cheng Haitang, who had been sitting next to Qin Hao, posed a question to Jiang. Comrade Jiang, based on Xiao Qin's hypothesis, how many energy points could be obtained by charging for 1 minute in the tokamak device? Jiang quickly calculated in his mind and provided an estimate. If we use the efficiency tested earlier as a baseline, stacking 5 items, and considering the energy density of the nuclear fusion environment, conservatively speaking, the energy points gained per second would be at least several hundred million, which means 3 billion points in 1 minute. Hiss! The sound of gasping echoed again in the conference room. 3 billion points in 1 minute. To put it in perspective, a Shenyang fighter jet only requires 2 million points of energy. Charging for 1 minute could replicate 15,000 jets. This efficiency felt unreal to everyone. The lunar mining base that had seemed so distant before now appeared less elusive in the face of such terrifying charging efficiency. The huge temptation made Jiang, who had just firmly opposed the idea, begin to waver. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that any argument for safety seemed pale and powerless in the face of such astonishing returns. Academician Qian slowly stood up, pacing back and forth in the conference room, his expression fluctuating. After a long while, he stopped, scanning every person present, and finally fixed his gaze on Qin Hao's face. This plan can serve as our trump card, an ultimate card that could determine the fate of the nation. He looked at Jiangyan and everyone else. Their concerns were valid. We cannot take such a huge risk in times of peace. Regular charging should still proceed as before, stable and safe. Then he looked at Qin Hao, his expression becoming extremely serious. However, this ultimate charging plan must be preserved. When the country faces a critical moment of life and death, when we need to acquire massive energy in the shortest time to replicate those fantasy weapons that could turn the tide, this will be our only hope. I agree. Cheng Haidang was the first to express his support, his expression serious. Usually, the sword should be sheathed, but we must ensure that when it is time to draw it. This sword is razor sharp. Agreed. Agreed. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted from shock and opposition to consensus. Everyone understood the true significance of this plan. It was not a conventional option, but the last choice in a critical moment. Good. Academician Qian nodded, a hint of relief appearing on his face. I will personally report this matter to Leader Luo. This plan will be temporarily saved as an emergency contingency. He walked over to Qin Hao, patted him on the shoulder, and his gaze was complex. Comrade Xiaoqin, thank you for your hard work. You have to be both our eyes and our energy core. Qin Hao smiled and said nothing. Chapter 47, Global Tour. On the afternoon of the day after the test ended, a report, along with a handwritten letter from academician Qian, was delivered to Luo Ruixiang's desk. The content of the report was simple: conclusions on several charging methods, as well as a feasibility analysis and risk assessment of charging within the tokamak device. It also extensively elaborated on the final consensus among academician Qian and others that the tokamak charging method should be reserved as a trump card for the nation and should not be activated unless it is a matter of life and death. After reading the report, Luo Ruixiang remained silent for a long time. He was neither excited nor shocked. He calmly picked up the phone and connected to academician Qian's dedicated line. Old Qian, your concerns are valid. This plan is to be shelved and archived. Comrade Qian's safety is the top priority. Yes, leader? Academician Qian on the other end of the line breathed a sigh of relief. However, Luo Ruixiang shifted his tone. The tour plan can proceed. Let Comrade Qin first accumulate some startup capital using conventional methods. We will set off in half a month. After hanging up the phone, Luo Ruixiang's gaze was deep. The tokamak device was the final trump card, while this tour plan was the first ace about to be played. In the following half-month, Qin Hao lived a life that could be described as blissful idleness. His only task was to charge. Days passed by with sunrises and sunsets. One morning, when Qin Hao opened his eyes again and glanced at the numbers on the system panel, he couldn't help but smile. Energy points, 27 billion. Over 3 billion. This huge sum was enough for him to strip this world's technology tree bare. Meanwhile, a team composed of elites from various departments, such as diplomacy, business, and technology, named the Yan Huang High-Tech Exchange Delegation, had assembled and was ready to depart. Qin Hao, as one of the inconspicuous members, blended into the crowd and boarded the special plane heading to various countries. The first stop was Han's Cat Country, Tegistil. This was the heart of the world's precision manufacturing industry. They were received by the CEO of a century-old company, Simade Precision Machine Tool Group, a middle-aged man with impeccably styled hair, Hermann. Welcome, friends from Yan Huang country. Hermann led everyone into the corridor outside the production workshop, pointing through the glass at a massive machine in operation, his face beaming with pride. This is our latest generation Thor's Hammer 5-axis machining center. Its machining precision can reach 3 microns, making it one of the most precise masterpieces in the world today. Every part embodies over 100 years of craftsmanship from our Han's Cat Nation. The members of the delegation all expressed their admiration. and several technical experts looked at the various equipment inside, asking various professional questions. Hermann smiled and answered each one, his words filled with confidence in his products. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. At this moment, Qin Hao was just following behind the crowd, quietly observing while silently copying the relevant information of those devices. Target detected. Simate Thor S Hammer 5-axis machining center. Energy required for information copying. 110,000 points. With a thought, he copied it. Energy points deducted successfully. Information has been stored in the system database. Detected original template. Would you like to generate the optimal optimization plan? Yes. Generating optimization plan. Plan generation complete. Thor S Hammer system optimization plan has been stored in the system database. 1. Core algorithm optimization. Machining precision upgraded to 0.5 microns. 2. Spindle material upgrade. Maximum speed limit increased by 80, stability increased by 120. 3. Energy module transformation. Overall energy consumption reduced by 40. The entire process was silent, taking less than 3 seconds. Qin Hao blinked, feeling no waves in his heart, even wanting to laugh a little. He watched Hermann continue to passionately introduce how remarkable the 3-micron precision was, unaware that it now belonged to Qin Hao, and it was a significantly optimized, upgraded version. Cheng Haidang was right next to Qin Hao, and when he saw Qin Hao's peculiar expression, he gently nudged him with his elbow, signaling with his eyes. Qin Hao returned a look indicating everything was under control. Cheng Haitang's mouth instantly broke into a grin, barely holding back a laugh. Meanwhile, the person responsible for communicating with Hermann raised a thumb and exclaimed, "Amazing! Mr. Hermann, your company's technology truly opens our eyes. We're impressed." This compliment was delivered with heartfelt sincerity. Hermann's smile grew even brighter. After finishing the first stop, the delegation hurried on to visit other countries. In Gallia, they visited the Aircraft Design Center of the ESOP Group, when an engineer proudly showcased their proud design of the aerodynamic layout of the Stormfighter. Qin Hao had already silently copied it and optimized it into a next-generation fighter version. In Sweden, they investigated a top global biopharmaceutical company when the research director introduced their latest targeted drug, which took 10 years and cost billions to develop. Qin Hao only needed a second to obtain a formula with smaller side effects and 3 times the efficacy. The entire process could be described as a zero-cost acquisition. This was not a technical exchange. It was clearly a heist. Oh, no, it was borrowing. Of course, the journey was not all smooth sailing. When the delegation expressed a desire to visit the photolithography machine production line of ASM Company in Lanhua, the other party politely refused. "We are very sorry, gentlemen," an official from the Lanhua Ministry of Foreign Affairs explained courteously. "Photolithography technology is our highest national secret and is strictly regulated by multiple international agreements. The production area is not open to unauthorized personnel, and we hope you can understand." This outcome was expected by everyone. A few days later, on the way back home, the atmosphere on the private plane was somewhat dull. A Commerce Department official sighed. "I knew it. They have a tight grip on this semiconductor hard nut. The 6 top industrial chains we wanted to see are now missing this most critical link." Yes. Cheng Haidang also frowned. "What they showed us is probably not even the latest and greatest. Just look at that Thor S hammer. I estimate they are at least hiding 1 or even 2 generations more advanced that they didn't show us." Once this was said, many people showed a dejected expression. If they only copied a bunch of outdated technology that others were willing to showcase, wouldn't the significance of this action be greatly diminished? Even if the system could optimize, it would likely only match the most advanced technology of the other party at best. Just then, Qin Hao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. He looked at everyone and smiled, saying, "Chapter 48 Comprehensive Technology Update, everyone. Let us be content." Although we didn't manage to copy the lithography machine, the system had already provided a complete set of technical documents when optimizing the 4-nanometer chip, including information on lithography machine manufacturing. We just wanted to save time and take shortcuts. Since we didn't succeed, we can go back and manufacture it ourselves. Materials are not a problem. As Qin Hao finished speaking, the cabin fell silent for a moment. An elderly aviation expert in the front row slowly took off his reading glasses and rubbed his somewhat sore eyes. You're right. We've been doing research our whole lives, and now we've gotten ourselves into a dead end. Always thinking of climbing to the top in one step. Try to fish out ready-made solutions from others. We've almost forgotten that our own hands can also build things. The old expert's words seemed to awaken everyone. Indeed, they were the top experts in Yan Huang country, the backbone of the nation's industry and technology. What did they start feeling lost just because they couldn't borrow some hidden technology from others? The existence of the system provided them with a vision of the future, but it didn't mean they could skip the process of running. The experience gained step by step is far more valuable than directly parachuting to the finish line. Yes, we have the most complete industrial system in the world, the most optimized technology, and we're still afraid we can't produce it? What we create ourselves is what gives us peace of mind. Exactly. I don't believe that, with our own people, we can't compete with them. The oppressive atmosphere in the cabin dissipated. Seeing this group of national pillars regain their spirits, Chang Haidang and Qin Hao exchanged smiles, everything unspoken. After returning to the country, an unprecedented technological storm quickly swept across the nation's top research institutions and confidential factories, centered around the capital. Countless digital materials marked as top secret were distributed through the most secure encrypted channels to the heads of various fields. In the Aviation Engine Research Institute, the elderly chief engineer Liu stared intently at the three-dimensional model of the turbine blade on the computer screen, along with a nearly perfect single crystal material formula. His hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from immense excitement. "This is simply extraordinary," he murmured, his murky eyes bursting with incredible brilliance. The cooling channel problem at the blade tip that had troubled us for over a decade. It's solved with such an unbelievable structure, and this material formula. Many of our previous directions were wrong. He suddenly stood up, grabbed the phone beside him, his voice changing pitch. "Connect me to the Ministry of Weapons Industry. I want to know which team designed this blueprint. No, I must meet him." The same scene unfolded in the National Key Laboratory of Biomedicine. A young female postdoc stared at the screen, showing the binding process of targeted drug molecules with cancer cells, completely stunned. Perfect. Nearly 100 targeting accuracy, with side effects on normal cells approaching zero. "Professor Wang." She rushed out of the office, almost yelling at her mentor. "Come look. All our conjectures about GLP-1 have been confirmed by this data, and it provided us with the ultimate solution we never dared to dream of." Meanwhile, in a precision instrument manufacturing plant hundreds of miles away, an old craftsman enjoying the highest national subsidy was wearing reading glasses, repeatedly caressing the printed structured diagram of the 0.5-micron processing center. His face was filled with obsession and shock. This spindle drive design can actually be done this way. And this tool library algorithm. It's insane, really insane. This can compress the tool change time to under 0.1 seconds. In no time, inquiry calls from all over the country flooded the capital like snowflakes. Where did this technical data come from? Who is the designer? We want to communicate with him. Requests to declassify the source of the materials were crucial for the subsequent research and development direction. However, the response they received was always the same short phrase. "This is a national top secret. Your task is to verify, absorb, and manufacture, and you are strictly forbidden from inquiring about the source." This reply made countless researchers realize that on a national level, they might have obtained some extraterrestrial technology. Otherwise, why hadn't it been released before? Suddenly, the entire research system of Yan Huang country began to operate with unprecedented enthusiasm and efficiency. Countless past bottlenecks were broken, and many previously unreachable goals were about to become a reality. A technological wildfire had already begun. In the capital, Luo Ruixiang put down a briefing in his hand, which summarized the earthquake reports received from various research units over the past few days. He looked up at Qin Hao sitting opposite him, a smile in his eyes. "Xiao Qin, your trip this time has thrown a series of bombs into our research community," he said with a smile. "Now those old experts and academicians are all like they've been injected with adrenaline, clamoring to find you, this mysterious deity." Qin Hao smiled a bit shyly. "I'm just responsible for copying. The real hard work is still on them." "You can't say that." Luo Ruixiang waved his hand. "What you brought back is the spark, the direction. Without you, they might have to grope in the dark for another 10 or 20 years. This credit cannot be replaced by anyone. At this point, Luo Ruixiang stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. Next, it's our own business. Turning back to Qin Hao, he said, "You've worked hard during this time. The mental pressure must be significant. I'll approve you a month off. Take a good rest." "A vacation?" Qin Hao was taken aback. "Yes, a vacation." Luo Ruixiang smiled. "You can go anywhere in the country. All expenses will be covered by the state, but there's one requirement." "What requirement?" Qin Hao asked. "You're not allowed to go abroad." Qin Hao laughed in surprise, and warmth surged in his heart. It was clear that this was the state's protection for him. Luo Ruixiang then turned to Cheng Haitang, his tone serious. "Comrade Haitang, during Shao Qin's vacation, you are fully responsible for his safety. I will dispatch the highest level security team from the Central Guard Bureau. I have only one request, which is to ensure Shao Qin's safety without excessively interfering with his normal life. You can gauge this balance yourself." Upon hearing this, Cheng Haitang straightened her back and replied, "Rest assured, leader, I will ensure the task is completed." Chapter 49. Good news. After Qin Hao and Cheng Haitang left, the office door was gently closed, and the door to the lounge opened. Deputy Leader Zhang Yinfeng walked out, his brow furrowed with some concern. "Old Luo, isn't this risky?" he asked. "Little Qin is a walking strategic treasure. Our recent actions have been so significant that foreign intelligence agencies must have caught wind of it. Who knows how many eyes are secretly watching us?" Luo Ruixiang did not turn around. After a moment, he slowly replied, "Yinfeng, I know everything you just said." He then turned around, returned to his desk, and poured a cup of tea for himself and Zhang Yinfeng. "But we can't treat him like a weapon locked in a safe. He is a living person, a young man of only 21. During this time, he has done so much for the country, and he will need to prepare for various grand plans in the future, which will undoubtedly create some pressure on him." He pushed a cup of tea in front of Zhang Yinfeng and continued, "If the string is pulled too tight, it will snap. We can keep him in an absolutely safe place for a day, a month, a year. But then what? If his spirit breaks, and he has psychological issues, what use is the system, even if it still exists?" Zhang Yinfeng picked up his teacup, but did not drink, instead carefully considering Luo Ruixiang's words. After a while, he sighed. "The reasoning is sound, but I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Is there really such a thing as an absolutely safe place in this world?" Luo Ruixiang countered. "If we isolate him completely, he will become an even clearer target, making it easier for the enemy to focus their forces against him. No matter how many precautions we take, there will always be oversights. Letting him blend into normal life like an ordinary person under the strictest protection may actually make him less exposed." He paused before continuing, "Eagles need to soar in the sky. If you confine it in a cage made of gold and feed it delicacies, it will eventually lose its claws and wings, turning into a pretty canary. The future of our Yan Huang nation cannot be a canary." Zhang Yinfeng fell silent. He looked at his old comrade, with whom he had fought side by side for decades, and finally nodded slowly, drinking the tea in his cup. "I understand. I will ensure that the people below fully cooperate with Cheng Haitang's work." A smile finally appeared on Luo Ruixiang's face. "That's more like it. Sometimes, the most dangerous places can be the safest." During the one-month holiday, Qin Hao did not truly act like a carefree person running all over the country. He did not dislike sightseeing, but his mindset was different now. To flaunt himself would not only be irresponsible to himself, but also to the country. Therefore, his so-called nationwide travels ended up being a tour of several famous spots and museums in the capital. In the first 2 days, the security team responsible for Qin Hao's safety was on high alert, rehearsing various plans dozens of times, afraid of any slight mistake. However, they found that Qin Hao spent most of his time at the arranged residence, either reading or staring out the window. Occasionally, when he went out, it was quite orderly. Even Cheng Haitang felt that this kid was more composed than him, a man over 50. As a result, the pressure on the security team significantly decreased, and their work became much easier. Behind the scenes, some team members even joked that protecting Comrade Qin Hao was less stressful than standing guard in the agency courtyard. Qin Hao, of course, was unaware of this. He simply felt that autumn in the capital was very comfortable, neither cold nor hot, perfect for thinking. More importantly, his main task was still to accumulate energy points, and he did not miss a single day. The regular system charging, though far less efficient than the tokamak device's ultimate solution, was safe and sustained a slow but steady flow. A month passed quietly. During this time, the research system of Yan Huang Nation was operating with astonishing speed and efficiency. Countless problems that had plagued various fields were solved one by one under the guidance of the system's optimization plan. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had stored up to 3 billion energy points. One morning, Qin Hao received a phone call from Cheng Haidang. "Little Qin, I have a tremendous piece of good news for you." As soon as the call connected, Cheng Haitang's typically calm tone was filled with uncontainable excitement. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow. If Cheng Haidang was this excited, it must be an extraordinary breakthrough. "Old Cheng, what is the great news?" "The lithography machine. Our own lithography machine." Cheng Haitang's voice suddenly rose a few notches. "According to the optimization plan provided by the system, our comrades in materials science and precision manufacturing have been collaborating for more than a month, and just last night, the first prototype was successfully manufactured and passed all tests." Qin Hao's breath caught slightly. He knew the significance of the term lithography machine better than anyone else. This was the biggest and most stubborn mountain in front of the chip industry and the entire high-tech field of Yan Huang Nation. Or the test results. Qin Hao pressed on. Despite his absolute confidence in the system optimization plan, hearing the results directly felt different. The results. Cheng Haitang took a breath and said, "All indicators exceeded any publicly available lithography machine in the world. Do you know, little Qin, it can stably process chips as small as 1 nanometer, 1 nanometer. This has left them far behind." Even Qin Hao couldn't help but break into a radiant smile at this moment. 1 nanometer. What does that mean? It means Yan Huang Nation has leaped to the top of the world in chip manufacturing. The frustration from earlier setbacks in Lan Nation had completely dissipated. Making it ourselves is indeed more satisfying. This is fantastic. Truly fantastic. Qin Hao said sincerely, joy flooding over him. "Old Cheng, this is definitely a historic breakthrough." "Yes, a historic breakthrough." Cheng Haidang felt a surge of emotions. After the news was confirmed last night, the entire project team, from academicians at the Chinese Academy of Sciences to senior technicians on the front lines, hundreds of people embraced each other, crying and laughing like they had gone mad. Several old experts were so moved that they cried like children, saying their lives were worth it, that they could die in peace. Listening to Cheng Haitang's description, Qin Hao could picture the excited scene. This was not just the birth of a machine. It was a manifestation of a country's and a nation's indomitable spirit in the field of technology. Leader Luo and all the senior officials already know about it, and they are overjoyed. Cheng Haitang continued. "It has already been decided that in a few days, once the preliminary production capacity testing is complete, we will officially announce this news. By then, I can't wait to see the expressions of those countries that used to block our technology and set up barriers everywhere." Chapter 50. 100 lithography machines. Cheng Haidang spoke with a sense of exhilaration, and Qin Hao felt relieved as he listened. That slap was loud, and this was just the beginning. Cheng Haidang shifted her tone, filled with anticipation for the future. "In addition to the lithography machines, the other technological materials you brought back, such as aviation engines, biopharmaceuticals, and new materials. All fields have made rapid progress. Many things that were once unimaginable are now seeing the light of day. And it won't be long before a series of exciting results follow. That will be just wonderful." Qin Hao's smile grew even more sincere. He could already see a brand new, more powerful Yan Huang Nation rising slowly. And he had contributed to all of this. That sense of accomplishment was far more satisfying than the cold numbers on the system panel. "Xiao Qin," Cheng Haidang's voice became serious again, this time. "You have made an unprecedented contribution. The country and the people will remember you." Qin Hao smiled. "Old Cheng, I can't take all the credit. This is the result of our collective efforts. I just did what I was supposed to do." After hanging up the phone, Qin Hao felt great. The era of technological explosion belonging to the Yan Huang Nation had already begun, and he would be one of the most important witnesses and core drivers of this great era. A few days later, while the warmth of good news had not yet dissipated, Cheng Haitang arrived with the latest order for Qin Hao. The directive from the leader was personally delivered, and Cheng Haitang's expression was serious, but the corners of her eyes and brows could not hide her smile. All the test data of the prototype is perfect, and the performance is more stable than expected. Now, we need you to go and replicate a few more. Qin Hao nodded and set off immediately without delay. This time, the destination was not the heavily guarded research institute from before, but a secret base in the suburbs of Beijing. When Qin Hao and Cheng Haidang went through layers of security checks and arrived at their destination, they were greeted by Deputy Leader Yan Huang. The leader has an important foreign affairs meeting and can't get away, so he specifically asked me to come over. Yan Huang said in his usual calm tone. Behind him were several core leaders from various departments, each with expressions mixed with excitement and tension. Amidst the crowd, Qin Hao entered the huge room where the lithography machine was stored. Their machine stood quietly. It was the prototype of the 1-nanometer lithography machine, covered entirely in a pristine metal shell, with smooth and precise lines, countless pipes, and mechanical arms intertwined. Even someone who didn't understand technology could sense an extreme aesthetic of science and technology from it. Comrade Xiaoqin, let's get started, Zhang Yunfeng gestured. Qin Hao responded with an aha, focusing on issuing a command to the system. System, scan the target. Target detected. 1-nanometer EUV lithography machine. System optimized version. Energy required to replicate this target. 20 million points, 20 million points. Qin Hao had an idea of the cost. This price was lower than he had imagined. How is it? Cheng Haidang asked softly beside him. To replicate 1 unit requires 20 million energy points, Qin Hao replied quietly. A middle-aged man next to Zhang Yunfeng immediately calculated in his head, and his eyes widened behind his glasses, nearly exclaiming, 20 million points? According to the previous conversion rate, that's about 10 million RMB? At this statement, everyone was shocked. 10 million RMB. This number exploded in everyone's mind like a heavy bomb. It should be noted that the latest 2-nanometer lithography machine sold by Lanha country to its allies starts at $300 million, and there's no market. If you want to buy, they simply 1T sell to you. $300 million is over 2 billion RMB. And now, a 1-nanometer lithography machine with performance several streets ahead of them costs only 10 million? This is no longer just low cost. It's practically like picking it up for free. The prototype we assembled ourselves, not counting manpower, just the investment in various special materials and experimental equipment, has exceeded 5 billion. And now we can replicate one for just 10 million? Someone exclaimed nearby. All eyes were once again fixed on Qin Hao, their gazes filled with fervor. Zhang Yunfeng's breathing became noticeably heavier. He forcibly suppressed a shock and looked at Qin Hao, asking the most critical question. Comrade Xiaoqin, with your current energy reserves, how many units can we replicate? This question silenced the room instantly, everyone holding their breath. Qin Hao glanced at the long string of numbers on the system panel and calmly reported an estimate. There are still 2,300 million points left. 2,300 million. The scene fell into a deathly silence. 2,300 million divided by 20 million equals 115 units. Someone quickly calculated this out. Boom! Everyone's brains were hit with another round of relentless shock. 115 units. What does this concept mean? The total number of the world's top EUV lithography machines combined is less than this number. Cheng Haitang's mouth couldn't help but curve upwards in a wild grin. She cleared her throat and, in a half-joking tone, broke the silence. It seems we can do wholesale. The more, the better. This joke instantly relaxed the tense atmosphere, and many couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Yunfeng also smiled, then turned to Qin Hao, stating emphatically, "Then let's replicate 100 units first." Qin Hao nodded, his mind focused. Confirming replication of 1-nanometer EUV lithography machine. Quantity, 100 units. Total energy consumed, 2 billion points. Energy points deducted successfully. Replication started. The entire process took less than a minute. The previously empty room now neatly displayed 5 formations, each consisting of 20 lithography machines. 100 brand new 1-nanometer lithography machines, gleaming with metallic luster, stood quietly there. Everyone present, including Zhang Yunfeng, who was used to grand scenes, was now stunned. Deputy Leader Zhang, the replication of the lithography machines is complete. Qin Hao's voice broke the silence. Zhang Yunfeng suddenly came back to his senses, quickly walking up to Qin Hao and shaking his hand tightly. The usually composed deputy leader was now incredibly excited. Comrade Xiao Qin, you've worked hard. You've made an unprecedented contribution to the country and the people. Not at all. This is everyone's achievement. Qin Hao hurriedly replied, emphasizing that it was his duty. After chatting for a while, Qin Hao and Cheng Haidang left together. Chapter 51 announcement shocks the world a few hours later. Yan Huang Nation released a heavyweight announcement through official news channels that sent shockwaves around the globe. According to our station's report, our country has achieved a significant breakthrough in the core technology field of semiconductor manufacturing. The research team has successfully developed and manufactured an EUV lithography machine with 1 nanometer process capability. The first batch of prototypes has passed all performance tests, with various indicators meeting and even exceeding international leading levels. This marks a complete break from foreign technological monopoly in the high-end chip manufacturing sector, achieving full independence and control over key equipment. As soon as the news broke, it detonated like a nuclear bomb worldwide. In the initial minutes, the world was silent. Editors from major news agencies stared at the news brief from Yan Huang Nation. Their first reaction being, is there a translation error? Or is it April Fool's Day today? But Yan Huang Nation doesn't celebrate that holiday. After repeatedly confirming the source of the news, they were stunned. Next came the reactions from the scientific and political communities in various countries. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The president of a well-known technology university in Sangha Nation jumped out of his chair during a live television broadcast upon seeing the news. Pointing at the screen and spitting as he exclaimed, "They are lying. They are boasting. 1 nanometer? That's something only a god can achieve. They can't even afford tea eggs. How could they possibly create a 1 nanometer lithography machine? This must be a conspiracy from Yan Huang Nation to deceive our investments." His statements were quickly hailed as truth by domestic media. In no time, the theory of technological fraud from Yan Huang Nation gained recognition among most people in his country. Online, netizens from Sangha Nation unleashed their wild imaginations. I bet they took apart our discarded secondhand tractor parts, painted them white, and claimed they were a lithography machine. Truth revealed. Maybe the core components are made of cow dung, environmentally friendly and energy-saving. Shocked, Yan Huang Nation announces using yoga to drive the lithography machine, achieving a precision of 1 nanometer. Meanwhile, in the Western world, the emotions of skepticism and shock were more complex. 1 nanometer? Just months ago, they were worried about being able to buy a 4 nanometer lithography machine. And now they've created a 1 nanometer one? Is this a science fiction movie? An anonymous user on a Western tech forum stated, "I remain skeptical." Yan Huang Nation has indeed made rapid progress in certain areas. But a lithography machine is the jewel in the crown of industry. I don't believe they can overcome all technical barriers in such a short time. Maybe it's just a lab sample, far from mass production. In contrast, within Yan Huang Nation, there was a boiling sea of excitement. The vast majority of the public, after the initial shock, felt an indescribable sense of pride and ecstasy. Awesome. My country. A lifetime achievement. Finally, we don't have to look at others' faces. Let those who've been choking us cry. Our mother is amazing. I don't know which great god's hand this came from. This comment unexpectedly received high praise. On social media, various celebratory emojis and jokes emerged endlessly. Some dug up old news, ridiculing Yan Huang Nation for not being able to produce ballpoint pen refills or toilet seats, contrasting it sharply with today's 1 nanometer lithography machine announcement, which drew sighs of relief and satisfaction from many. Of course, not all voices were harmonious. Some internet personalities who have long been active online, deriving pleasure from belittling their own country, as well as hidden traitors and lackeys, also jumped out. They are boasting again. Have you forgotten the last Hanshin incident? Just wait for them to be slapped in the face. Where's the data? Where's the physical object? Just talking? Is this another scam for funding? I think it's a model machine with nothing inside, just fooling outsiders. Wake up. They have been ahead of us for decades. How could they possibly surpass us overnight? They must have stolen the technology. These sarcastic remarks naturally provoked a strong backlash from patriotic netizens. Are you guys so used to kneeling that you can't stand up? Is it so hard for you to see your own country achieve success? Hanshin is Hanshin, and now is now. How many years have our researchers endured hardships? You trolls can just move your mouths to deny everything. If you say they stole technology, bring out the evidence. Otherwise, it's slander. In no time, the online debate over the 1-nanometer lithography machine in Yan Huang Nation became as intense as a real war. Various technical analysis posts, popular science posts, conspiracy theory posts, and rebuttal posts emerged one after another, pushing the event's heat to its peak. Just as global public opinion surged, Eagle Sauce Nation took the lead in launching an attack. 6 hours after Yan Huang Nation's official announcement, its Department of Commerce and the Secretary of State's office held a joint press conference. The Eagle Sauce Secretary of State stood behind the podium, his face pale and his tone firm. We have noted the statement from Yan Huang Nation regarding its lithography technology, and we express serious concern over this. For a long time, Yan Huang Nation has systematically stolen foreign intellectual property through various improper means, including cyber espionage, forced technology transfers, and bribing researchers. This so-called breakthrough of their 1-nanometer lithography machine is very likely based on the theft of core technologies from our country and our allies. We strongly condemn this and reserve the right to take all necessary measures to protect our technological achievements and national security. Following closely, the O-State Alliance also issued a statement. Although the wording was relatively mild, the core message echoed that of Eagle Sauce Nation, filled with accusations and implications of technological theft by Yan Huang Nation. In no time, the international public opinion shifted dramatically. The theory of Yan Huang Nation stealing technology rapidly took the headlines, propelled by mainstream Western media. Faced with this sudden surge of accusations and slander, the spokesperson for Yan Huang Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Qin Hao, provided a calm response at the regular press conference that day. With a smile and a calm tone, Qin Hao said, "We have noted the unfounded accusations and malicious speculations from certain countries regarding our technological achievements. We would like to say that measuring a gentleman's heart with a villain's mind is futile. Every advancement in Yan Huang Nation's technology embodies the wisdom and sweat of our researchers and is the result of our self-reliance and hard work. For those countries accustomed to technological monopolies and unable to see others succeed, we advise you to focus your efforts on improving your own technological level rather than expending energy on smear campaigns and suppression. To address the concerns of the international community, eliminate unnecessary doubts, and allow everyone to better understand the truth. Our relevant departments have decided to hold a special press conference tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. at the National Capital News Center, which will be broadcast live globally. We will invite media reporters from both domestic and international outlets to participate and answer any questions raised on site. We welcome all media that uphold an objective and fair attitude to witness this together." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. Those Western journalists who had prepared sharp questions exchanged glances. On-site QA? Global live broadcast? Is Yan Huang Nation serious this time? Where do they get their confidence? Chapter 52. Slapping Faces. Pre-sale at 8 o'clock the next morning at the National News Center. The press conference venue was packed, with hundreds of journalists from around the world crammed inside. Cameras at the ready, each camera's red indicator light glowing, focused on the empty podium. The Western journalists in the front row, especially those from the U.S., wore arrogant expressions, their laptops filled with sharp and sarcastic questions. They were not here to seek the truth. They were here to execute judgment, to expose what they saw as a medieval scam. As the time arrived, spokesperson Chang Ge stepped onto the stage on time. He brought no notes, simply adjusted the microphone calmly, and scanned the audience with a tranquil gaze. "Good morning, friends from the press. Thank you for attending today's press conference." Without further pleasantries, Chang Ge went straight to the point. "I know you have many questions. Seeing is believing. Before I answer your questions, please watch a live video." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant LED screen behind him lit up instantly. The image was not a PowerPoint presentation or a promotional video, but a futuristic ultra-clean factory. The camera slowly pulled back to reveal a large, entirely white machine, gleaming with a metallic sheen, standing quietly. The smooth lines, precise structure, and unparalleled technological beauty made the venue fall silent. The camera zoomed in on the machine's nameplate, clearly displaying two ornate Chinese characters and a line of numbers. Qin Hao number 1. The silence was deafening. All the journalists, including the most critical Western media, were dumbfounded, staring at the screen. Is it a prototype? Is it a model? It's a real lithography machine. One journalist murmured in disbelief. Now you may ask questions, Chang'e said with a smile. After a brief moment of shock, the venue erupted. A blonde American journalist suddenly stood up, grabbed the microphone, and asked aggressively, Mr. Chang, your country claims this is independently developed, but the whole world knows that the EUV lithography machine has a very high technical barrier and requires the combined efforts of multiple countries to manufacture. How did your country manage to leapfrog decades of technological accumulation in just a few months? Please answer directly. Did you obtain core technologies from our country and allies through hacking, bribery, or other improper means? This question was malicious and straightforward, instantly dropping the atmosphere to freezing point. Everyone turned to Chang'e, eager to see how he would respond to this dirty water thrown at him. However, Chang'e's smile remained unchanged. He looked at the journalist and calmly countered, Sir, your question is based on an interesting logic. If I already have the technology to manufacture maglev trains, would I still need to steal the technology for coal-fired trains? You blindly suspect others without seeing the efforts behind it. At this point, Chang'e paused, a hint of amusement in his tone. This mentality is generally referred to as arrogance. I suggest that instead of making baseless accusations here, you reflect on whether your own technology has fallen behind. A chuckle erupted from the back row of journalists from Yan Huang country, unable to contain themselves. The American journalist's face instantly turned a shade of crimson. Next, a journalist from O State stood up, asking a more professional question. Even if the machine body can be manufactured, the core light source system and lens group are controlled by a few Western companies. How did your country, Qin Hao number 1, solve these key components? This question was also a trap. Admitting to using Western parts would mean acknowledging that they were merely an assembly factory. Denying it would require providing convincing evidence to the world. Regarding technical issues, let's invite a professional to respond, Chang'e said, gesturing to the side. A door on one side of the venue opened, and an elderly man with graying hair but a spirited demeanor walked onto the stage, accompanied by staff. The old man took the microphone, his deep voice resonating throughout the venue. This friend's question is very good. Our Qin Hao no. 1 foot does not use any existing technical solutions from the West, whether in terms of the light source or the lens system. He looked at the skeptical eyes in the audience and continued. Our light source uses a plasma confinement discharge scheme, with an energy conversion efficiency 35 higher than the currently mainstream laser excitation scheme, and it is more stable. As for the lens, we did not use the traditional Zeiss reflective mirror structure, but instead adopted a metamaterial composite diffraction lens group. In simple terms, we're taking a completely different path. His words, filled with many unfamiliar technical terms, left most of the journalists in attendance confused. However, they understood the last sentence. We are taking a completely different path. This meant that the so-called theory of technology theft by the U.S. was fundamentally unfounded. You cannot steal answers from an exam when your thought processes are entirely different. The commotion in the venue grew louder. If this were true, then Yan Huang country had not only caught up, but had also achieved a leapfrog in another direction. Looking at the shocked crowd, Chang'e returned to the front of the stage. I believe that through the introduction just now, everyone has a preliminary understanding of our technological strength. He shifted his tone and revealed a meaningful smile. Of course, our Yan Huang nation has always cherished peace and values win-win cooperation. Such advanced technology, we do not intend to hoard or create technical barriers. That is something certain countries like to do. He cleared his throat and dropped the biggest bombshell of the day. After research and decision, the new generation of lithography machines will be open for sale to the global market. Boom! The entire news center seemed to have truly been detonated. Everyone went wild, unable to believe their ears. For sale? They are actually going to sell? Such an advanced lithography machine shouldn't be hidden away? How did it turn around now? What is this operation? The sales method will be a pre-sale system, with the first batch set at 5 units. However, due to the complexity of the manufacturing process, it will take at least 1 to 2 years for delivery. After hearing this, everyone expressed understanding, as the manufacturing difficulty of such precision lithography machines must be significant. Then, Mr. Chang, what is your pricing? A journalist from O State asked. His question was also of great interest to everyone. As for the price, in the spirit of promoting global technological progress, we have set a low price, 1 billion RMB per unit, Chang Gu said, extending a finger and smiling. 1 billion. The journalists on site quickly calculated in their minds. That is over $1 billion US dollars. The lithography machine from Lanhe country, which is priced but not available, starts at $300 million. But that is for 2 nanometers, and this one is for 1 nanometer with a significant technical gap. According to physical laws and material characteristics, this is already the limit for silicon-based chips. Going further has little meaning. 1 billion is considered very cheap. Before everyone could recover, Chang Gu added one final jab, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards the American journalist. Of course, our production capacity is limited, so the pre-sale will be in order. We adhere to the principle of fair and equitable trade. As for those countries that have long imposed unreasonable technological blockades and unilateral sanctions against us, I think you may need to patiently queue at the back. After all, we must prioritize meeting the needs of our friends, right? All eyes in the room turned to the pale-faced, trembling-lipped Eagle Sauce reporter. The look in their eyes seemed to say, "Did you hear that? They don't want to play with you anymore." Chapter 53. The grand scheme at the press conference. The final image froze on the face of the Eagle Sauce Country reporter, whose expression shifted from blue to white, then from white to purple, a transformation akin to the Sichuan Opera's face-changing act. In the capital, in a heavily guarded office, the atmosphere was starkly different from the tense environment of the press conference. Just as the live broadcast signal was cut off, Luo Ruixiang turned with a smile to Qin Hao beside him. "How was that, Xiao Qin? Did that slap in the face sound loud enough?" Qin Hao nodded, feeling a surge of satisfaction as he looked at the reporter's frustrated face on the screen. However, a huge doubt soon surfaced in his mind. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Leader, why are we selling them Qiankuan number 1 when it is at least 1 generation ahead of them? Isn't that equivalent to handing over the advantage we have worked so hard to establish? What if they disassemble and study it to learn our technology?" This question caused the relaxed atmosphere in the room to momentarily stiffen. Zhang Yinfeng and Cheng Haidang both turned to look at Luo Ruixiang. They had discussed this issue countless times internally, but they also wanted to hear how the leader would explain this grand strategy to Qin Hao. Luo Ruixiang did not answer immediately. He stood up and walked to the large world map, his gaze slowly moving across it as he examined the global landscape. "Xiao Qin, you must remember that technology, especially top-tier technology, is not merely a product or a tool. It is power, the power to redefine the rules." He pointed to the map depicting the territory of the Eagle Sauce Country. For decades, how have they maintained their position as the world's number 1? Through technological hegemony, financial hegemony, and military hegemony, with technology being the foundation. They use their technological advantages to set standards, build industrial chains, and bind everyone into their system. Those who comply thrive. Those who resist perish. Luo Ruixiang turned around, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. "Now, we have a trump card that can upend the table. But our goal is not to flip the table and leave everyone with nothing to play. Instead, we want to tell everyone that starting today, we will also participate in setting the rules of this game. Selling is the first step in our rule-making process. Think about it. Those countries that used to swagger around with the Eagle Sauce Country, now wanting to buy a 1 nanometer lithography machine. Who can they turn to? They can only come to us. If they want to buy, they must show sincerity and abide by our rules. This is called division and disintegration, turning their allies into our customers or even friends. What we are selling is not just a machine. We are selling a ticket to the future. And the ticket gate is in our hands." His words were grand in scope and extraordinary in ambition. Qin Hao felt a surge of excitement, thinking, is this the leader's strategy? At this moment, the vice leader, Zhang Yinfeng, smiled and took over the conversation, providing a much more down-to-earth explanation. "Xiao Qin, the leader is considering it from a strategic level. Let me present you with an economic calculation to clarify." Zhang Yinfeng held up 2 fingers. "The cost of producing our prototype, not counting labor, just materials and various supporting R&D, was over 5 billion. Now, If you replicate one, how much will it cost? 20 million for the energy points, which translates to 10 million. How much are we selling it for? 10 billion. Zhang Yunfeng's eyes sparkled. With a cost of 10 million and a selling price of 10 billion, what kind of profit margin is that? 1,000 times. This is no longer just a profitable venture. It's like operating a money-printing machine and robbing them. And they are begging us to take their money. With the first batch of 5 machines, after expenses, there would be over 40 billion in profit. What can we do with that money? We can invest in the next technological upgrade, improve people's livelihoods, strengthen national defense. Once our lithography machines are deployed globally, just for maintenance, upgrades, and selling consumables, we can form a multi-trillion-dollar industrial chain. At that time, where will the world's top capital, technology, and talent flock to? Zhang Yunfeng did not state the answer, but it was already self-evident. He added half-jokingly, in the past, we had to sell 100 million shirts to exchange for a plane. Now, we sell one lithography machine, and they are ready to trade their entire fortune for it. Isn't this a good deal? Absolutely. It's a fantastic deal. Qin Hao instinctively replied. He completely understood now. This was not about handing over advantages at all. It was clearly a grand scheme laid out, using what the other side desires most, delivering a multi-dimensional strike economically, strategically, and psychologically. Yet he still had one last concern. What about technology security? If they buy it back, they will surely try to disassemble and study it. What if? Cheng Haidang was the most qualified to address this issue. He cleared his throat, wearing a nonchalant expression. Xiaoqin, you can rest assured about this. Whatever you can think of, those old foxes can think of too, so before we take action, we've already blocked all the loopholes. Cheng Haidang explained. First, the contract. Our sales contract has some of the most domineering clauses in human history. We sell you the machine, but the core interpretation of ownership remains with us. We will send a dedicated technical team to handle installation, debugging, and lifelong maintenance. The contract explicitly states that the buyer is strictly prohibited from disassembling, scanning, or reverse engineering the lithography machine in any form, not even allowed to open the casing. If they violate this, not only will the machine immediately lock down and turn into a pile of scrap metal, but the country and all related enterprises will also be permanently blacklisted by us and face a compensation claim in the trillions. Will they sign such a tyrannical clause? Qin Hao found it hard to believe. They will, Cheng Haidang replied with certainty, because they have no choice. They either sign or continue using outdated lithography machines, watching others feast while they can't even get a sip of soup. Of course, the contract is just the first line of defense. Our real killer move lies within the machine itself. Cheng Haidang lowered his voice. Every core component of Qian Hao number 1, from the light source to the lens group, to the control chip, has our unique encryption self-destruct program embedded. Any unauthorized physical contact or forced disassembly will trigger it instantly. At that point, the precision structure of the core components will suffer irreversible physical damage, and the key data will be immediately erased. Even if they get their hands on it, all they will have is a pile of worthless junk. Moreover, the special alloy formula used to manufacture these components is itself a top secret. Even if they are lucky enough to obtain some fragments and try to analyze the composition for replication, by the time they figure it out, our Qian Hao No. 2 and Qian Hao number 3 will probably already be out. After hearing the explanations from the 3 individuals from different perspectives, all of Qin Hao's doubts vanished in an instant. He felt a chill run down his back, followed by a wave of genuine admiration. This was not merely selling machines. This was clearly a set of combination punches, interlocking watertight. Strategically, economically, technically, and legally, everything was perfectly combined, forming a grand scheme that all opponents would have to navigate. And once caught in, they would never escape. It turned out that true strength is not just about having sharp weapons, but also about possessing the wisdom to wield those weapons effectively. Looking at the 2 elders before him who worked hard for the country, Qin Hao felt for the first time that despite having the system as an extraordinary advantage, in terms of vision and strategy, he still seemed as naive as a child compared to them. With them in the Yan Huang country, how could there be any doubt about standing at the pinnacle of the world? Chapter 54. Exploring the possibility of cooperation, not only the lithography machines, But several other high-end technological industry results are also about to emerge. When that happens, it will be a heavy blow to the whole world. Can you guess what the reaction of various countries will be? At this moment, Luo Ruixiang smiled at Qin Hao and said, "TSK, TSK. I really want to see that day come soon." Qin Hao chuckled at his words. Cheng Haidang and Zhang Yunfeng showed the same expression, and for a moment, the whole room was filled with laughter. The day after the press conference, all companies related to the lithography machine supply chain, from light source manufacturers to lens suppliers and special materials companies, saw their stock charts affected to varying degrees. The lithography giant ASM from Lanny country saw its stock price plummet within 3 minutes of the market opening. Its CEO, during an emergency interview, forcibly explained to the camera that this was a normal market fluctuation and urged everyone not to panic. In stark contrast, the related concept stocks from Yan Huang country all hit the daily limit up, with dozens of stocks buy orders locking in the limit, causing so much capital that the exchange's servers experienced brief lag. In the Oval Office of Eagle Sauce country, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. President Will, with his signature messy blonde hair, irritably loosened his tie and slammed a stock market report filled with green downward curves on the table. Useless. All of them are useless. His roar echoed in the room. For decades, we united so many countries and exhausted all means to build a wall of technological size. Now, it has collapsed. It collapsed in one night. Who can tell me why? In a conference room sat a group of bigwigs who could shake the global tech world with a stomp of their feet. The CEO of ASM, the chairman of Zeiss Optics, the president of Eagle Sauce Country's Applied Materials. At this moment, they all looked like frostbitten eggplants, heads down, not daring to speak. You all talk. President Will's fist heavily slammed on the table. We give you so many subsidies every year, open so many policy green lights. And this is how you repay Eagle Sauce Country? After a long silence, it was still the CEO of ASM who gritted his teeth and spoke up. "Mr. President, Yan Huang Country is taking a technological route that we never anticipated. Their light source and objective lens systems are things from another dimension, and our technological accumulation is ineffective in front of it. I don't want to hear this. I just want to know what to do now." President Will's eyes were bloodshot. Since we can't stop them from producing, we have to find a way to make it so they can't create anything, or at least very little. A staff member from the intelligence department spoke gloomily. The lithography machine is a collection of precision instruments, even if they solve the core technology. They can't bypass some key upstream resources. For example, special fluorides that manufacture high-purity quartz glass, isotope separation equipment for refining certain rare gases. These things' patents and sources are still in our hands. This proposal brightened the eyes of everyone present. Yes, cut off their resources. President Will's expression finally improved a bit. He scanned the enterprise giants present and said, "Did you hear that? Starting today, tighten all exports of raw materials and equipment that could be used to manufacture lithography machines. Any relevant orders with Yan Huang Country are strictly prohibited. I want them to have the blueprints, but be unable to produce a complete machine." "Yes, Mr. President." Everyone replied in unison, outwardly obedient. The atmosphere of the meeting eased slightly. President Will took a sip of coffee and added, "Just blocking is not enough. I want to know all the secrets of their lithography machines." He looked at the intelligence staff, launched the Hummingbird project, and have our infiltrators inside get the technical information for me. "Understood." The staff nodded. After the meeting, everyone streamed out. The CEO of ASM had just sat in his bulletproof car when the obedient expression on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by anxiety and ruthlessness. He immediately dialed an encrypted phone. "It's me. You must personally lead a team to Yan Huang Country. Leave now. Remember, don't take the Company S plane. Go buy a commercial flight ticket. Find a way to contact their Ministry of Commerce or that project team. Lower your posture a bit. And say we want to discuss the procurement of Qianco number 1 and future deep cooperation." The person on the other end of the line was clearly stunned. "But boss, the idiots at Baigong are still dreaming." The CEO cursed under his breath. "Blockade? What are they using to blockade? By the time they react, the market will have already been cleaned out by Yan Huang Country. What we need to do now is not to wait for death with them, but to find a way to survive, even if it means kneeling, We must get a Qin Hao #1. Hurry up. If you're late, there won't even be soup left. After hanging up the phone, he wearily leaned back in his seat, looking out the window. What national interests, what alliances, are worthless in the face of corporate survival? Almost at the same time, the chairman of Zeiss Optics, the president of Applied Materials, and other giants who attended the meeting made nearly identical decisions. Suddenly, flights to the capital of Yan Huang country became exceptionally sought after. Several business delegations even staged a scene at the airport, fighting over the last few first-class tickets. On the surface, they complied with Eagle Sauce's blockade plan, but behind the scenes, they were like a group of sharks smelling blood, scrambling towards the most delicious meat. Meanwhile, Yan Huang country had already become the focus of the world. The diplomatic apartments and five-star hotels in the capital were fully booked within 24 hours. Princes from Camel and other Middle Eastern countries directly booked an entire floor of hotels, claiming that price was not an issue. They wanted the first batch of goods. Several countries in Nanmei that had long been sanctioned by Eagle Sauce technology had their ambassadors almost living at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, just to get an audience. Even the previously indecisive major powers from most states sent high-level economic and cultural exchange delegations, nominally to discuss cooperation, but in reality, each carried a prepared letter of intent to purchase. On the streets of the capital, foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes, as well as those with black hair and brown skin, were everywhere, leaving many citizens dazed, thinking the Olympics had opened again. This grand scene of nations gathering made Cheng Haidang unable to hide the smile on his face. Xiaoqin, take a look. He handed a long guest list to Qin Hao, his tone full of teasing. Anyone picked from this list is someone who can command the winds and rains in their country. Now, they're all lining up to meet us, and we still get to decide our mood. This feeling is really great. Qin Hao looked at the long list of resounding names and companies and couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Old Cheng, this is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. However, what the two did not know was that an operation to steal technical information was already underway. Chapter 55. Spy Josiah in a luxurious apartment. Josiah turned off the desk lamp, and the room was instantly plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the light from her computer screen, which cast a glow on her delicate face. On the screen was a game disguised as Tetris, but under specific operations, it transformed into an encrypted chat window. At that moment, a line of English text popped up. Hummingbird project activated. Target Qin Hao #1. All technical data. Highest priority. Josiah's fingers hovered over the keyboard for a moment, her fingertips cold. She, Josiah, 25 years old, a top graduate from Yan Huang National Institute of Technology, a researcher at the National Key Semiconductor Laboratory. In the eyes of her colleagues and superiors, she was young and talented, with a bright future ahead, a rising star in the peripheral team of the Qin Hao #1 project. But no one knew her other codename, Hummingbird, a spy who had been recruited by the intelligence agency of the Eagle Nation 3 years ago, infiltrating the research system. Initially, they only asked her to provide some inconsequential research updates and personnel changes. In return, they filled her Swiss bank account with increasing deposits and promised her a future ticket to a villa on Luo CG Bu in Ima Beach, trading some trivial information for wealth and freedom that she could never achieve in a lifetime. Seemed like a great deal to her. But now, they were showing their true intentions. Qin Hao #1 was the core of the project, a forbidden zone within a forbidden zone. After contemplating for a while, she replied, "The difficulty of the target is extremely high. The core area of the project is physically isolated, and all data can only circulate within the internal network. No external devices can connect. My access only allows me to touch some peripheral test data." The other party quickly responded, "This is not our concern. We need results. Think of the sunshine and beach in Malibu, Hummingbird. Complete this task, and you can leave that place forever to enjoy the life you deserve." Looking at the words on the screen, a glimmer of greed and struggle flashed in Josiah's eyes. Ultimately, greed triumphed over reason. She gritted her teeth and typed a few words. "I will do my best." In the following days, Josiah became more proactive than ever. She volunteered for overtime, helped her seniors organize reports, and enthusiastically discussed technical issues with engineers who held core secrets, trying to piece together useful information from their conversations. But she soon despairingly discovered that this path was utterly unfeasible. Every member of the project team was meticulous to the point of rigidity. Once core content was mentioned, they would immediately fall silent or deflect with internal codes she couldn't comprehend. The entire core team was like a hermetically sealed iron barrel. As deadlines tightened, Josiah decided to take a risk. She knew that the server housing the core data was located in the basement server room, guarded by armed security 24 hours a day, with multiple biometric access controls including iris, fingerprint, and voice recognition. There was no way she could enter on her own. Just as she thought of a brilliant plan and was about to act, 3 people approached her. One of the men, who appeared to be the leader, waved an ID in front of her and said expressionlessly, "Josiah, we are from the Information Security and Confidentiality Division. Based on some of your recent unusual behaviors, we are formally notifying you to cooperate with our investigation." Josiah's heart raced, but she maintained a calm exterior, saying, "I am willing to cooperate." In a room without any windows, the walls were a soft beige, and the lighting was not harsh. However, Josiah felt a chill all over. Sitting across from her were 2 individuals, one responsible for taking notes, and the other a man in his 30s, whose calm gaze exerted an unprecedented pressure on her. The interrogation session was about to begin. "I don't know what you're talking about. I just saw Engineer Lee leaving in a hurry and wanted to help him turn off the computer to save electricity." Josiah tried to mask her inner fear with an excited demeanor. The interrogator, Yan Huang, did not refute her. Instead, he pushed a tablet computer in front of her. On the screen was a screenshot of a bank statement. "Josiah, you have been receiving a remittance of $5,000 every quarter in your account at UBS Switzerland since 3 years ago. The remitter is a shell company registered in the Cayman Islands, and behind this company is the intelligence organization of the Eagle Nation." Josiah's face turned pale. I don't know. That's money from a relative overseas." Her voice began to tremble, and in the face of undeniable evidence, her lies appeared weak and powerless. "Is that so? Your father is a miner, your mother is a primary school teacher, and your family has been poor for 3 generations. We've searched your family tree and found no relatives capable of sending you so much money overseas." Yan Hua's tone remained calm, but his words were cutting. "Among the 18 reports you helped Engineer Lee organize, 3 had margins where you used microcode technology to hide encrypted information. Additionally, your recent unusual behaviors are too different from before. You thought you were flawless, but we have been observing you for a long time, Hummingbird." The words Hummingbird struck Josiah like a thunderbolt, completely shattering her psychological defenses. She felt all her strength drain away, collapsing in the chair. "No, it's not true." Josiah was still struggling in her last moments, but tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Yan Huang sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. Was it worth it? For those illusory promises for a so-called upper-class society you can never integrate into, betraying your country, betraying those teachers and colleagues who had high hopes for you. He paused, his voice turning cold. "They promised you a villa on Bunima Beach, right? Do you know how much the property prices are there? Starting at $15 million. With the money they send you every quarter, you'd have to be a spy for the next several lifetimes. They never intended to fulfill their promises from the start. To them, you were just a disposable tool." These words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Josiah's imagined luxurious future shattered into a pile of glass shards. Overwhelmed by humiliation and regret, she burst into tears, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. "I'll tell you everything." In her complete emotional breakdown, she confessed everything. From 3 years ago, how she was targeted by the Eagle Nation's intelligence agency for a paper published in an overseas journal, how she was lured by money and sweet talk, gradually sinking into the quagmire until receiving orders to steal the core technology of Qian No. 1 today. Outside the interrogation room, an engineer named Lee watched Josiah, who was crying uncontrollably through the one-way glass, his face turning pale with anger. What a hummingbird project! He turned to the head of the security department beside him, grateful for their vigilance. Otherwise, if this nail had succeeded, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The head of the department looked serious. The Eagle Nation's intent to harm us is never-ending. This time it was Josiah, but there may not be a next time. This is an unseen war without gunpowder. Chapter 56, Major Investigation Capital, Leader's Office. The atmosphere is markedly different from the ease and satisfaction of the recent international summit. It feels heavy at this moment. The Zhou Xia spy incident has been reported. Leader, traitors like her should be sentenced to death. The head of the National Security Bureau, Yang Huang, has a grim expression as dark as a thundercloud. He slams the report on the table, suppressing his anger. Qin Hao sits nearby, watching Yang Huang's ashen face, equally frowning. He never expected that the intelligence agency of the Eagle Country had recruited her 3 years ago, using money and vague promises to make her betray her own country. This time, the target was directly aimed at the core technology data of the Qin No. 1. Cheng Haidang chimes in, emphasizing that in the report it was reiterated that, due to effective preventive measures, Zhou Xia had not accessed any core secrets, and her clumsy espionage plan was nipped in the bud before it could even begin. However, the group still breaks into a cold sweat upon learning this. It was a close call. If the security department hadn't been vigilant, if she had succeeded, the consequences and losses would have been incalculable. The hard-won optimization technology and established production lines could have been lost just like that. A surge of anger rises from the depths of Qin Hao's heart. He cannot comprehend what kind of person would betray their own country and compatriots for a so-called billionaire villa. What will happen to Zhou Xia? Asked Deputy Leader Zhang Yunfeng in a deep voice. The evidence is conclusive, and she has confessed everything. The court held a night hearing, and, considering she did not cause substantial harm and has shown remorse, has sentenced her to life imprisonment, depriving her of political rights for life. Yang Huang replies, his tone devoid of any compassion. The room falls into a brief silence. Luo Ruixiang has remained silent, calmly flipping through the report. After a long while, he slowly raises his head, his gaze sweeping over Qin Hao and the others. A recruited spy alone cannot stir up much trouble. But I worry that there is not just one spy in this room. There may also be flies, mosquitoes, and even deeper hidden rats. He closes a report and places it on the corner of the table, his tone suddenly turning cold. Since we have dirty things in the house, let's conduct a thorough cleanup and sweep every corner clean. I order. Luo Ruixiang looks at Yang Huang. Immediately establish a joint investigation team, led by the National Security and Military Intelligence Departments, to conduct the most thorough background checks and loyalty assessments on all personnel involved with or who have come into contact with high-end technology core projects such as photolithography machines, aircraft engines, and special materials. It must be fast, ruthless, and precise. I do not want our hard work to be destroyed by these pests. Understood. Yang Huang stands up abruptly, straightening his back, his eyes ignited with fire. The leader's command aligns perfectly with his intentions. An internal cleansing operation, codenamed Thunder, silently unfolds across various high-tech fields in the Yan Huang nation. There are no large-scale manhunts or panic-inducing interrogations. Everything proceeds quietly. Investigators conduct a comprehensive check on the vast research system. They scrutinize every suspicious financial account, trace every unusual online footprint, and reassess the social relationships and past experiences of every personnel involved with confidential information. An invisible net tightens silently. The results are shocking. A week later, in the same office, Yang Huang presents another report, but this time is several times thicker than the last. Leader, the Thunder operation has shown initial results. We have uncovered a total of 15 pests. Among these 15, 8, like Zhou Xia, were swayed by money and seduction. The other 7 are professional spies who have been lurking for many years. Their plot began from the moment they chose their majors in university. Fortunately, our core technology has always been managed in an island-style manner, with physical isolation at every level and extremely strict authority divisions. The highest position among this group is merely a deputy head of a special alloy materials laboratory. The only information they could access are relatively mature or already obsolete technical parameters. They know nothing about the latest achievements like Qin Hao No. 1. Upon hearing this, everyone present breathes a sigh of relief. You did well. These people are ticking time bombs and must be punished severely, Luo Ruixiang states solemnly. Director Yang, how shall we deal with them now? Qin Hao interjects. Yang Zhenguo tu Qin Hao. The 8 who were recruited will be sentenced to imprisonment ranging from 20 years to life, depending on the severity of the information they leaked. As for the 7 professional spies, he pauses, his eyes flashing coldly. The evidence is conclusive. They pose a significant threat to our national security. The Supreme Court has sentenced them to death, which was carried out in the early hours of yesterday. Clean and swift, leaving no future troubles. Zhang Yunfeng cannot help but snort with a hint of mockery. I hope they can enjoy the freedom their masters promised them in another world. A crisis that could have shaken the foundation of the nation has thus been resolved invisibly. Better late than never. Luo Ruixiang stands up and walks to the map, his gaze deep. This thorough cleanup also serves as a wake-up call for us. Our enemies, if they cannot outplay us in the open, will resort to underhanded tactics, and their methods will only grow more despicable and lacking in bottom line. He turns around and gives Yang Zhengwen new instructions, using this operation as a starting point. Establish a regular, more stringent review and supervision mechanism for personnel involved with confidential information. All core projects must trace personnel backgrounds back 3 generations, and all overseas relations of direct relatives must be filed. The pay and honor incentives for technical personnel must keep pace to allow them to conduct research with dignity and respect. We cannot let heroes bleed and cry. Most importantly, Luo Ruixiang emphasizes the technical protective measures must be upgraded again. We must not only guard against external enemies, but also against internal traitors. I want our core technology to become a true fortress, impenetrable and unassailable. Qin Hao listens quietly, feeling a myriad of emotions. For the first time, he profoundly realizes that true strength is not just about having trump cards to overturn the table, but also about having the capability to protect those cards. Between nations, there are only interests, no emotions. This applies not only at the negotiation table and in the market, but also in those unseen corners. With advanced technology, one must also have the ability to guard it. Chapter 57, we have an entire industry chain. The Thunder Action's net closure has dissipated much of the gloomy atmosphere among the high-ranking officials of Yan Huang Nation. However, everyone understands that rooting out the internal traitor is merely a defensive move, far from victory. Since Eagle Sauce Nation has already torn its facade to engage in infiltration, they must have already begun their covert operations in plain sight. Leader, I just received news that several of our long-term suppliers in O State unilaterally terminated their supply of specialty fluorides and several rare gases, citing force majeure. The timing is too coincidental. It's obvious who is behind this. On that day, Kong Jie from the Intelligence Department reported the latest situation to Luo Ruixiang over the phone. I understand. Keep a close eye on this information, Luo Ruixiang said, his expression unchanged as he looked at Zhang Yunfeng. I think this is probably a blockade order issued by President Will, trying to undermine us. It's an old trick, but indeed disgusting. They want to choke us? They seem to have forgotten that what we lack the least now is backbone. Zhang Yunfeng smiled calmly, not worried at all, because with Qin Hao's presence, resources and technology are not an issue. They can play however they want. Luo Ruixiang walked to the window, looking at the bustling capital below, and calmly said, they think we only have one towering tree that can build ships, so they want to control the water and soil to suffocate us. He slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. Then we will tell the whole world that what we have is an entire forest. A week later, while global media had not fully recovered from the frenzy of purchasing lithography machines, Yan Huang Nation unexpectedly unleashed a series of astonishing moves that left everyone dumbfounded. The official website of the National Materials Science Research Institute of Yan Huang Nation announced, our country has achieved a significant breakthrough in the field of high-purity synthetic quartz glass. The new generation star sand material has achieved mass production, and its optical performance and stability fully surpass the current mainstream international market JGS, zero standard products. This seemingly inconspicuous research news exploded in the industry like a deep water bomb. In the Oval Office, President Will looked at the intelligence briefing bewildered. A technical advisor, pale-faced, explained, Mr. President, this means our export controls on specialty fluorides have failed. They have found a new process for making top-grade quartz glass, no longer requiring our raw materials. Fuck. President Wu's coffee cup smashed heavily on the floor. But this was just the beginning. The next day, the Precision Optics Research Institute of Yan Huang Academy of Sciences announced the self-developed new type of extreme ultraviolet photoresist has completed final testing with excellent performance. Perfectly compatible with 1 nanometer and below process nodes, and the related production line has been completed and will soon commence production. On the third day, the Yan Huang Nuclear Industry Group released news. Our country has successfully achieved efficient separation and purification of various rare gas isotopes using the new generation magnetic levitation centrifugation technology. With production capacity sufficient to meet the domestic semiconductor industry's needs for the next 20 years. On the fourth day, the National Precision Instrument Manufacturing Center announced the new generation ultra-precision laser interferometer dual workpiece table system has been successfully developed, with positioning accuracy reaching the picometer level. One after another, heavyweight news was released through official channels. There were no impassioned press conferences. Everything happened naturally. Yan Huang Nation calmly and arrogantly laid down its technological trump cards on the table, each card precisely hitting the technological barriers that Eagle Sauce Nation prided itself on, shattering that wall of size into pieces. This was no longer just a slap in the face. It was a public dismantling of the blockade line that Eagle Sauce Nation had carefully set up, inch by inch, and then using the bricks taken down to build an even higher, thicker wall. The global tech community was utterly silenced. If the emergence of Qin Hao one proved that Yan Huang Nation had surpassed in a certain aspect, then this series of announcements today declared a terrifying fact to the world. They had established a completely independent, self-sufficient, and more advanced industrial ecosystem outside the Western technological system. Blockade? Sanctions? What do you use to blockade a giant that can farm, spin, smelt steel, and even build spaceships? This is simply the biggest joke in international political history. In a CAF in the business center of Yan Huang Nation's capital, 2 white old men wearing sunglasses and baseball caps sat upright, their coffee untouched. "Bob, did you see that?" One of them whispered, his tone filled with relief. He was the CEO of ASM. "I saw it," Miguel replied, the chairman of CS Optics, taking off his sunglasses and rubbing his swollen temples. "I am now incredibly relieved that our decision was correct." The two exchanged glances, both seeing the relief of having survived a disaster in each other's eyes. Fortunately, they disregarded the orders from Bygone and rushed over at the first opportunity. If they had followed those fools to enforce a blockade, their company would probably be preparing for bankruptcy by now. "When is our appointment scheduled for?" Miguel asked. "Next Wednesday," Bob, the chairman of CS, replied with a bitter smile. "I had to use all my personal connections to secure that. You know, just now in the hotel lobby, I saw Han Daling from Applied Materials. He was being reprimanded by our embassy's military attache for lacking a big-picture perspective. Ridiculous. Who cares about the big picture now? Surviving is the most important." In the evening, the ambassador of Eagle Sauce Nation to Yan Huang received an urgent call from home. The Secretary of State on the other end sounded exhausted and hoarse, only conveying one thing: find a way to talk to them. The previously hardline rhetoric of blockade and sanctions now sounded like a powerless joke. Meanwhile, in the leader's office, the atmosphere was as relaxed as if they were having a tea party. "Ha ha, I bet Will wants to die right now," Zhang Yanfeng said, looking at the compiled global public opinion report, unable to stop smiling. This public announcement is more effective than any diplomatic rhetoric. Now all the pressure is on their side. The current situation is very clear. I'm not arguing with you, nor am I making a fuss. I'm just telling you that all your methods are useless against me. This silent contempt is the most lethal blow. I think those fence-sitters will have to make a choice. Zhang Yanfeng pointed at a list of visit requests. The O-State Alliance sent a notification today, hoping to have a high-level dialogue with us on comprehensive technological strategic cooperation in the new era. I think they want to cling to a new thigh. Luo Ruixiong picked up his teacup, gently blowing on the steam, and summarized, "When your fist is strong enough, every word you say will become truth. We sell lithography machines to make them adapt to our rules. Now, we show the forest to them to let them understand who will call the shots in this forest from now on." Chapter 58 Breakthroughs in the Medical Field. Yanfeng, you need to pay more attention to these business negotiations coming up. The specific cooperation terms, the boundaries of technology transfer, and the pricing all need to be well managed. Professional matters should be left to professionals to negotiate. Zhang Yinfeng nodded, a smile on his face. The young men from the Ministry of Commerce were already eager to go. After holding back for so many years, they finally had the chance to sit at the same table with those foreign businessmen and discuss business, and they were more motivated than anyone. He shifted his focus to Luo Ruixiang. However, leader, you need to clarify the ultimate goal of this negotiation. Are we aiming for maximum profit, or making money is secondary? Luo Ruixiang waved his hand. What we want is to completely shatter the invisible blockade led by the Eagle Sauce, which is targeted at us. We want them to dismantle, piece by piece, the unequal technological barriers and trade terms that have been imposed on us over the past few decades. We want to return to a normal, equal, and mutually respectful international trade environment. Luo Ruixiang's tone was calm, but every word was resolute. Those who want to cooperate can do so, but they must show sincerity. Anyone who still wants to engage in petty tricks behind Eagle Sauce's back should not blame us for leaving them with nothing. This time, we aim to create at least 10 years of development space. I understand, Zhang Yinfeng responded solemnly. At the same time, while the negotiation experts from the Ministry of Commerce were engaged in a fierce debate with delegations from around the world at the negotiation table, another revolution capable of changing the course of human history was quietly brewing in an inconspicuous laboratory. In the P4 Biological Laboratory of the National Medical Research Institute of Yan Huang country, the atmosphere was solemn, and the air was filled with the scent of disinfectant and the faint smell of ozone from the instruments. Dozens of researchers dressed in white sterile suits were holding their breath, staring intently at a giant holographic projection screen in the central control area. On the screen, a complex, three-dimensional human circulatory system composed of countless microscopic particles was flowing slowly. Among them, some ugly, rapidly proliferating cancer cell clusters were emitting an ominous dark red glow. Old Lu, the simulation program for Sentinel number 3 has been initiated, a young researcher reported, his voice a bit hoarse with tension. The person referred to as Old Lu was the project's overall leader, academician Lu Aihua, who was over 60. His hair was grizzled, but his eyes were bright. He did not speak, only nodded slightly, his wrinkled hand tightly gripping the edge of the control console. As the simulation program started, on the screen, countless tiny blue light spots representing nanorobots were injected into the simulated vascular system. The target entered the circulatory system and began to autonomously seek out targets. Locking onto the cancerous areas, the first batch of sentinels has arrived at the lung lesions. The swarm algorithm is activated, and pheromone marking begins. Everyone present felt their hearts in their throats. They saw that the blue light spots, upon reaching the lesion area, did not immediately launch an attack, but instead spread out like a pack of well-trained hunting dogs, quickly surrounding the entire tumor area and releasing a virtual pheromone that precisely marked each cancer cell. Marking completed, the Eliminator program is activated. At the moment the command was issued, a miracle occurred. Those blue nanorobots seemed to have been given life. They transformed into countless divine soldiers in a microscopic world, accurately pouncing on the marked dark red cancer cells. They did not use brute physical destruction, but acted like delicate keys, opening the cell membranes of the cancer cells and injecting a special enzyme to induce apoptosis and decomposition. The entire process was clean and efficient. What was even more shocking was that the healthy cells adjacent to the cancer cells remained unharmed throughout the process, not disturbed in the slightest. The nanorobots seemed to have eyes, perfectly avoiding all friendly cells. It's going to succeed. A young female researcher covered her mouth, tears shimmering in her eyes. Her father had died of lung cancer 3 years ago. Lung lesions, clearance rate 98. 7. Liver metastases, clearance rate 99. 1. Lymphatic system spreading cells, clearance rate 99. 4. One near-perfect data point after another jumped out from the supercomputer displayed on the screen. The entire laboratory fell into a deathly silence, followed by a tsunami of cheers. We did it. We succeeded. Old Lu, we made it. Several young researchers could no longer contain their emotions and embraced each other, laughing and jumping. Years of repression and countless sleepless nights of hard work turned into tears of joy at that moment. Academician life.However finally loosened his tightly clenched hands, leaned against the console, and slowly sat down, letting out a long breath. That breath took away all the fatigue. He looked at the screen, showing the tissue model restored to a healthy color, his eyes moist. "I'm very curious. Where did the country get these advanced technical materials? I've never heard of them before," one researcher asked in confusion. "Why do you care so much about that?" If the higher-ups Haven T said anything, it must be classified information. "We just need to do our own work. If you ask too many questions, be careful, or you might get treated as a spy." Another person frowned, glancing at the first researcher. He thought about reporting his colleague. Upon hearing this, the researcher immediately fell silent, recalling the recent major investigation. He didn't want to get himself into trouble. At that moment, a doctor named Chun, holding back his excitement, ran to life.However. "Old Liu, the simulation success rate is as high as 99, and there are almost no side effects. This is simply a miracle in medical history." "Yes." Life.However raised his head, the excitement on his face quickly replaced by seriousness. "But a simulation is still a simulation. No matter how perfect the program is, it cannot compare to a real treatment." He stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and slowly spoke. "Cancer cells are the sword of Damocles hanging over all humanity. Every year, millions of our compatriots lose their lives in pain and despair because of it. Now, we have the weapon to cut this sword." The laboratory instantly fell silent, everyone looking at him. "We can't wait any longer. I demand that all experimental data and simulation reports be submitted to the Capitol immediately. Apply to start the first batch of clinical trials nationwide, gathering those late-stage cancer volunteers who have already been sentenced to death by hospitals." He paused and said word by word, "We must act quickly to give them and other patients a hope of life." "I agree. I agree too." Everyone nodded in agreement. Life.However turned and walked to the secure phone, picking up the receiver. Chapter 59 Hope for Cancer Patients Soon, a report personally signed by academician Life.However and jointly stamped by the National Medical Research Institute and P4 Laboratory, was sent to the Capitol at the fastest speed. It first arrived on the desk of the director of the National Health and Health Commission. The director, a nearly 60-year-old seasoned official, trembled uncontrollably after reading the report. After confirming it was accurate multiple times, without any hesitation, he instructed his secretary, Secretary Liang, quickly notify the heads of the Ministry of Science and Technology, the National Medical Products Administration, and the State Office, to convene a meeting and do it quickly. "Okay, Director, I'll take care of it right away." The beautiful secretary, seeing the director so anxious, understood the importance of the matter and hurried off. A few hours later, a new report, along with the joint opinions from several major departments, was finally delivered to Luo Ruixiang. In the leader's office, Luo Ruixiang and Zhang Yunfeng stared at the thin report for a full 10 minutes. Nanorobots, targeted elimination of cancer cells, success rate of 99%. Zhang Yunfeng murmured the keywords from the report, his expression shifting from initial shock to an uncontrollable ecstasy. "Leader, I didn't expect such results in the medical field to come so quickly. This is thousands of times more significant than a lithography machine." "That's right. This is all the value brought by Shaoqin," Luo Ruixiang said, gently closing the report, his fingertips tapping on the cover, his eyes also sparkling with excitement. Zhang Yunfeng stood up and paced around the office. "This time, it's not just those businessmen scrambling for tickets. I estimate that patients from all over the world will find ways to come here. What blockade, what sanctions must all stand aside in the face of life." "Yes, everything must stand aside in the face of life," Luo Ruixiang repeated, his tone becoming meaningful. "Yunfeng, this thing is a weapon that can save lives, but is also a weapon that can stir global dynamics. The lithography machine affects industries and economies, while this affects every country, every family, every individual. It is a trump card, but also a hot potato. Once it is played, there is no turning back." Zhang Yunfeng quickly calmed down, understanding Luo Ruixiang's concerns. Fortunately, their country was currently strong enough. If it were another small country that dared to announce such news, it would inevitably be robbed of all its technology. Academician Life.However, at the end of the report, applied to initiate clinical trials. Luo Ruixiang's voice pulled Zhang Yunfeng's thoughts back. I agree, Zhang Yunfeng said without hesitation. This is a good thing that benefits our people, a tremendous good thing. We cannot stop our progress out of concern for those wolves. Luo Ruixiang nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. I mean the same. Our technology must first serve our people. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. Reply to them, agreeing to initiate the first batch of clinical trials. The number of volunteers is set at 100, and they must be late-stage cancer patients confirmed by major hospitals in the country, for whom existing medical methods have been ineffective. He paused and added a weighty statement. Tell them that the entire process from examination to treatment is free. All costs will be borne by the state. Good. Zhang Yunfeng waved his hand vigorously. That's how it should be. Let the whole world see what it means to take responsibility as a great power. That afternoon, an announcement was released through the official channels of the Yan Huang National Medical Research Institute. Great news! Our targeted nanorobot therapy has made a significant breakthrough in cancer treatment. To ensure the safety and effectiveness of the technology, we have decided to initiate the first batch of clinical trials. This trial is open nationwide, seeking 100 late-stage cancer patients as volunteers. All relevant medical expenses incurred during this clinical trial will be borne by the state. Registration and consultation channels are as follows. After the announcement was made, the entire Yan Huang national network exploded instantly. Initially, there was an overwhelming amount of skepticism. What a joke. Nanorobots treating cancer? My mentor said just last month that this is a technology for more than a decade from now. Is this another scam? How could something this could be free? Be careful. It's a new type of fraud. Look carefully. The publisher is the National Medical Research Institute. It's the state, not some shady organization. The skepticism was soon drowned out by a much larger wave. A torrent of hope gathered from countless families struggling in despair. In a hospital room, a young man in his 20s was wiping his emaciated mother's body with red eyes. His phone dinged with a news notification. He glanced at it carelessly, and the next moment, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. He read that short announcement over and over, his lips trembling, and tears flowed down without warning. He threw himself at the bedside, grasping his mother's thin hand, his voice choked. Mom, you have hope. We have hope. The country hasn't forgotten us. On the other side, a middle-aged couple had just come out of the doctor's office. The wife's lung cancer had already metastasized throughout her body, and the doctor said she had at most 3 months left. They sat silently on a bench in the hospital, the air thick with silence. Suddenly, the husband's phone vibrated violently. There were several calls from relatives and friends at the same time. Numb, he answered one, and his brother's excited voice came through. Brother, quick, check the news. Sister-in-law's cancer can be treated. What? Is that true? The middle-aged man was stunned. He thought his brother was joking, but when he opened his phone and saw that message, the man in his 40s could no longer hold back, covering his face and releasing a long repressed sob. Beside him, his wife went from initial bewilderment to disbelief, and finally, the two embraced, crying tears of joy. On this day, countless families in Yan Huang National were playing out the same scene. The official registration website became abnormally slow just 5 minutes after going live due to an overwhelming surge in traffic. The consultation hotline, from the very first second it was connected, had never been hung up. The line was perpetually busy. This scene was 100 times crazier than the rush for train tickets during the Spring Festival or the shopping frenzy during Double 11. Because this time, they were not fighting for goods, they were fighting for lives. Meanwhile, this news also spread rapidly overseas. In the Eagle Sauce country, on FMMTV's Evening News, a blonde, blue-eyed medical expert was speaking to the camera with a hint of disdain in his smile. This is definitely the biggest joke of the century. Nanorobots targeting and eliminating cancer cells? Isn't this technology still under research? How do they solve the biocompatibility issues? How do they control it precisely? This is completely absurd. Sheer political propaganda. I dare say this is just another smokescreen they released to cover up certain failures. Several top pharmaceutical companies in the O-State Alliance also jointly released a statement, reminding global patients to remain rational and be wary of unscientifically verified medical information. Their reactions were arrogant and unified, just like when they initially evaluated the Cinque number 1. They just didn't know that while they were mocking this as absurd on television, countless cancer patients in Yan Huang National had already taken this experiment as their only hope. Chapter 60. Clinical Trials. When Qin Hao saw the news, his expression was calm. For him, this news that had ignited the entire world was not surprising. He just didn't expect that the optimization plan he provided would yield results so quickly. Do you think the speed is a bit fast? Cheng Haitong's voice came from beside him. She had already guessed what Qin Hao was thinking. It is a bit, Qin Hao admitted openly. I thought it would take at least a year or two to digest and verify. You underestimate the research foundation of our country, Cheng Haitong said with a hint of pride in her tone. The direction of targeted treatment with nanorobots has been quietly cultivated by academician Liu Aihua and his team for nearly 20 years. Various theoretical models, biocompatible materials, algorithm prototypes, and a massive accumulation of data and experience have been gathered. It could be said that everything was ready, just lacking some crucial data. He paused and continued. The technical information you provided didn't start them from scratch. It gave them a universal key that could unlock all the problems. It optimized the robot's drive mechanism, solved the bottleneck of energy supply, and most importantly, provided an almost perfect swarm search algorithm. Our scientists only need to combine their years of research with this key, and breakthroughs will come naturally. Qin Hao understood. That was the culmination of countless researchers' decades of hard work, which at the most critical moment was given a strong push by his optimization plan. So you're the most indispensable person, Cheng Haitong concluded seriously. 3 days later, in Shucheng, as the central city of the southwestern region of Yan Huang Nation, it not only has a leisurely pace of life and spicy food, but also has one of the nation's top comprehensive hospitals, South China Hospital. It boasts the largest single medical building in Asia and the most advanced medical equipment. The location for the first batch of nanorobot clinical trials was chosen here. The hospital had cleared an entire floor of the inpatient department in advance, taken over by relevant security personnel, and set up multiple checkpoints, creating a solemn atmosphere. 100 volunteers and their families from across the country had all arrived the previous day and completed their final physical examinations and information verifications. They were the lucky ones. According to official data released later, over 3 million people had registered within the first 24 hours of the application channel opening. At this moment, in the control center of the trial floor, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Academician Liu Aihua and his core team members had all changed into sterile clothing and were personally overseeing the situation. Dozens of high-definition screens displayed real-time vital sign monitoring data from the 100 isolation wards, as well as animations simulating the treatment process about to begin. All units, please check the matching of the treatment plan and patient information one last time, Liu Aihua commanded through the intercom. Group 1 matches perfectly. Group 2 matches perfectly. Group 10 matches perfectly. Very good. Liu Aihua put down the intercom and turned his gaze towards one of the split screens. On the screen, a young man wearing a mask was half kneeling by the bed, feeding water to an elderly woman whose hair had all fallen out and who was as thin as a skeleton. Mom, don't be afraid. It's just a shot. Just like the usual 4. The young man forced a smile, but his voice trembled. He was the son who had cried tears of joy in the hospital after seeing the news, named Wang Chong. His mother was in the late stages of pancreatic cancer, with cancer cells having spread to her liver and lungs. The doctors had declared she wouldn't survive more than a month. At the moment he received the selection notification, Wang Chong felt it was the most wonderful sound he had ever heard. The elderly woman looked at her son with cloudy eyes, then glanced at the new instruments in the ward flashing with indicator lights. She weakly nodded without speaking. She understood everything. She just didn't want to make her son more upset. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Liu Aihua picked up the microphone and issued the command to the control center. The Sentinel clinical trial officially begins. The command was transmitted through the internal communication system to every isolation ward. Doctors and nurses, who had been waiting by the side, inserted a syringe filled with a colorless liquid into the patient's arms. Wang Chong watched everything, his eyes fixed on the slowly advancing colorless liquid. His palms were sweaty, and his heart was pounding as if it would leap out of his throat. In the control center, everyone held their breath. On the big screen, The vital sign data curves of 100 patients were stable, showing no signs of adverse reactions. Report to academician Liu. The Sentinel has entered all patients' circulatory systems, and no rejection reactions were found. Vital signs are stable. The swarm algorithm has been activated in each body and is beginning autonomous search, target locking. The researcher in charge of data monitoring reported rapidly. Liu Aihua's gaze locked onto the largest holographic projection in the center. What was displayed was the real-time, simulated image of Wang Chang's mother's body. Countless tiny blue light points were rushing through the blood, quickly spreading throughout the body. Minutes later, when most of the blue light points gathered in the pancreas and liver areas that emitted ominous dark red light, everyone's heart in the control center rose to their throats. The first batch has reached the lesion area. Pheromone marking has begun. The blue light points, like well-trained worker bees, rapidly surrounded the tumor area, infiltrated, and then released a virtual signal, marking each cancer cell with precise markers. Marking completion 10. 30. 70. Report. Patient in bed 3 shows slight fluctuations in heart rate. Liu Aihua's gaze sharpened instantly. Switch the data over. Let me see what's going on. A doctor immediately replied. It's due to the patient's emotional excitement, not a physiological rejection reaction. They have been calmed down, and the heart rate is returning to normal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the anxious waiting of countless family members and the nervous watch of researchers, the injection process was completed within 10 minutes. The treatment was finished. On the surface, everything seemed ordinary. The patients had just received an injection like usual. But everyone knew that an invisible war was raging in these 100 bodies, fiercely and in an unprecedented manner. Wang Chang watched the nurse remove the needle and apply pressure to stop the bleeding for his mother. He eagerly leaned forward, asking in a hoarse voice, "Mom, how do you feel?" The elderly woman on the bed had her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Just as Wang Chang's heart sank, thinking it was an illusion, her dry lips moved. Her voice was as weak as a mosquito's hum, but in the quiet ward, it rang clear like thunder. "I feel warm in my body." Wang Chang was stunned. He saw that the face of his mother, twisted from long-term pain, seemed to relax a little. At the same time, in another ward, a middle-aged man was looking expectantly at his wife. "Do you feel anything?" His wife closed her eyes and felt for a long time before hesitantly opening them. Unsure if it was a psychological effect, but the heaviness and pain in her chest seemed to have lightened a bit. Hope, like a stone thrown into a stagnant pond, began to create ripples. In the control center, looking at the stable data on the screen and the preliminary feedback coming back from each ward, many young researchers could no longer hold back their tears. Academician Liu Aihua slowly took off his mask, revealing a face filled with exhaustion but shining with brilliance. The real test will come 24 hours later. At that time, the first batch of detailed inspection reports will be released, and the data will reveal the final answer. But at this moment, he is already 9/10 sure in his heart. Chapter 61. Successful cancer treatment, price and time, never felt so long. In the central control room of the South China Hospital's experimental floor, 24 hours felt like a century. During this time, no one left. The smell of disinfectant mixed with the electronic sounds of the equipment created a unique atmosphere in the room. Wang Chang stayed by his mother's bedside, sleepless for the night. He saw his mother's breathing become steady, and the brow that had been tightly furrowed from pain gradually relaxed. She was sleeping deeply and sweetly, something that had never happened since she fell ill. After the 24-hour countdown ended, the first blood test report was uploaded to the system. Academician Liu Aihua's gaze locked onto the screen like an eagle. Patient 88, Wang Xiulan, late-stage pancreatic cancer, tumor marker index, dropped from 1258 ml before treatment to 8. By ml. The reference value for normal individuals is below 5 milliliter. This meant that the activity of cancer cells in the patient's body had been suppressed to nearly normal levels in just 24 hours. Patient 32, Li Jiaming, late-stage lung cancer. Cytokeratin 19 fragment dropped from 35. 2 gl to 4. 1 gl. Patient 57, Zhao Min, liver cancer. Alpha-fetoprotein index dropped from 2,100 gl to 15 gl. As one report after another came out, the data, representing various tumor markers on the screen, plummeted like a diving board. Every change in the numbers struck everyone's heart, stirring up waves of ecstatic joy. The CT images were compared. A researcher's voice trembled with emotion. The pancreatic tumor of patient 88 shrank by 90%. The metastatic lesions in the liver and lungs almost completely disappeared. Boom! The entire control center erupted after a brief silence. Ha! It worked. It really worked. Several young doctors wearing thick glasses could no longer hold back, embracing each other like children, filled with joy. Academician Yan Huang supported himself against the control panel, his body slightly trembling as he looked at the nearly miraculous comparative images on the screen, tears glistening in his cloudy eyes. Report. A hurried voice broke the celebratory atmosphere. Patient 7 has experienced an allergic reaction, with increased heart rate and elevated blood pressure. Everyone's hearts tightened, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Bring up all the data, Yan Huang immediately ordered. Several experts quickly gathered to analyze the data flow. It's not a rejection reaction, a doctor quickly concluded. The patient has a severe history of heart disease and multiple drug allergies. This is a stress-related response, unrelated to the nanorobots, and the issue is not serious. After emergency treatment, the elderly patient's vital signs stabilized quickly. Yan Huang let out a long sigh of relief, but his expression became more serious. To ensure everything is foolproof, all volunteers will be observed in the hospital for 3 days. After 3 days, a second comprehensive review will be conducted. He picked up the intercom, his voice leaving no room for doubt. 3 days later, the entrance of South China Hospital was surrounded by reporters from around the world. At 10 in the morning, the doors of the inpatient department opened. Under the gaze of countless cameras and eyes, 100 cancer patients, previously sentenced to death, slowly walked out with the support of their families. Most of them still looked emaciated, their faces showing the weariness of long-term illness. But everyone could see that the light had rekindled in their eyes. That light was called life. Wang Chong helped his mother walk through the crowd. His mother had changed into clean clothes. Although she still needed support, she could take steps on her own. She looked at the glaring sunlight, greedily breathing in the free air, her face showing a long-lost smile. Wang Chong said nothing, allowing tears to silently fall. At that moment, the middle-aged woman whom the doctors had declared had only 3 months left to live was tightly embraced. Her husband's shoulders heaved violently. He wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. In the end, he could only repeatedly stroke his wife's back, murmuring, "It's okay. Everything is okay? How do you feel now?" A reporter handed a microphone to an elderly man. Though weak, the elderly man was in good spirits as he answered, "Good. I've never felt this good. It feels like a mountain has been lifted off my shoulders. Thank you to the country. Thank you all for your concern." This scene spread throughout the entire Yan Huang country and the world via live broadcast. In the studio of FMM-TV in Eagle Sauce Country, a blonde medical expert watched the live footage, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit in it. The director cut to a close-up of him, and his shock and disbelief became the most popular meme on the global internet that day. Several pharmaceutical giants from the O-State Alliance quietly deleted a joint statement on their official website warning global patients to beware of false information. In an instant, the world was shaken. Yan Huang country did not stop its pace. That afternoon, the official announced again, the second batch of clinical trials is about to begin, expanding the number of volunteers to 2,000, conducted by designated hospitals in the capital, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and other locations. A few days later, all the second batch of trial participants were discharged after recovery. Next came the third batch, after the treatment of the 3 batches of cancer patients. There were no more voices of doubt. The facts were as solid as iron, indisputable. The National Medical Research Institute officially announced that the Sentinel-targeted nanorobot therapy would be gradually promoted to major hospitals nationwide for cancer treatment. In a conference room in the capital, Luo Ruixiang, Zhang Yanfeng, the head of the National Medical Institution Shenlishu, Cheng Haidang, and Qin Hao sat around a conference table. The nanotechnology treatment had come onto the right track, and today they had gathered to discuss one matter, the pricing issue. Luo Ruixiang got straight to the point. Shenlishu immediately opened a document, pushing it to the center of the table. "Leader, this is our cost accounting report. The preparation process for the Sentinel robots is complex, and the initial production capacity is limited. The comprehensive cost for a single treatment is about 60,000, which does not include the years of research and development investment prior. Zhang Yinfeng added, on the Eagle Sauce side, a treatment costs tens of millions of dollars, and the effect is not as good as the nanorobots. It's purely a money grab. Our price definitely cannot be that high. The deputy leader is right, but we can't offer it completely for free either, Shinlishu added. Production requires costs. Technology needs to be iterated and upgraded, and subsequent research and development requires substantial financial support. The national treasury can subsidize part of it, but it can't cover everything. Otherwise, it won't be sustainable. Xiaoqin, what is your opinion? Luo Ruixiang did not immediately respond to their words, but instead focused his attention on Qin Hao. Chapter 62. Pharmaceutical giants gather in Yan Huang. Qin Hao pondered for a moment. He was not an economist and did not understand complex market dynamics. He simply expressed his most genuine thoughts. I hope ordinary families can afford it with some effort. This simple, straightforward statement resonated deeply with everyone present. Luo Ruixiang nodded in approval. He looked at Zhang Yinfeng and Shinlishu and slowly began to speak. Our pricing must consider three aspects. First, it must cover costs and leave room for profits for future R&D, allowing our technology to continuously advance. Second, it should be affordable for our ordinary citizens. We can't let this life-saving technology become the privilege of a few. Third, this price itself is a weapon. It should show the world what truly people-centered technology looks like. At this point, Luo Ruixiang raised a finger. After comprehensive consideration, I propose a final price of 100,000 RMB for a single treatment. 100,000. As soon as this number was mentioned, everyone fell into deep thought. It seemed like a lot, but compared to past treatment costs that often reached hundreds of thousands or even millions, and with an almost 100 cure rate, this price could be considered reasonable. For an ordinary family, it was a significant amount but not unattainable. I agree. Zhang Yinfeng was the first to express his opinion. This price will leave those Western pharmaceutical giants speechless. I agree as well. Shinlishu nodded seriously. This price is not high, with part of it reimbursed by insurance. The vast majority of families can afford it, and we can save more patients. Qin Hao and Cheng Haitang naturally agreed as well. Luo Ruixiang made a decisive statement. Then it settled. Leader, what about abroad? Should we cut into that pie or not? Zhang Yinfeng asked at this moment. Everyone turned their gaze toward Luo Ruixiang. We can sell lithography machines because they are industrial mother machines. Selling them can reshape the industry chain and make others reliant on our standards. But this is different. This is something that directly saves lives. If mishandled, we could easily fall into a passive position in international public opinion, being labeled with technological hegemony or even humanitarian disaster. Luo Ruixiang did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Qin Hao. Xiaoqin, what are your thoughts on this? Qin Hao was taken aback. He did not expect the leader to ask for his opinion. After thinking carefully, he said, Leader, I don't understand international strategy, but I feel that our country has millions of cancer patients, and they have waited too long. We must take care of our own people first, and when our production capacity is sufficient, we can consider selling abroad. This straightforward statement echoed the sentiments of everyone present. Zhang Yunfeng's lips curled into a smile. This kid really knows how to hit the nail on the head. Luo Ruixiang looked at Qin Hao with approval and nodded. Xiaoqin's idea may seem a bit self-serving, but this is what we need in the most correct direction. He withdrew his gaze and looked around at everyone. Since you have no objections, let's decide on this. The next day, the news was released. The Yan Huang nation's internet erupted once again. 100,000. My goodness. I thought it would be at least 500,000 to 600,000. 100,000 RMB for a life. The government has truly put us ordinary citizens first this time. The insurance reimbursement is still there. I just asked. For this innovative treatment for major diseases, insurance can reimburse at least 30. That means we only need to pay a maximum of 70,000. 70,000. My wife spent nearly 400,000 on chemotherapy last year, and we couldn't save her. If it had been a year earlier, I would have been willing to go bankrupt. Prioritize domestic patients. This statement brings tears to my eyes. After so many years, it's finally our turn to enjoy the best things first. What does it mean to be a great power? This is it. Take care of our own family first, then deal with outside matters. We have no issues with that. Countless families of patients reignited their hopes for life after seeing this announcement. Those who had originally planned to sell their houses and cars, borrowing money everywhere, were now overwhelmed with joy and tears. Although 100,000 was still a lot, it was barely manageable. This announcement, translated into various languages, sparked a different scene internationally. In the United States, at the headquarters of GeoVia Pharmaceuticals, CEO Kleister slammed a $1,000 cigar onto the floor, bloodshot blue eyes filled with rage. He yelled at several departmental heads in front of him. Useless? A bunch of useless people. Our cancer terminator has been in development for 8 years, costing over $100 billion. And now you tell me it's no different from a pile of trash? On the massive screen, the company's stock price was plummeting like a free fall, with nearly hundreds of millions evaporating in just a few hours. A research supervisor spoke with a stiff upper lip. Mr. Kleister, I didn't expect their technology to progress so quickly. I don't want to hear any explanations. Kleister interrupted him, waving his hand irritably. I just want to know, what should we do? Wait for bankruptcy? The entire conference room fell silent. Finally, it was his chief strategist, a lean Yutai Run, who spoke up. Sir, there's only one way now. Speak. Go to Yan Huang. Yutai Ren's tone was extremely serious. At all costs, secure the agency rights for Sentinel, even if it's just the exclusive rights for North America. Otherwise, within 3 months, all our cancer drug business lines will completely collapse. Kleister breathed heavily, looking at the words domestic priority in the announcement from Yan Huang, a sense of frustration rising within him. Finally, he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Prepare the aircraft. Now, the same scene was playing out among top pharmaceutical companies around the world. In Ohio, at the board meeting of Origin Pharma, the usually elegant and composed female president, Meng Sabila, frowned at this moment. Have you all seen their clinical reports? She scanned the room before asking. Yes, the data looks too perfect to be real, but we verified through some channels. It's absolutely true. Meng Sabila thought for a moment and immediately said, form a negotiation team, and I will lead it personally. Contact the Yan Huang side and request the highest level business talks. Tell them that Origin Pharma is willing to engage in unlimited cooperation with them in the life sciences field. In Japan, at Sakura Biotech, President Tanaka Kenji instructed his secretary in the office, Kayako, help me book the earliest flight to Yan Huang. In an instant, private jets and passenger planes from all over the world headed to a common destination. These pharmaceutical giants, usually high above, had to put aside their status and face reality. They all understood that in the future of cancer treatment, they would have to look to Yan Huang for direction. Chapter 63, Reaching an Agreement. The VIP passage of Guadu International Airport has been unusually busy these past few days. Plane after plane from abroad has been landing. Representatives like Christ from GeoVia Pharmaceuticals, Montebella from Yuansheng Pharmaceuticals, and Kenji Tanaka from Sakura Biotech, totaling dozens of people. These giants who wield significant influence in the global pharmaceutical market unexpectedly encountered each other in the hotel lobby where they were staying in Guadu. After a brief exchange, they each returned to their rooms. The talks were led by Minister of Commerce Chao Fanro. The meeting was set in a conference room at the Ministry of Commerce. On one side of the long conference table sat representatives from foreign pharmaceutical companies, each with different expressions. On the other side was the negotiation team led by Chao Fanro, all appearing calm and composed. Minister Chao, around 50 years old, was scholarly in appearance and wore glasses. After the meeting began, he did not say much in the way of pleasantries, simply smiling as he distributed reports containing the latest recovery data for cancer patients in the country to everyone. Thank you all for coming from afar. Please take a look at some of the latest developments in our sentinel therapy. The only sound in the conference room was the rustling of paper. The more Christ and the others read, the heavier their hearts became. The data on tumor markers plummeting like cliffs, the comparative CT images before and after treatment, felt like heavy blows striking their hearts. Minister Chao, we have come with the utmost sincerity, hoping to engage in in-depth discussions with your country regarding the introduction of sentinel therapy. Ultimately, it was the hot-tempered Christ who spoke first, trying to steady his voice. Yes, Minister Chow. Montebella immediately followed up, her Chinese articulate, stating that Yuan Shang Pharmaceuticals hoped to obtain exclusive agency rights for sentinel therapy in the O region, and they were willing to pay any reasonable price for it. Others chimed in as well. In no time, the conference room was filled with words like cooperation, win-win, and benefiting humanity, all sounding incredibly sincere. Chow Fanrong patiently listened, his fingers interlaced on the table, his face maintaining that calm smile. Thank you for recognizing our technology. However, I regret to inform you that there are currently no plans to sell sentinel therapy overseas. This one statement instantly silenced the conference room. Christ frowned deeply, confused as he asked why. Are you really going to keep this life-saving technology only within your country? This is against the spirit of humanitarianism. Chow Fanrong's smile remained unchanged, but his tone was firm. Mr. Christ, please watch your words. It is precisely because we uphold the spirit of humanitarianism that we have made this decision. He glanced at his assistant behind him, who promptly projected another document onto the screen. According to our latest national epidemiological statistics, there are over 30 million cancer patients in our country, with millions of new cases each year. The production process for sentinel nanorobots is extremely complex, and the production line is currently in the ramp-up phase. Chow Fanrong's gaze swept across everyone. You are all industry experts and should understand what this means. Even if our entire production capacity operated nonstop, it would only meet the most basic needs of domestic patients. In this situation, may I ask, should we first save our fellow countrymen or sell this life-saving medicine to you for high profits? His words were logical, well-founded, and held a moral high ground, instantly silencing the previously indignant Christ, his face turning red, unable to retort a single word. Montebella was much quicker to react. She immediately shifted her approach. Minister Chow, we completely understand and respect your country's decision. We're not asking for you to provide finished products right now. We can wait. Yuan Shang Pharmaceuticals is willing to prepay 2 billion euros as a deposit for technology licensing and future production capacity, just to obtain agency rights for the O region. 2 billion euros? Christ scoffed, quickly following up. Gevia Pharmaceuticals is offering $4 billion. Exclusive agency rights for North America. We at Sakura Biotech are willing to transfer 3 of our latest biopharmaceutical patents and offer $3 billion for agency rights in East Asia. Kenji Tanaka hurriedly threw in his chips as well. The conference room instantly turned into an auction house, with these usually proud giants eagerly waving cash, afraid of falling behind. Chow Fanrong remained silent, simply watching them. The members of his team behind him maintained their composure, but inside, they were already overjoyed. Such a scene was truly rare in a century. When the bidding voices in the conference room gradually subsided and everyone looked at him eagerly, Chow Fanrong finally revealed a rather troubled expression. He even took off his glasses and pressed his finger against his forehead. I can feel your sincerity. To be honest, this puts me in a difficult position. He slowly put his glasses back on and sighed. The conditions you proposed are indeed very generous. However, the issue of production capacity is an objective reality that cannot be resolved immediately with money and technology patents. Expanding the production line, debugging equipment, and training personnel all take time. Seeing that things seem to be turning around, Christ quickly pressed for details. How long will it take? A year? 2 years? The fastest. It will take at least a year. Chow Fanrong provided a number, then added, and that is under the most ideal circumstances. To achieve this goal, we need to invest a massive amount of funds immediately to build at least 5 independent international supply production lines. This investment carries significant risks. Funding is not a problem. Montebella immediately replied, as long as your side is willing, we can prepay part of the funds as special fund for the construction of the production lines. Yes, we can pay up front. Everyone responded in unison. Chow Fanrong had been waiting for this statement. He pondered for a long time, as if undergoing an extremely difficult internal struggle, before finally seeming to make up his mind. All right, since everyone is so sincere, we cannot be unreasonable. He looked at everyone, speaking each word clearly. The agency rights. We can discuss. However, we have several conditions, which are also our bottom line. Please go ahead. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. First, the supply time must be after 1 year. During this year, we will not provide any finished products, and we will not be responsible for transportation and other matters. No problem. Second, Chao Fanrong held up 2 fingers, his tone becoming particularly serious. In order to ensure that our expansion funds could be secured and to demonstrate everyone's commitment to cooperation, any company wishing to obtain agency rights must prepay half of the preliminary fees as a deposit within 1 day after the agreement is signed. Moreover, this deposit is non-refundable. Thirdly, regarding the profit-sharing issue, we require 45% of the sales revenue. This point is non-negotiable. A year before we can get the goods. And now we have to pay half up front, which is non-refundable. Furthermore, a 45% share is already quite high. Under normal circumstances, these conditions would be seen as absurd and would be laughed off. However, upon careful consideration, given their own company's research progress, they realized that not only a year, but even 5 years would not yield a similar drug. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Then a chorus of agreement followed. We agree. Completely agree. No problem. Minister Chao, when can we sign the agreement? Watching the anxious expressions of this group of people, as if they were afraid of having second thoughts, a barely noticeable smile finally appeared at the corner of Chao Fanrong's mouth. Chapter 64. Lunar construction planned the next afternoon as the last agreement was closed. A refined smile still lingered on Chao Fanrong's face. He personally escorted these pharmaceutical giants to the airport, watching their complex expressions of pain and relief, feeling quite delighted inside. Half an hour later, in the leader's office. Leader, I have fulfilled my mission. Chao Fanrong gently placed a stack of documents on Luo Ruixiang's desk. Those foreign gentlemen were even more generous than I expected. This is the preliminary cooperation intention letter. To show their sincerity, they are eager to prepay a deposit totaling $76 billion. Moreover, as per our request, it is non-refundable. After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh. He had never fought such a wealthy battle in his life. The other party not only delivered the money to the door, but was also afraid that you wouldn't accept it. Well done, Comrade Fanrong. However, Luo Ruixiang's gaze did not linger on those astronomical figures, but rather on the huge lunar map on the wall. This money comes at just the right time. Our new plan needs fuel. Chao Fanrong was taken aback, but soon understood. Compared to that grand goal, a few $100 billion could indeed only be considered fuel. You still need to pay more attention to trade matters. Let us leave this for now. After sending off Chao Fanrong, Luo Ruixiang picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, Comrade Haitang. Please ask Xiao Qin to come to conference room number 5 tomorrow, and you come too. Yes. Leader, came Chung Haitang's voice from the other end. The next day, in the capital, in the underground conference room number 5. At this moment, the senior leadership of Yan Huang Nation, military bigwigs, and those responsible for aerospace engineering gathered here. When Qin Hao and Chung Haitang entered, all eyes instantly focused on him. Please sit down. Luo Ruixiang pointed to the seat beside him. Once everyone was seated, he wasted no time with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Xiao Qin, regarding the replication function of System 2.0, there is a key detail that we must confirm 100% today. The system manual states that placement can be done freely within a radius of 500 meters. Is there any limitation to this freely? For example, do you need to see the placement location with your own eyes? If there are obstacles like walls or floors in between, will it affect the placement? As soon as the question was raised, everyone in the conference room turned their attention to Qin Hao. One aerospace engineer even stood up, looking tense. Yes. This question is crucial. If placing items requires an unobstructed straight path, then to carry out construction on the moon, we must first launch a probe to survey the target area and return real-time images before we can proceed to the next step. This process will increase the difficulty and complexity of the entire project by more than 100 times. Everyone understood the weight of this question. It determined whether their upcoming mining plan would be in difficult mode or directly in God mode. Qin Hao looked at the tense expressions of everyone and had a rough idea in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he replied, in theory, there should be no limitations. The system interface gives me the impression that it is more like a three-dimensional operating space, rather than based on my line of sight. Luo Ruixiang shook his head. What we need is practical demonstration. Right here, let's conduct an experiment. Next to the conference room, there was a room separated by a thick half-meter special concrete wall. It's enough for an experiment. Qin, replicate this pen here, and then place it directly on the table in the next room. Luo Ruixiang pointed to the pen on the table. I'll go confirm. Someone volunteered, stood up, and walked toward that room, eagerly waiting. Not only him, but several others also walked over. Once again, everyone's attention focused on Qin Hao. He nodded. The next second, a system interface that only he could see appeared before his eyes. He then scanned the pen and commanded the system. Instantly, a three-dimensional virtual map appeared, clearly displaying everything in the next room. In the system database, an image of a pen appeared, and Qin Hao used his mind to drag this icon, easily passing through the virtual model representing the wall. Confirm placement? Confirm. Placement successful. The entire process took only 2 to 3 seconds. All done. He nodded at Luo Ruixiang. Meanwhile, in the next room, the few people who had just entered quickly walked out. Each of their faces showed unmistakable shock and joy. Leader, it really succeeded. Great. This is wonderful. This result brought smiles to everyone in the conference room. Zhang Xianzhong slapped his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. Laughing heartily, I knew it. This isn't just replication. It's essentially an out-of-sight spatial deployment. It's like a cheat, an aerospace researcher murmured, his eyes sparkling. No need for relay satellites, no need for the mechanical arms of a landing module, no need for a lunar rover. As long as the coordinates are accurate, we can directly throw the module onto the moon's surface. So, if the energy is sufficient, expanding this range from 500 meters to 380,000 kilometers, Qin could sit at home and place building modules on the moon like stacking blocks. Zhang Yanfeng looked at Qin Hao, his voice filled with shock. Exactly, that's how it is, and the whole process is just like playing a red alert game. Very easy. Qin Hao gave an affirmative answer and even made a comparison. The conference room fell into a brief silence again, but this time it was not worry, but rather a sense of being stunned by an overly brilliant future. Now that the biggest transportation issue was resolved, other problems remained. The facilities replicated still needed to be installed and debugged. How should this be accomplished? Coming back to his senses, someone quickly analyzed. As his words fell, more and more people began to raise various questions. That's right, not only that, but we also need to address the various impacts of the lunar environment on the equipment. This needs to be redesigned. In addition, we must consider confidentiality. If we build on the moon's near side, it will definitely be discovered by other countries. Therefore, we must place it on the far side, but it may still be captured by deep space satellites. Plus, there are issues like site selection, communication, protection against meteorite impacts, and so on. All these need to be taken into account. The dozens of people present shared all that they could think of, leaving Qin Hao feeling overwhelmed. He thought to himself that even with a cheat, it wouldn't be so easy to accomplish. Chapter 65. Different thoughts in the conference room. The excitement that had just been stirred by the super plugin was instantly pulled back to reality by a series of practical issues. Dozens of top minds from various fields engaged in a lively discussion, dissecting the difficulties of building a mining facility on the moon. Luo Ruixiang raised his hand, lightly pressing down, and the noisy conference room immediately fell silent. Having many questions is a good thing. It means we are thinking comprehensively. Today, we are here to brainstorm and tackle these issues one by one. Let's start with the most critical aspect, construction and maintenance. An elderly aerospace engineer immediately spoke up. Sending people is the riskiest choice. Training a qualified astronaut takes several years, and the number of people that can be sent in one launch is limited, which cannot meet the demand for large-scale construction. Most importantly, our operation this time requires secrecy. Any manned space launch cannot escape the eyes of the world. That's true, General Zhang Xianzhong said solemnly. Rather than send our precious astronauts to do construction work, why not think differently? Can we create a batch of highly intelligent engineering robots and replicate them to the moon? This proposal was immediately endorsed by most of the people present. An expert from the Capital Academy of Sciences Robotics Research Institute added, "It is entirely feasible. We can design a multifunctional engineering robot that adapts to the lunar terrain, equipped with multiple robotic arms for cutting, welding, grasping, and assembling. Additionally, by integrating high-precision sensors and artificial intelligence modules, they can work autonomously and even perform simple equipment, fault diagnosis, and maintenance. Ground personnel only need to issue macro commands through deep space networks, and the rest can be handled by the robot swarm. How we solve the energy problem? Zhang Yinfeng raised the next key point. If we rely solely on solar energy, we cannot guarantee that the mining facility and robots will operate continuously for 24 hours. Nuclear energy. An engineer from a nuclear industry group answered without hesitation. We can design a small modular nuclear fission reactor, commonly known as a nuclear battery. They are compact, have a high energy density, and provide stable output power. One module can support the energy consumption of the base for several years. And most crucially, he paused, glanced at Qin Hao, his eyes flashing with unusual excitement. We only need to create a prototype, optimize the system, and then Comrade Qin can transport it along with enough fuel for decades to the moon in one go. Hiss! A sound of gasping filled the conference room. Directly flashing a nuclear reactor to the moon? This operation is too barbaric. All right, the energy issue is settled. Luo Ruixiang made a decisive statement and then looked at the next expert. What about materials? With the extreme temperature difference on the moon, from minus 180 degrees to plus 150 degrees, along with ubiquitous cosmic radiation and micrometeorite impacts, what will we use to build our base? A materials scientist stood up, sporting a confident smile. The previous star-fallen alloy, after systematic optimization and redesign, has seen its performance improved several levels, with structural strength and impact resistance over 10 times that of before. More importantly, its internal multi-layer structure offers excellent shielding against high-energy particle radiation, and its thermal conductivity is extremely low, making it the most suitable building material available. Zhang Xinzhong's eyes lit up, unable to resist interrupting. If this stuff is used in our fighter jets. Luo Ruixiang shot him a glance, and Zhang Xinzhong chuckled, promptly closing his mouth. Good. Luo Ruixiang nodded in satisfaction. Construction, energy, and materials. All three major issues now have a direction. Now, there's one last and most challenging problem. Secrecy. He pointed to the lunar map on the screen. We cannot choose the moon's front side. That would be too obvious. We can only operate on the far side. But there is still a risk of exposure. The Eagle country and other nations' deep space probes and orbital satellites may still discover us. The conference room fell silent again. This is an unavoidable hurdle. No matter how well you build, once exposed, all strategic advantages will vanish. Hostile nations will do everything they can to disrupt you, ensuring you can't have it easy. Perhaps we could cover it with a cloak of invisibility? A hesitant voice spoke up. A cloak of invisibility? Zhang Xinzhong became interested, like in the movies. The principle is similar, but the implementation is different, the young man explained. We have developed a type of optical metamaterial, which is essentially a thin film that can guide light to bend and circumvent it. If we cover the entire mining facility with this material, then from external observation, whether in visible light or other electromagnetic wave bands, it will bypass it as if nothing is there. In satellite images, it will always appear as a normal lunar surface. This idea left those present exchanging glances. Can this really be done? A military bigwig couldn't help but ask. How large of a film would be needed to cover such a vast mining facility? It should be possible. It's just that the energy consumption and manufacturing costs are extremely high, the young man admitted. However, with Comrade Qin Hao, cost is no longer an issue. We only need a small sample, and we can replicate it infinitely. As for energy consumption, with a nuclear reactor, that's also not a problem. I oppose. Another expert raised a different opinion. This optical invisibility scheme is too passive. If the material fails or is detected by some unknown method, it would be completely exposed. I suggest using virtual projection technology. What do you mean? We can create a three-dimensional holographic projection around the mining facility using high-energy lasers and suspended dust to replicate the surrounding environment perfectly. No matter how the opponent's satellites capture images, they will only see the illusion we want them to see. We can even regularly change the projection to simulate changes in light and shadow, subtle alterations in the craters, achieving seamless deception. This is more proactive and deceptive than simple invisibility. For a moment, The conference room split into two factions, the invisibility camp and the projection camp, engaging in heated debates. Finally, Luo Ruixiang spoke up, ending the debate, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Only children make choices. As adults, we will take them all. Everyone was taken aback. Luo Ruixiang looked at the two experts and said with a smile, "We will use optical invisibility materials as the second layer for the mining facility as a basic safeguard. Then, we will use virtual projection technology as the outer layer for active camouflage, providing double insurance. This way, the likelihood of detection will be greatly reduced." Chapter 66 Implementation of the plan. An hour later, all problems had clear and feasible solutions. Autonomous engineering robot clusters, small modular nuclear reactors, optimized starfall alloys, optical stealth films combined with 3D holographic projections. With this set of combined efforts, what once seemed like an unattainable lunar mining plan had transformed into a well-organized and detailed construction proposal. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted from initial seriousness to an uncontrollable excitement and fervor. Everyone understood that they were participating in a great project capable of changing the course of human history. Xiaoqin, realizing all of this requires your presence. Do you have any thoughts? Luo Ruixiang's gaze fell on Qin Hao. The eyes of the others also focused on him. They had just constructed a reasonable lunar construction plan, but Qin Hao was the most critical link. Facing this group of national pillars, Qin Hao felt considerable pressure, a hint of an embarrassed smile appearing on his face. Leaders, experts, what you just mentioned, robot clusters, modular nuclear reactors, optical metamaterials. Honestly, I'm a bit lost and don't really understand these specialized topics, so I can't carelessly express my opinions. As soon as he said this, some experts chuckled kindly. This young man is quite sincere. Qin Hao paused, then shifted his tone. However, I actually have an idea from another perspective. I was thinking, considering all the effort we're putting into stealth and projections, what is the ultimate goal of secretly constructing on the moon? He looked at everyone, throwing out the most fundamental question. Isn't it just to meet the conditions for system upgrades? He shrugged. I feel like we might be overcomplicating things. Confidentiality is certainly important, but are we being too constrained? What I mean is, this confidentiality is just a process, not the final goal. We need to think this way. Qin Hao continued to speak freely. As long as the system upgrades, by then, not only would our base be exposed, but even if we built a mining site directly on the moon's surface and broadcasted it live to the whole world, what could they do to us? As soon as he said this, the whole room was stunned. General Xinzhong's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth slightly open as if he wanted to say something but swallowed it back. Qin Hao ignored the reactions of the crowd and continued. By then, I could just copy a starship from a movie, and if anyone disagrees, I'd just fly it over their house and do a couple of laps. Would they dare to criticize us? The more he spoke, the smoother he became, even adding a hint of teasing. I estimate they'd have to send envoys overnight to respectfully ask us if we need any security guards for the moon base. Someone couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Soon, uncontrollable laughter spread across the conference room. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xinzhong slapped his thigh, laughing so hard he doubled over. Good kid. I like this idea. Simple, crude, effective. You're absolutely right. We have the dragon-slaying saber. Are we afraid of a little mudfish causing trouble? Several experts who had previously argued heatedly over the confidentiality plan exchanged glances and then shook their heads, laughing. Yes, they had racked their brains trying to figure out how to conceal the plan perfectly, forgetting the purpose of doing so. Luo Ruixiang, who had remained silent, now wore a genuine smile. He looked at Qin Hao, his eyes filled with admiration and a touch of emotion. Xiaoqin, your mind works differently from ours. He slowly spoke, his tone light yet thought-provoking. You're right. We've fallen into a misconception. We were all focused on how to build, how to hide, and how to prevent others from discovering us, which blurred our fundamental goal. Luo Ruixiang stood up and walked to the giant lunar map, his gaze deep. Xiaoqin has reminded us that our ultimate goal is not to hide on the moon forever, but to grow strong enough quickly so that we no longer need to hide. He turned around, surveying everyone, his tone becoming serious. The confidentiality work remains our highest priority. It can buy us valuable time and reduce unnecessary external interference. But our mindset needs to be correct. It's merely a protective layer during our accumulation of strength, not a binding spell that restricts us. This statement enlightened everyone present. Previously, they had been contemplating a defensive and hidden strategy, taking every step cautiously. Now, Qin Hao's words elevated the strategy to a higher level. All technical difficulties seemed less daunting in the face of absolute strength. Luo Ruixiang returned to his seat and firmly concluded, the construction plan will be executed as discussed, with double insurance to ensure everything goes flawlessly. However, everyone involved in the plan must loosen up their mindset and broaden their vision. His gaze swept over every face, and he continued, since there are no further questions, I have a few requests that I hope everyone will execute thoroughly. First, design and manufacture the relevant equipment in the shortest time possible, and then have the system optimize it. Second, all resources related to the plan must be prioritized. If we encounter shortages of rare materials, just have Shaoqin replicate them. Third, immediately initiate the satellite launch program after this meeting. We need at least several high-precision reconnaissance satellites and communication relay satellites to enter the predetermined orbit on the far side of the moon. These will provide us with map information and a stable and reliable communication link. Do you have any questions regarding these requirements? After assigning the tasks, Luo Ruixiang's gaze turned to everyone. Rest assured, leader, there are no issues on our end, an engineer replied. I have no problems here either. Me neither. Receiving affirmative responses, Luo Ruixiang nodded and then looked at Qin Hao. Shaoqin, you'll have to work hard in the coming period. While they design and manufacture the equipment, what you need to do is accumulate energy points. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao readily agreed, leader, don't worry. This is what I should do. Just wait for that day to come. Great. I still have confidence in you. Luo Ruixiang smiled broadly. Thus, the plan to build a mining site on the far side of the moon was set. Chapter 67. Copying satellites and rockets. As soon as the meeting ended, everyone began to get up and leave. Just as Qin Hao and Cheng Haidang reached the door, a somewhat urgent voice called out to them. Comrade Qin Hao, please wait a moment. The two turned around to see a man in his 50s walking briskly towards them. He was Huang Qishan, the head of the aerospace department. Oh, it's Minister Huang. What can I do for you? Qin Hao immediately recognized him. He had just made several key insights regarding launch and communication issues during the meeting. Don't call me Minister, just call me Lao Huang. I'm here to ask for your help with something. Huang Qishan waved his hand and quickly stated his purpose. Minister Huang, you want me to copy some equipment, right? Qin Hao smiled. Exactly. It's about the communication relay satellite. The leadership has requested us to quickly establish a communication link on the far side of the moon. Manufacturing a brand new satellite from scratch and then testing and debugging would take at least a year and a half, which is too long to wait. Fortunately, a relay satellite was produced yesterday, and I'd like you to copy it and also optimize it. No problem. Let us head over now. Half an hour later, a red flag car with a special license plate smoothly drove into the aerospace launch center located in the suburbs of Beijing. Under Huang Qishan's lead, Qin Hao and Cheng Haidang passed through several security checkpoints and arrived at a spacious assembly workshop. Inside the workshop stood a satellite, quietly covered with a golden polyimide film, featuring a complex and precise structure, adorned with various antennas and sensors. This was the Xingqiao series relay satellite, measuring 5 by 5 by 6 meters and weighing 7.5 tons. It had just come off the production line. Huang Qishan looked at the satellite with pride and emotion. It took us a year and a half and over $1 billion in cost to produce it. Every part on it is the result of countless people's hard work. After the introduction, he remembered the matter at hand and turned to Qin Hao with a hint of uncertainty, asking, Comrade Qin Hao, will the energy points be sufficient to copy this high-tech giant? In his view, a national treasure costing over 10 billion would inevitably require a lot of energy to replicate. Qin Hao checked the energy point reserves, which showed over 1.85 billion. It should be enough. I'll scan to know for sure. He then began to operate silently. Target scan complete. Xingqiao relay communication satellite. Energy points required for copying, 12.8 million. More than 10 million? Qin Hao was momentarily stunned. Compared to the total, it was quite cheap. Minister Huang, It only requires 12. 8 million energy points. That is completely sufficient. Qin Hao gave a positive response. Then let us get started. Huang Qishan nodded. Next, Qin Hao didn't make any unnecessary movements. He focused his gaze on the satellite in front of him. The next second, an identical relay satellite appeared 3 meters away from the prototype. Hiss! A collective gasp filled the assembly workshop. The core researchers, witnessing such a scene for the first time, rubbed their eyes, doubting whether they were hallucinating from long hours of overtime. Huang Qishan appeared calm on the surface, but he was equally shocked. This was also his first time seeing Qin Hao replicate an item. Indeed, it's a super black technology that we cannot comprehend. He sighed, his gaze towards Qin Hao shining brightly. By the way, Xiao Qin, what about the optimization plan? Where is it? Huang Qishan suddenly recalled this and asked eagerly. Minister Huang, don't rush. Have someone bring a computer over, and I'll transmit the plan right away. Soon, everything was completed. This is the optimization plan provided by the system. Qin Hao handed the computer to Huang Qishan. You can study it to see how much the performance has improved, and also upgrade the original one. Great, great! Huang Qishan exclaimed, immediately calling a few researchers over. Zhou Lao, He Lao, quickly transfer the data to the supercomputer and start modeling and analyzing it. Okay, they responded, and a crowd of people immediately sprang into action, with Qin Hao and the others closely following. In less than 10 minutes, the analysis results came out. One researcher, flushed with excitement, pointed at the data on the screen and shouted, "This new array antenna design has a signal gain that is actually 5 times higher than the original. Moreover, the beam is more focused, and the anti-interference capability has improved by at least an order of magnitude. And the energy module," another researcher chimed in, "it optimized the photovoltaic conversion coding of the solar panels and the internal power supply logic, reducing overall energy consumption by 90. This means that under the same conditions, the satellite's operational lifespan in orbit can be extended by at least 5 years. The most crucial part is the communication encryption module. It uses a new quantum error-correcting algorithm. Theoretically, no technology in the world can crack its communication at this stage." The various performance improvements filled Huang Qishan with excitement. He looked at the optimization plan as if it were a perfect work of art. How long will it take to modify the original satellite according to this plan? Huang Qishan asked, suppressing his excitement. A production engineer quickly assessed and replied, "Most of the materials are available, but some core components will need to be custom-made and polished. Once everything is completed and tested, it will take at least half a month at the fastest." Half a month? That is already very quick. Yes, we have the satellite, but we also need to prepare the rocket to launch it. It looks like I'll need your help again, Huang Qishan said. Looking at Qin Hao, the meaning was clear. Then let us not waste any time. Minister Huang, lead the way. Thus, Huang Qishan led Qin Hao as they took an internal vehicle straight through the park to another location, the rocket assembly building. This building stood over 100 meters tall, with massive sliding doors wide open. Upon entering, an indescribable sense of awe hit them. A snow-white rocket, emblazoned with a bright red national flag and the words Pioneer, stood quietly on a massive mobile launch platform. It looked like a sword poised to pierce the sky, pointing directly at the heavens. Standing beneath it, one felt as small as an ant. There were many scaffolds and various testing equipment surrounding it. "This is our country's conventional launch rocket, the Pioneer series," Huang Qishan said, looking up at the steel giant. "It has a low Earth orbit carrying capacity of 25 tons and can carry over 8 tons to lunar transfer orbit. However, this giant is very precious and complex. Each launch requires a complete process from checking components, fueling, to the final vertical assembly. The fastest speed takes a month." He turned to Qin Hao, his gaze intense. "I understand, Minister Huang." Qin Hao nodded, his eyes sweeping over the rocket. He began the previous operation. Chapter 68. Military exercise of the Six Nations. After everything was completed regarding Yan Huang and others, Qin Hao and Cheng Haidang left the place. Just as Yan Huang was fully immersed in the Grand Lunar Program, a dark cloud was quietly gathering over the Western Pacific. In the capital of Yan Huang, in the leader's office, Luo Ruixiang was reviewing a progress report on the construction of the lunar mining facility, occasionally smiling. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the office door was knocked on. and Zhang Yinfeng and General Deng Yuchang entered one after the other, both looking unusually serious. Zhang Yinfeng handed over a document. Leader, this is the urgent intelligence we just received. Luo Ruixiang took the document. His gaze fell on the title, and his smile instantly faded. Notice of the joint military exercise by Eagle Sauce and its allies. The notice was brief, stating that led by Eagle Sauce, 6 countries including Island Nation, Stick Nation, Shrimp Nation, 3 Nation, and Maple Leaf Nation would hold an unprecedented large-scale joint military exercise 3 days later in the eastern waters of Yan Huang, outside the so-called First Island Chain. The map of the exercise area was marked clearly in red, like a sharp dagger pointing to the throat of Yan Huang. Oof. The Six-Nation Coalition, Luo Ruixiang gently placed the document on the table, his expression unreadable. Last time, the Shenlong fighter jets embarrassed them. This was a chance for them to save face. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat heavy. Zhang Yinfeng frowned. They're deploying a significant force this time. 2 aircraft carrier battle groups, over 50 various types of destroyers, cruisers, frigates, and more, along with hundreds of what they consider advanced aircraft. The scale is unprecedented, clearly aimed at us, intending to demonstrate and provoke. Hearing this, Deng Yuchang had a faint, cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward and said, Leader, Deputy Leader, I think they are coming at just the right time. Zhang Yinfeng turned his head to look at him, putting on a smile. Oh, it seems our commander comrade has a good idea. Let's hear it. Deng Yuchang's gaze swept over the world map on the wall, his eyes sharp as a knife. Our warships, submarines, and aircraft have just completed system optimization and comprehensive upgrades. Many new equipment have only been trained in simulated environments due to the lack of suitable opportunities. Talking about it on paper is ultimately empty. A horse is a horse, and it needs to be taken out for a walk. He paused and continued. This 6-Nation coalition is the best sparring partner coming to our door. They want to show off their muscles, and we can take this opportunity to test the quality of our new equipment, to see how fast and sharp our current knife is. Zhang Yinfeng pondered for a moment and then nodded. That makes sense. Knowing ourselves and our enemies, we will never be defeated in 100 battles. This is a rare opportunity for real combat. Luo Ruixiang picked up his teacup, gently blowing on the steam, and threw out. There was not a trace of panic on his face. We are a country of etiquette and have always loved peace. He slowly took a sip of tea, then put down the cup, making a crisp sound since they are conducting exercises at our doorstep as the host. It is reasonable for us to send a ship to observe and learn from their experience, right? Deng Yuchang immediately understood, standing at attention. Understood. I will immediately order the East Sea Fleet to send a 518G electronic reconnaissance ship to observe. Luo Ruixiang nodded, his gaze becoming profound. One ship is enough. We're going to learn, not to fight. Let's not make too much of a show to avoid scaring them. He then turned serious and said, However, we must not lack what we should have underwater. Our upgraded blackfish should also go out for some fresh air. The eyes in the sky should be wide open, keeping a close watch on their coordinates. We do not provoke trouble, but when trouble comes, we are never afraid. If they dare to turn the exercise into actual combat, firing shells towards us even by a meter, then let them experience what it means to have a strong ship and powerful artillery in the new era. Please rest assured. Leader, I know what to do. Besides, we haven't fought for decades, and the young men under me are itching to try. Deng Yuchang's voice was powerful, with excitement flickering in his eyes. As for the so-called black fish earlier, it referred to Yan Huang's most advanced at 906 attack nuclear submarine, which, after system optimization, had surpassed the publicly available data of Eagle Sauce's nuclear submarines in terms of stealth and detection capabilities. The eyes in the sky naturally referred to the newly replicated military satellites with significantly improved performance. An invisible net was quietly spreading under the calm words of the Supreme Leader. On the surface, Yan Huang seemed to have only sent a harmless electronic reconnaissance ship, sailing alone toward the turbulent waters like a curious bystander. But beneath the deep blue sea, several ghostly nuclear submarines had silently submerged towards the designated sea area. In the high space of hundreds of miles, several satellites adjusted their orbits, capturing every movement of the 6-Nation fleet with high-resolution lenses. 3 days later, in the western Pacific. The sky was clear, the sea breeze salty, and the waves rolled. A massive fleet composed of 6 countries moved like mobile steel fortresses, plowing white wake trails in the designated exercise area. Admiral Thompson of the Eagle Sauce Navy stood on the bridge of the USS Freedom, binoculars in hand, full of spirit. Everywhere he looked, there were various vessels of allies. The island nations Rain helicopter carrier, Stick nations Sejong the Great-class destroyers, Shrimp nations Tavaro-class destroyers. Dozens of warships surrounded, with various carrier-based aircraft occasionally roaring off the deck, tracing long arcs in the sky. General, everything is normal. All units have reached their designated positions. At this moment, an aide reported. Thompson put down his binoculars, his face showing unabashed arrogance. Notify all ships. The exercise begins as planned. Let those guys across the way see who truly has the say in these waters. He enjoyed the feeling of controlling everything. Such a powerful military force gathered here was enough to suffocate any opponent. In his view, the few not-so-advanced warships of Yan Huang probably dared to hide in the harbor, peering from afar through satellites, trembling in fear. However, none of them noticed that just outside this seemingly impregnable fleet, a ghostly shadow was quietly approaching in a stealthy manner.